Welcome, everybody, to the Theist Helpline.
Oh, you just opened the stage.
Oh, yes. Thank you, everybody,
The event
for
is
joining
broke
us.
now.
Sorry?
You just broke the event.
What did I do?
You opened the stage.
I didn't change anything. It's been open for a little while, but
Someone opened the stage. Fuck.
Okay, so we are live on YouTube right now. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Your friendly and helpful hosts of the Theist Helpline are, in alphabetical order, Amy Newman, who is known for her trademark slogan, Sending Love, is a professional comedian and skeptic who hosts debates, interviews, and conversations on her YouTube channel. She also creates educational and other important content. IX is a Tom Unboxes subscriber and former atheist community of Discord administrator who enjoys long walks through evolutionary, biology-inspired computer science, archaeological, academic, biblical criticism, and so on. Jack Burton, it's all in the reflexes, is a self-described middle-aged, college-educated nobody who drives the Pork Chop Express truck in his spare time. He's a deist and mostly non-committal to philosophical stances. Jefferson Spatchcock is an atheist inquisitor and intellectual who has particular expertise in thoroughly analyzing and reviewing debates, often from the comfort of his genuine lazy boy chair. J.L. Warren is an atheist activist, educator, and entertainer. He runs the Bridge the Divide YouTube channel, where he addresses irrational beliefs, the irrational behaviors that often follow, the societal divides they create, and how those divides can be bridged with education, rationality, and reason. J. Mike is one of the co-hosts of the Talk Heathen Show. King Xerxes is an atheist activist and political commentator who has extensive knowledge of the Holy Bible and Christianity, and the history surrounding it. Mubarak Abu Sharifa is an ex-Muslim who grew up in Saudi Arabia with knowledge of Islam and world history. He's also a co-host on Peter de Tucker's YouTube show. Peter de Tucker is an atheist epistemologist from the Netherlands. Inspired by Aaron Ra, Seth Andrews, Anthony Bosco, and others, he started a YouTube channel that mainly focuses on religion, but he also hosts shows on other topics, including interviews with other content creators and atheists he meets through social media. The epistemological conversations he believes with believers are loosely based on the atheist experience, with a slightly different approach. And my paper here. Okay. I'm Randolph Richardson. I'm an atheist activist from British Columbia, Canada, and I advocate for the equality and normalization of people who don't believe in deities, which entails advocating for fair justice, freedom, and critical thinking. I'm also the founding president of an organization called the Canadian Atheists, a national organization that promotes atheism and agnosticism as culturally common aspects of Canadian society. Taco, the visionary organizer of the Theist Helpline, is a #1 Discord debater who has never lost a Discord debate in his life. TJump, Tom Jump, is the founder of an atheist church called the Church of the Best Possible World, which is based on his model of objective morality. It has the goal of doing what Abrahamic churches should be doing, but are not, helping people by providing affordable housing. A noble effort indeed. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. And yesterday was April Fool's Day. Did anybody fall for any interesting pranks or jokes? And good morning to all of you.
What is up, everyone? And I enjoyed the large amount of atheists who found Jesus or Muhammad under their bed this morning or the other day, and by today have recently refound atheism. Welcome back.
Oh, that's excellent.
Morning, all. Good to see everybody. Mubarak, TJump, Randolph, Amy, Taco. Good stuff today.
Good morning.
Hey. What's up?
So what was Taco saying
Good
about
morning, all.
we broke the stage?
All right. You guys ready to get started?
Yes,
I'm ready
sir,
to get
we are.
started. Hopefully, we got some new people up. Hopefully.
Yeah, we've got Centurion in queue. He's been in queue for a little while. Let's go. Actually, before we started here, let's go ahead and pull him up.
Good morning, Centurion. Welcome, and thank you for joining us. What do you have for us today, sir?
Full disclosure, I've got a username change. My name's Islamic Space Program. I'm not trying to cheat anybody. I'm just retiring my old thing.
Oh, Islam. space program. That sounds so interesting.
They retired their space program? No.
Yeah, I mean, it turns out they got a space program, so it's an outdated username.
Ah.
It's St. Thomas Aquinas and Aristotle. Things come into existence and go out of existence. If time was infinite, then things would be out of existence. Therefore, there had to be a beginning. Therefore, time cannot be infinite. Therefore, it's logically necessary that there was a creator, and that creator is outside of the bounds of the laws of nature, laws of physics, and can create miracles. That gets you to deism in my mind. Deism is, there are a bunch of people that claim special revelation, that this necessary creator of the universe. Don't ask the question, does God exist? Ask, is God necessary for existence? In my opinion, Aristotle answered that. And the special revelation claims, we can put that off to the side if you want. Those are two different things. This is the path that I became a Christian 5.5 months ago.
So the first
started
thing you
with
said,
Aristotle, St. Thomas Aquinas, and then I dealt with the special revelation claims, particularly in Christianity.
so you said things come into existence, things go out of existence.
Yeah.
By that, are you talking about quantum mechanics and virtual particles?
No, I'm coming from 500 BC or whenever Aristotle observed it, and it's sort of like a basic logic heat death prediction.
Right. So we know that virtual particles do pop into existence in empty space.
So we talking about philosophy, or are we talking about science? Are you gonna claim your knowledge of science is what is the topic of this discussion? Is it physics? Or does God exist? Can you answer that question for me?
Well, hold up. So I'm an expert in this field, so I'm trying to walk you down the path slowly.
So you're an expert in something that's not the topic of discussion.
No,
great.
I'm an expert in.
Love to hear what you have to say about it. Tell us about quarks.
Centurion, easy, dude, easy.
It's okay. We start with this topic, but we venture into other aspects of it, which what we're trying to do here is to have a conversation with you on these topics that you're raising because they're interesting.
So I want to just go for the first thing you said. It is true that things come into existence and go out of existence. That is true, but it doesn't stop. That process continues eternally. There's no reason to think there's a beginning to an end. So Aristotle thought there must be a first mover. Which is wrong. There's no reason to think that. And the fact that things do come into existence and go out of existence all the time in virtual particles, which we've proved in the lab, shows that we can have infinitely many things coming in and out of existence at infinitely many points in time with no problem. And so I don't understand what you think your argument is showing here, because if things do come in and out into existence and out of existence through virtual particles, then there's no reason time couldn't be infinite.
I think you're full of shit. I disagree. You just assumed that it wasn't derived through rationality.
What?
A bird is born and it dies and rots.
No,
Suns
Centurion.
are born and they die and blow up.
No, Centurion.
What do you do about that?
Centurion, the point is that there are things about the universe that Aristotle was unaware of, obviously, given the time period. There are conclusions that he drew based upon his empirical observations of reality. So he was just taking what he could observe and what he could measure to what he determined would be the logical conclusion on that. But we're quite a bit removed from Aristotle. We know things that Aristotle never could have possibly even imagined about the universe, and things that we've confirmed in the lab.
So you confirmed that the universe is infinite and time is infinite.
No, we confirmed virtual particles. So what is your problem with virtual particles existing and they continually come on?
I'm not talking about physics, because I didn't come to talk about physics. I came to talk about God.
Can I ask
time
you
is physics. You said time can't be infinite. That's a physics question.
He did.
And there is no logical
The necessary
contradiction.
creator of existence.
There's no logical contradiction in an infinite regress of time. And besides, when you're talking about like time, you have to make the statement, if there was time and then there was no time, that means that there was a point. Then how can there be a before that there was no time?
Well, that's actually a thing in physics. We do have that, but
that's.
But Centurion, can I actually ask you, do you believe we're talking about things that come into existence, not just things that exist?
Things that come into existence, not things that exist.
Because
look, we've got two choices here. Either time is infinite and the universe has always existed, or time is not infinite, and there was a beginning to the universe.
Well,
That's
no.
and one is not unreasonable, and the other prove it.
Well,
But
that's
that
also
sounds
that's
like-
also kind of
Wait. So I want to jump in here. So that's not the only two options. Time can have a beginning and be caused by a different natural thing that isn't time, and still have a natural universe. So
Then tell me how. Get in your time machine, buddy, and tell me how that works out.
you don't need a time
Because
machine.
the creator, the necessary creator of existence, creates this firm point, this ultimate benchmark for everything else.
Well, that's called
And
making
then
sure.
we have to talk about the utilitarian value of
No.
theology.
I don't care.
If culture is to man what an elephant trunk is to an elephant, what
don't care about
are you going to do? You just say, "Nah, time's infinite. You
no,
don't
I
mean
don't-
anything.
no, 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 no,
The
no,
brain
stop,
is a
stop,
machine,
stop.
and consciousness is just electrical signals.
You're bringing
Go
up a bunch of
maximize your
gibberish. You're bringing
dopamine.
up a
Fuck a
bunch of
child."
gibberish.
Is that what you're going to tell me?
What?
Atheist?
That's illegal.
Stop.
They should go to prison.
So there's no evidence of a sky daddy or a creator whatsoever. It's all just gibberish garbage. The best explanation is a quantum field created the beginning.
Aristotle is not
Stop
gibberish
stop
garbage.
It is gibberish garbage. And everyone
Well,
in physics agrees
that's
that.
a claim.
Yeah, which is accepted by every academic.
Well,
which is
thank
why
God
no
you
one
came
uses it.
along.
You're welcome. So we know gibberish.
Do you have anything
Stop
better than
talking, stop
gibberish
talking,
garbage?
Stop talking. So we know Aristotle is
You
gibberish
fucking
garbage.
guys
Stop
do this
talking.
once a
Stop
week.
talking, or I'm going to mute you. So we know Aristotle is gibberish garbage because he had no knowledge of physics. He had no knowledge of modern philosophy. He was essentially a sheep herder in terms of philosophy today. He didn't know enough information about the universe to have accurate information to be able to deduce anything. We know for a fact that virtual particles do pop in and out of existence, so time being eternal is perfectly fine. No one really thinks that's an issue. In fact, it's one of the top views in physics. Sky Daddy isn't in there. It's not in the top 30 views in physics. It's not a thing in physics. Nobody takes it seriously because it makes no predictions, explains nothing in physics, and it's not even in a potential candidate explanation. Time
And
having a
since
beginning
then-
is perfectly fine. That's another one of the top views in physics, and it was created by quantum fields, which is perfectly consistent with the physical data. Why do you think Sky Daddy is a better explanation than quantum fields or past eternal time?
Well, Sky Daddy and necessary creator of existence. That's just deism. I mean, it could be a clockwork creator to where it's hands off, or it could be something that's actually conscious and created man in his own likeness and other special revelation claims.
Well, I'm thinking
But
any of
can I-
those. Any of those. Why would
I just want to, so you insist, and this is an interesting thing. I mean, time is infinite and the universe has always existed. That's it. So is that a presupposition for atheism?
No. Listen to what I said. That's one of the possibilities, which is possible in physics. And another possibility is time had a beginning and was created by quantum fields, not God.
Well, if I asked you, if I was Genghis Khan on a horse with an arrow pointed towards your breastbone and said, make a decision, what would you say?
No Sky Daddy.
Would you say I can't make a decision and that's against the law,
Centurion,
Mr.
No, no, no.
Khan?
I just want to go after
Oh.
Aquinas so I can give it to you, TJump, because he's not going to answer unless we deal with this. Okay. Premise 1, everything that exists has a cause. Premise 2, God exists. Conclusion, everything that exists has a cause. God exists, therefore God has a cause. So please
That's not
now
Aquinas.
answer. No, I'm trying to get him No, that is not Aquinas. Aquinas is everything that came into existence. I took out the came into existence clause because I think it's bullshit. What I think is you need to
And there another
address.
just bullshit.
I think you need
What
to
did he say
address.
before? Hogwash or something, and now
I
you say
think-
it's bullshit. Great
I
argument.
think you need to. Thank you, ladies. I think that you need to address T-Jump's question. I'm trying to actually give you over to T-Jump because you're not answering. We have something that can come into existence without being caused. He is saying quantum fluctuations. You're saying God. Why is your deistic God any better than quantum fluctuations?
There's a bigger story, and there's utility, and such as the operating system, an anchor for the imagination, for society, and then you have special revelation that creates theology, and the theology is forged through the fires of evolution. Bad theology doesn't survive. Yes, it is a tyrannical, multi-generational power game. capturing the imagination, forcing
Wait, I'm
people
lost a
to
little bit. So,
conceive something that's based in simple rationality that was
Centurion.
available for 2,500 years.
What Centurion
minimum.
is basically appealing to is that that theology in and of itself, or religious ideologies, have a form of utility throughout human existence. And so,
That's right.
while I
that's
actually
an
agree with
appeal
you
to
to it,
consequence fallacy.
you're right. The TJump is correct, and we were going to get there. I was going to say, I will agree with you on this, that at a certain point in time, religious ideologies did serve a purpose for humankind. They kept us united into groups that had a singular focus and survival in numbers. That's an important thing, especially in our most primitive nomadic times. Now, just because it held a utility, people believing a particular thing helped to aid and aided them in their survival long term.
Do I have to have 145 IQ, and basically I have to defer to the technocracy to whether or not I eat the bugs or live in the pod? It doesn't make any sense.
Centurion.
No, here's the thing. I don't like ideas that that people say I'm not smart enough to perceive.
No one here said that about you.
Appeal to the technocracy. No one. I have to get a physics degree in order to participate in morality and ethics.
Boot him.
No, don't. I wanted to have a conversation with him.
He's not interested in having a conversation.
So let me talk.
He's not interested.
Let me talk.
He's up here. Of course he wants to talk to you.
So,
come on.
Why do you think utility?
Don't poison the well, jail.
Why do you think utility indicates something being true rather than it just being useful?
Well, no, it's reasonable to assume that time is not infinite based upon the first three of the five of Aquinas. The first three are Aristotelian.
Physics
and that's good enough. That's good enough for me, because the other option is I have to get a physics degree.
No.
So I have option one. It's right in front of me. It's reasonable. It's been reasonable for 2,500 years. And then option two is I have to defer to a guy like you.
No.
I don't trust you.
I don't care. So
why should I trust you?
Stop talking. So that's like a flat earther saying, I can go with my intuition and I can look and I see everything looks flat.
Is it intuition or is it a logical process? Did Aristotle, is this intuition? Did he just come out of his ass?
Just mute him so I can keep talking. What you said is as stupid as what a flat earther says. To me, the world looks flat.
Great.
And in order to take your position, I have to learn science. Science is complicated and hard, and it's too big for my tiny brain. And so I'm going to go with what's obvious to me, because that's the only thing I can do with my tiny brain logic. Guess what? The way evidence works, it doesn't matter what you think, what you feel, what you comprehend means nothing. What matters is which ideology can accurately predict the future before we know it. Science gets it right. Physics gets it right. You don't have to know all of physics to understand that they can predict the future and get it right, and you can't, which means they're probably a better understanding of reality than you are. So the model,
they can't predict the path of an asteroid more than
talking. So physics can predict the future, makes thousands, hundreds of thousands of accurate testable predictions every year, which no one else can predict. You can't predict. Bible can't predict, which means they're most likely right. You're most likely wrong. So that's all I need. I don't need to know anything about physics. All I need to know is they can predict the future before we know it. You can't, which means their model is more likely correct than your model. They have evidence. You don't. Their evidence is they can predict the future accurately. You can't. So until you actually have some evidence for your God, all you have is you imagined it. You made it up. It's a poof, fart imagination in your brain. They can predict the future. That's more than an imaginary fart in your brain. So they have the more evidence. You don't. So until you can provide evidence, all you have is this is what makes sense to me, which is the exact same thing a flat earther uses, not evidence.
Oh, he's muted. But I will say, Centurion, just to back up what TJump is saying, to me, it sounds more of an epistemological debate. We're talking about what evidence we do accept. Are we going to accept scientists? Are we going to accept philosophers? I'm not saying Aquinas was a dumb guy, but we do reject a lot of his arguments, like his first cause argument.
We simply know more about reality at this point. We know more than these individuals did thousands of years ago.
You predict the path of an asteroid for more than 250 years, and I'll be impressed. Of course, we're going to have a time machine in order to verify that.
No,
We
people
do in the
predict-
fossil
no,
record and other
That's
things.
that's orbital mechanics. That's literally orbital mechanics. All we have to do is apply the mathematics, and then we can determine where it's going to be.
You really don't know that they can't do that over 200 years.
They
You don't
can
know
do
that, do you?
They have done that.
Yeah. So you're enjoying the present value of future human unraveling of mysteries of physics,
No,
and you think that on a long enough time horizon, humans are going to be able to achieve this.
what?
But you're not going to be able to achieve the attributes of the logically derived necessary creator of the universe as a concept. Let's just, but it's not.
There are
you
no
didn't
such
pull it out of
things.
ass.
There are no.
I
such
have
things.
I have a quick question.
Why would I
have a quick
why would I
question.
trust you if it's falsus in unum, falsus in omnibus? If I have
a
ever
question.
been
Just-
lied
wait a
to
minute.
by
Wait a
men
minute.
using science, why would I
Doesn't
trust
matter.
you?
I have a question for you. Does the sun revolve around the Earth or Earth around the sun?
Quite frankly, it doesn't make a bit of a difference to me.
Answer the question.
Personally.
Does the sun revolve around the Earth?
Can you create a model where the
I didn't
Earth is
ask
the
you
center
anything
of the
about
galaxy?
creation. I asked you about.
Can you create a model where the Earth is the center of the galaxy?
No.
Or
Does
do you
the sun
insist that we
revolve
bring in
around the
gravity wells?
Does
Is
the
that
sun
necessary?
revolve around Earth or Earth around the sun?
Based on gravity wells or something like that?
Just answer the question.
No.
Answer
I'm
the
asking you a straight question. What do you
Earth
think?
is the center of the universe for conscious beings that have the capacity to perceive future time
Just
and
answer
their
the
own death.
question. Just answer
Okay,
the question.
answer the question. Sun around Earth, Earth around sun.
It doesn't matter, but
It
Answer
they
does.
the
thought
question.
It does.
they
Answer
thought
the
Earth
question.
around sun.
Senator, I promise
does it
you won't
matter?
lose any constituents.
The
You can
Earth
answer
is
the
the
question.
center of the universe.
I don't care. So the
Why
sun
is that
revolves.
unreasonable?
So wait, you saying the sun
You
revolves
build a
around the
model
Earth?
where
You
build
saying?
a
Wait
model.
a second. Wait a second. Are you saying that the sun revolves around the Earth?
What are you trying to trap me in here, man?
I'm not trying to trap you in anything. I'm trying to understand. See, I will tell you what's going on here. Because if you look at it logically without using any physics, you could look logically and look at the sun
industry,
and look at the
god of
sun and say,
materialism, bow to your
"Shut
god
the
of
fuck
dopamine
up.
maximization.
I'm talking. Shut the fuck up.
Just mute him.
When you look at the sun, you could logically introduce that it is revolving around Earth, and for many years, people thought that way and believed it, and they had the evidence. Every day you wake up, the sun comes out, and you see it. And we found out through science that it's the other way around. So, if you look at people who lived before we found out that no, Earth revolves around the sun, they will argue that the Earth is the center. But their idea is false. So when you talk about Aquinas and Aristotle, when they talk about ideas that have been proven false, because it's not just the simple fact that, oh, because they're smart, because they said something, then we have to believe them. We know that their ideas are false. You just want to go back thousands of years and stop there, not advance. That's your problem.
Yeah, you got nothing. You got nothing to replace it. You got nothing to replace the.
There's plenty of things to replace it.
Wait, hang on a second, Morris. The Centurion,
what are you gonna
just to
replace
give you the heads up on that, you're also wrong on your previous claim. 2018 AG 37 is the designation given to the furthest object in our solar system. It's about 132 AU from the sun, which is an astronomical unit, and requires, in order to make a lap around the sun, requires about 1,000 years. So, yes, we can make these predictions. We do understand them.
We'll say,
This is literally how we put people in space. The mathematics are irrefutable.
So
Now, there's just one very important point here, Centurion. Just because something gets defeated doesn't necessarily mean a replacement must be provided. Those are two different things.
Well, see you. I look forward to you guys waving your peer-reviewed studies at Genghis Khan as he comes over the hill for your women.
But he's dead, so
Genghis
he can't.
Khan doesn't affect truth. My peer review said he would still be right. Genghis Khan would still be wrong.
Truth is the opinion of the powerful, my friend.
No, truth is a fact.
And with this model, that truth is something omnipotent and omnipresent and beyond human endeavor.
Your
Now, we
need,
can-
Your
We
psychological
can
need
bow
for this
to the-
thing to be
we
true.
can bow to the British
Your
petroleum scientists. You guys used to have skepticism for them.
Centurion, your emotional and psychological need for this thing to be true, to give relevance to your own life, is not something that affects us, and it's
Now he's
not something of any interest.
psychopathologizing.
But
Now
We're
his
talking
single
about-
mother taught him
we're
how to
talking
argue with
about
a
what
man.
we're
I
talking about
gotcha.
what- we're
No,
talking
I
about
don't
what
deal. I don't deal with. I'm crazy. You're speaking.
I didn't say
calm.
that. I didn't say that. You have a
I don't
need for
deal
this
with that.
thing
That's
to.
a bitch
You
ass
have a
move,
need for
bro.
this thing to be true, and we're telling you, you don't need it to be true because, in number one, the evidence doesn't
It is
even
true.
point to it possibly being true. So
It
there's
is
no
true.
point.
But
It is true. What are you
Demonstrate
gonna do
it.
about it?
Demonstrate it.
True.
That is your
You're
claim. That is your.
gonna put me in prison next?
No,
Because
Because
Centurion.
that's
That
coming.
is your
I will
positive-
not bow to the technocracy. I will not defer to the physicists.
technocracy. Can you mute him, please?
I'll just bring up a comment from Beamsy in the YouTube audience. He wrote, "We have had over 300 years of Halley's Comet. Does that count?" And then he clarifies in the Discord chat a few minutes later, "My point, once again, is not that those ancient people told literal stories, and we are now smart enough to take them symbolically, but that they told them symbolically, and we are now dumb enough to take them literally." And that quote is attributed to John Dominic Crossan.
And another huge thing is this weird concept that Centurion you seem to have, that we have predicated being atheists on science, onto science alone, and which is not the case at all. So science is what's utilized to defeat argumentations that are like made from the Bible. Like if the Bible makes a claim, and so then we can see the evidence doesn't indicate that it's the truth, or we can completely defeat how we can demonstrate how these claims are impossible, and they reduce your claims to literally appeals to magic. Like you have to appeal to God magic for these things to be true. Well, in order to appeal to God magic, you have to assume that this God exists. You haven't demonstrated one iota. There is no reason to believe in it other than personal psychological utility or your emotional needs.
Wait, that's not true.
It.
That's not true. He said so. I was trying to get to a point where and he said that there's arguments that are rationally deduced for the necessary being. And so now I want to, if I could continue my conversation that leads to arguments, how do you rationally deduce these properties of a God that indicates that this exists and the quantum field is wrong?
Because I don't believe you, because I've been lied to by scientists before, and because your conclusions are not intuitive.
I'm not asking
your conclusions are special, and the conclusions that you make after you prove that God is not necessary for existence are that everything that came from theology is fake and gay, and you don't need it. And I guess go to the hamburger.
Stop. What I asked was, what is your evidence for God? What I do doesn't matter. What I'm saying is, how do you?
Dude, it's the first three things in Aristotle. That's in the first three of the 5 ways of Aquinas. That's good enough for me. I'm gonna roll with that.
Okay, pick.
And then what you're doing is waving.
Pick one. What's the argument?
Well, I just made the argument.
No, you said
things come into existence and go out of existence. Therefore, on a long enough time horizon, everything would be out of existence. Therefore, there had to be a beginning, and if there was a beginning, there had to be an unmoved mover, and there had to be a necessary creator of existence. And then you start dealing with the special revelation stuff.
That's an invalid argument. Do you know what an invalid argument is?
Well, then prove it.
Well,
Okay.
No, we already.
Wait, Amy, don't.
You already proved it by waving some statistics and some models.
Stop talking. So, an invalid argument is an argument that the premises do not lead to the conclusion. You said things come into existence, things go out of existence. This is true. Does this mean that thing must have an ultimate beginning? No. If things come into existence and they always come into existence and go out of existence, that's eternal. So your first premise does not indicate that there was a beginning. What you're trying to indicate is contingency, that things can be caused by other things, which are caused by other things. And that could also be eternal. There could be an eternal amount of contingent things. So nothing in anything you presented gives us a reason to think that there isn't a past infinite universe. You just assumed it based off of your tiny brain. So If you have an argument that actually indicates that there can't be an infinite universe, can you present the arguments? Because all you said, none of what you said actually indicates there is such a thing.
We don't accept we don't accept first cause arguments. I went into why coming into existence could have been quantum fluctuations, like TJump was saying.
Well, I don't
but-
want to talk about that because I just
Well,
want to talk about
I-
literally what he said. Literally what he
Okay,
said
I
isn't the
wanna
contingency
talk
argument.
about- But he didn't give the contingency argument. I also have a contingency argument when if he decides to bring that up too. But I want to go back to what he actually said, which was science can't predict comets, but that seems to imply
I said
religion.
asteroids.
Okay, so science can't. They can predict that. Science can't predict asteroids, but you're saying religion can predict asteroids, and that gets to.
Well,
The
what are you
crux of
doing, man?
this-
Don't play games like this. That's so dumb. Look,
Oh, no,
I'm gonna
I'm not-
leave.
oh,
I'm gonna
can I at
leave.
least-
I'm
can I
gonna
at least
leave,
finish
and
my
without,
sentence? Can
I
you
look
at
forward to seeing you in those wild streets down below at the channels down below without your mute button to win. I look
Oh,
forward.
Centurion.
Y'all take care.
Speaking of playing games,
But
when
truth, I didn't
Go
get
ahead,
to
Amy.
finish. Well, no, it's just his main claim is that truth is what speaks to power. That is categorically false. So that would have made truth subjective, and truth is what corresponds to reality. And that is why science is about describing and not prescribing, unless it's your doctor trying to give you pills. And so I wish he would have actually given us some evidence for God. But, besides the first cause, he did give the first cause, but we blew that away.
Yeah, and there was one point that he made that I just wanted to confront him on, and I suspect he knew I was going to do it, and that's why he kind of rushed. Part of the reason he rushed out, but he did make one point about how a scientist lied to him, but he's had that problem before, so now he doesn't trust any scientists, and that's not a really great approach to use in life, because if somebody from every possible category, one person from every possible category lies to you, then you can't trust anybody. That's because that's where it ends up. Just because one scientist has lied to him doesn't mean that all the other scientists are going to lie to him. It just means he had a bad encounter with one person, and so he needs to work on coming to a better understanding in that aspect, I think. Good morning, Barth the King. Barth the Kang. How are you? Thanks for joining us. What have you got for us today? If you're talking, we can't hear you. You might need to exit Discord and come back in.
Or set the microphone to the correct setting.
Well, just give him a moment. He's got to come back. TJump, you were trying to complete a point there with the previous guy. Did you want to sum up something quickly while we get Barth back up?
No, I wanted to actually have a dialogue with him to try to explore a little bit more of what he believed. But no one gave me the chance.
Well, it's understood. I mean, pretty much what he was arguing from was just, the personal, like you said, the appeal to emotion. It's literally just, this thing seems to solve this problem, and I don't need to go any further because it works the best from a psychological and emotional perspective for me. And then, it seems to be a thing that's constant throughout humankind. And, while the evidence also indicates why that's wrong and, explains why these phenomenon exist and why they persist throughout, throughout human history.
Hello? Yes.
Hey, Bart.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just a moment, Barth. Can you just let JL Warren
Yeah,
finish?
sure.
So ultimately, that's where he was just going with it. That's why it was digging the idea of digging out. It's just why do you feel it is a necessary thing? Because he's ingrained this thing, or he's incorporated the thing into his identity. It's who he is. And so when you're taking that away from him, it's important to be so why is this a part of your identity? Why have you taken this to this certain stance?
I think the better way to approach those conversations is to ask why he thinks that's evidence, what he thinks evidence is. And that's the part I wanted to learn about. I know the argument he's trying to make better than he does, but what I want to learn is how did he come to the conclusion those are rational arguments? That's the part that I was interested in learning about.
Likely he was taught that way, obviously, and taught incorrectly, but the influence of the people around him, definitely. I think we can
All
agree
right.
on that. What's up, Barth?
So why when he started talking about a philosophical thought about the existence of gods, you guys went to quantum physics? Like, why did you guys do that when you
He
guys
said-
know that there's several reasons why we don't have direct evidence of quantum gravity, which is a theological framework
That doesn't matter.
that
Theory
attempts
of
to unify the principles of
Doesn't
quantum
matter.
mechanics and
Doesn't matter.
general relativity.
That doesn't matter.
So why would you bring up science when he's talking about the existence of God?
He
Wait,
invoked
wait,
science.
wait,
That's why
wait, wait,
TJump brought it up.
So he said that time can't be infinite. That's a physics question. Time can be infinite in physics. There's no problem with
How is that a physics
Wait,
question?
Stop.
How do we test that with
Time is
time?
literally physics. It's literally a thing.
So
in physics.
time. So
Wait,
we
wait,
test time
Barth,
with time.
Stop. So first, I wanted to say, you mentioning quantum gravity is irrelevant. It's not relevant to anything I said.
But
or
why
anything
is it
I said.
irrelevant when you guys can't? There's no
Because
Barth,
quantum
let him
gravity,
fit.
quantum
Barth.
gravity has nothing to do with virtual particles or particles popping in and out of existence. None of that has anything to do.
Oh, they
with,
don't?
No,
Because that's just a model. That's just a theory.
No,
That's not
that has,
actually
that
being
has
tested.
nothing to do.
Just the
with-
theory.
nothing
I
to-
love that
that has
sentence.
nothing to do with quantum
Well,
gravity.
think about it. Think about it.
Oh my
At the
God!
quantum
Shut up!
level,
Shut
right?
up! Holy shit! That has nothing to do with quantum gravity. That is, and it's been demonstrated in the Casimir effect. We've demonstrated virtual particles empirically do happen. Has nothing to do with quantum gravity. Quantum gravity is like how we unify general relativity and quantum mechanics in singularities. Has nothing to do with virtual particles.
Okay. So basically, what you're saying is all conclusions in science provisional.
I literally never said that. No.
I'm asking you, are they?
Everything is provisional. All facts are provisional.
Okay, so in are all science declarations provisional and subject to revision? And
all
represent-
facts from any worldview are provisional. All of them.
He literally just said that, Barth. Yes.
Yeah, they are.
In the advent, with
Okay.
the
But
advent
you
of
could be
new,
wrong.
with the advent of new evidence and
So you
better
could be
and new
wrong.
information.
Why is it when I answer one guy, another guy jumps in right when I'm
Yeah,
gonna
yeah,
talk?
that was, he probably should have done that. So Barth, all propositions are provisional. All God propositions are provisional. All propositions are provisional because they could
Are
all
they?
be wrong. Yes. Except for like I
Well,
think they're
when you use induction, right? It's a probabilistic, a non-deductive probabilistic inference.
I don't care
right?
about induction.
When I use induction, right? It's a promise from God. Never failed.
And that's
Doesn't
also
fail. That's what we understand science to be. We understand science to never change, right? Because if the uniformity changed, all of science that you know would be garbage.
the uniformity
Right?
did change.
So it is a promise from God that the world is uniform in such a way that it is intelligible.
So
Now,
uniformity
if things
has been
start to
proven
be
false.
random, right?
Barth.
If things start to be
Barth,
random
Barth,
and
stop,
different,
stop.
there would be no way of being intelligible.
Your argument is already wrong.
Why do you guys need to do this? Like,
Because
I was
you've
in the
already
middle of
said something
talking.
wrong.
Why are you stopping?
Barth, stop.
But
So-
you say wrong things all the time. I'm not
mute him,
stopping
mute him,
you.
Mute him.
Stop
No,
being
mute him,
obnoxious,
mute him,
bro.
Mute him. So, Barth, uniformity is not a thing in science. We don't accept that. No, it's changed. Gravity used to be repulsive. It changed. It's not the same. No one cares about that. It's not relevant. Induction isn't relevant. All of the facts in your worldview have even more likelihood of being wrong than the facts of our worldview. All facts in every
So
worldview
all
are
your
provisional.
observations,
Go ahead.
because existence is not a predicate. You do know that. All
Yes.
observations. So you're saying all your observations are grounded ontologically? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
That means nothing.
That means nothing. So you don't want to answer the question.
It's not a relevant
What are they
question.
grounded on? If all of your observations are not grounded ontologically, what are they grounded on?
It is grounded ontologically in reality.
In what? No. Reality of what?
Reality
Do you
is
know?
all
Do you know what the
that exists.
reality is?
All things that
Okay,
exist.
so I'll explain to you what reality is because you use this
No, I
term
just
a
gave
lot.
you the answer.
No.
I told
No,
you what it
no.
is.
You didn't
I
give
just
me an
tell you
answer.
What I mean by the word. So when I say reality, I mean all existing things. That's what reality means.
No, reality is the sum or the aggregate of all that is real or existing within a system, as opposed to something which
I
is
don't care
only
about your
imagined.
definition, Barth. I'm going to tell you what my
No,
definition.
what do you mean about my definition? So what
No.
definition are you using?
Reality?
When you
is-
say reality, what are you
definition of
saying?
reality?
I'll say it again.
So that
Reality
can't
is
happen.
all existing things. That's the
Okay,
definition.
so it is the aggregate and the sum of all that is real within a system, correct?
No, all existing things. Only use my definition.
No.
not your definition.
It has to
Barth,
be
Barth,
within
I
a
don't-
system
I
in
don't
order for you
care-
to understand
I don't
it.
care about your definition. My definition is reality is all existing things. That's it. No other
So
words.
the term is also used to refer to ontological
I don't
status
care.
of things,
I don't care.
indicating their existence.
Barth, use my
So
definition.
what do you mean you don't care? How? Why
Barth,
would you invite
Barth,
me up
if
here
you ask
if I'm
me a
explaining
question,
to you what reality
Barth,
is, and now you're
Barth,
telling me you
Barth,
don't
shut
care?
up. If you ask
You have
me a
5 other
question,
people
Barth,
up here to
shut
help
up.
you out.
Shut up.
I'm
Barth.
up here by
Barth,
myself.
Shut up. If you ask me a question, what is reality? And I tell you what I mean by reality, you don't get to change the definition. I get to tell you, and you only have one definition you can use, which is the one I'm using, because you asked me a question. What do
So then you
I
win.
mean by reality? So I get to tell
So
you.
you win. You'll win every time then.
No.
Just tell me what words mean, and I'm telling you that I'm wrong.
Well, I have to point out, before this goes on, I have to point out, Barth, so there's something a little dishonest that you just said there, because you said reality is the sum or aggregate of all that is real or existent within a system, but you're quoting that definition literally from Google, and you're missing a part of that because that's only half of what that definition
I didn't get
is.
to finish. You told me to shut up.
No, you said
told
reality
me to
is the sum
shut
or
up, and
aggregate
now
of
you're
all
gonna
that
cut
is
me
real
off,
or
which
existent
is
within
a
a
term-
system,
which is a
comma,
term to
as
refer to the
opposed,
ontological
Barth,
status of
Barth,
things,
Oh my God.
as
indicating
opposed
their
to that which is
existence.
only
The
imaginary,
physical term is
non-existent,
that
or
reality
non-actual.
is the total of the system, known and unknown.
I
Okay,
don't care.
that is exactly
No, as opposed,
Please stop.
as
Please stop.
opposed to
Please
that
stop,
which is only
Taylor. Please
imaginary,
stop.
non-existent,
Please
or
stop.
non-actual.
Please
Yeah,
stop.
it's opposed. That's what I said.
Please stop.
He cut
Please
me
stop.
off in the middle of me
I
speaking.
don't care about your definition. We're going with my definition. What is
Going
your
with
argument?
the Google.
No, we're
your,
going with
your
my
colleague
definition. We're
just
going
said
with
it
my
was the
definition,
Google
Barth.
definition.
We're going with my definition. So
Wow.
what is your argument?
Your definition.
Yep, my
What
definition.
is? So it's
Reality
provisional.
is all
It
existing
could change.
things. Go on.
So are you saying that your definition could change? Is it provisional?
I can change the definition whenever I want.
Exactly. So then you're only
What's
going
your
to
argument?
use this definition. Well, what is the argument when it can't be intelligible because it's constantly changing?
I never changed my definition.
You're
I told you it's
using
same
the
thing.
probabilistic inference,
Definitions
and
are
you're now
probabilistic,
using it
Barth.
as an argument. That's the problem.
Make an argument.
My
Definitions
argument
are not
is that,
probabilistic. My definition has not ever changed. It's always the same thing. Reality is all
but you're
things
telling me that
exist.
it's provisional and that
No.
it will change.
No.
I'm telling you that it hasn't changed.
Your God is provisional.
all of
the
human
Bible
existence.
is provisional. All facts are provisional. What is the argument?
No.
Why is this a bad thing?
Now, why do you believe in a God?
Because you cannot invoke an actuality and intelligibility out of given a fact without context. You have to give me what the context of what you're saying reality is in order for it to be intelligible and actual. You're not doing that.
So God's a context?
I am trying to give you, Amy, can you give me a minute, Amy? Because there's 6 of you up here and there's only 1 of me up here. Okay? If you wanted, I could bring 6 of my friends up here.
Keep
And
I
you guys
believing
would
was
just mod abuse
waiting.
us.
I could have
Okay?
actually, but you
So
had
now,
a
Amy.
pause and I asked the question.
Well, Amy, I'm going to breathe. Can I breathe? Can I breathe?
Answer the question.
Can I
Just
breathe for
go.
a second,
Stop
Amy, before you
wasting
jump
time.
in?
Stop wasting time.
How can you invoke the actuality and intelligibility of any given fact without context? How are you telling me that the reality and the word that you're giving this definition to reality without context, what does the reality of your definition actually mean then?
You don't need context. If you just
Yeah, I
pop
don't
into
You
understand.
don't need
You
context.
don't need context. So if you just
So
pop
it's just
into,
an axiom for you.
stop. Let me answer. So if you just pop into existence, you know nothing about the universe. Don't know if it's a God, whatever. And you say, "Oh, look, I see a tree." That's all you need. You can say you see a tree. The context is your mind. That's it. Words don't need some ultimate context to have meaning. All the meaning they need is the fact that you see it and you use the word to reference it. That's it. No
And he's
bullshit. Ultimate context matters.
And I don't understand. You're supposed to be the one giving us your context and giving us it. Generally, this is how the conversation goes. Atheists say slavery is immoral, extremely brave position. And then Christians come to us and they go, "Oh, you need to understand the context." That's your guys' thing, not us.
By context, there he means you have to reference an ultimate, like the fundamental nature of reality. That's what he means by
Oh,
context.
for an ontology and everything that needs to be actualized. I would like to know what his context is and why he thinks that it needs to be a God. He, in fact, came in here and began basically saying, why are you trying to appeal to physics? Why? And my question was, why can't we appeal to physics when you're appealing to God?
I've always been of the mind that all of this stems from the desire to have an intentional purpose as to why human beings are here on this planet, and us being able to perceive and have experiences the way we and reason the way we do. That there's got to be that because we're the only species on the planet that observably can do what we can do, cognitively speaking, and so there must be a reason as to why we are so vastly different from everything else on the planet. When in actuality we aren't. We just reason different. That's just how we evolved. And so trying to come up with like this reason for why this is like, we can sit here and understand pain and suffering and joy and all these other beautiful things, and that all of this seemingly ends. It's like, what is the purpose of this? It means so much to us, but if it just ends, that's all there is, then what is the point of anything? And the point of all this is merely to determine these values for ourselves, to determine our own meaning and purpose. The universe doesn't give us one. And besides, being handed a meaning and purpose by an external, like, Sky Daddy is completely worthless. It doesn't say anything. It's basically, this is what you're meant to do. Well, how do I know that? If it's just given to you, that's pointless. But the journey is finding out what your meaning is. And all of these things stem from that. Is because if everything changes and everything is a result of these random occurrence with no agential interference or intention, then of course we're just a result of natural process, and they can use that to justify this concept where, well, then there's no morality and it's all chaos like that. But that's obviously not the case. Obviously not. Okay, we can derive order from chaos.
That wasn't
it's not that hard.
I didn't bring up any of that stuff.
I know. I'm going to the heart of where you come from, Barth.
No, you don't know where I was going with any of my conversation.
I didn't say where you were going. I said where you were coming from.
When I gave the definition of when I was explaining the definition, which you even knew the definition was, TJump doesn't want to go with that definition.
Well, his arguably TJump's use, or basically his definition of that, is kind of the same. It's just easier. It's less wordy, and it's easier to understand. It literally is everything that exists is reality.
Within a system, we're in this realm of understanding.
Bart,
container. Yes, go ahead.
There is Bolyai Lobachevsky from our Discord chat raises an interesting question. You had stated that definition can change, but that your definition hasn't changed throughout all of history. And he's saying English hasn't existed for all of history, and the meanings of words do change over all of time. TJump did provide a definition of reality, which seemed pretty reasonable, that, in my view now I'm adding here, that reality is all things that exist. So I just wanted to clarify those points and bring up Bolyai's comment from the chat there.
I mean,
no, because I asked him if it was subject to change. In other words, that
it is, and we know it is.
All right, so then you're not. So there's nothing that's going to be intelligible about you understanding.
Okay. So this is weird. So Bart, this is where something I need we need clarification on, right? Because you say that nothing is intelligible, right? So, what do you think the definition of intelligible is?
If it's constantly changing,
right?
Then it's not going to be intelligible. No. It's
not. So what do you think intelligible means?
So since your friend brought up the geocentric model, right? The geocentric model, there was still the people that did the investigations and had any outcome from it were justified because you know why? They thought that this model was the model. So all the information that we got from it is intelligible because they were following a certain framework.
Barth. Can you please tell me what you think?
I just gave you an example.
Please stop.
Can you please answer the question? Gave you an example.
Barth, can you
now you want me to give you another example?
Barth, can you answer the question that I asked you?
I didn't.
No, you didn't. What do you think intelligible means?
Okay, so if the future doesn't resemble the past and it's constantly changing, that's chaos. That's unintelligible.
No, it's not. It is not. Barth, will you please tell me what you think intelligible means?
I just gave you two examples, and you're still not happy with it.
No, you didn't. You gave me what you gave me.
Fuck yourself. That's
no, Barth. What you gave me were two Barth. What you gave me were two consequences of your very weird definition of intelligible.
Yeah, I just gave you two examples. The geocentric model, that intelligence was still justified by what the ultimate was, which is that the Earth was the center of the universe. So all that information, it was still intelligible, even though the information was wrong. Those people are still justified. I explained to you that if we're in chaos and random things happen, there'd be no way to be
That is
intelligible.
incorrect. That is demonstrably incorrect, Barth. That is demonstrably incorrect.
Demonstrably. Explain to me what intelligence is then. If it's just
no,
fucking
not
random.
intelligence, intelligibility. If a thing is
Oh,
intelligible,
now you're changing it.
No, I'm not. You
said
Barth,
intelligibility.
Will you please mute him, Taco?
First you said intelligence. Now you're saying
Okay, so intelligibility is not that difficult of a word. So if I wanted to go by the strictest definition of the term, the state or quality of being intelligible, or basically being understandable, the ability to understand a thing. All right? So that's what intelligible means. What you're basically stating is that if everything is a result of random events, and that states are constantly in a form of flux or change, and that the end will not look like the beginning because it's constantly changing between the two, then nothing can be understood, is ostensibly what you are saying. And then it requires God, the existence of this entity, to ground everything underneath it from the bottom in order to ensure that we can continue to understand things the way they are. But that is demonstrably not true. Okay? We understand that things change. Our models make allowances for the fact that new information can come along. The Ptolemaic model was justifiable at the time because of the limited information that they were working with. As we got more information, we improved the model and made it more accurate. Okay? So to a certain degree, it still holds, but it makes far worse predictions about things in space than the heliocentric model does. So science improves. It gets more and more accurate. We don't go backwards. We continuously get better. All right? Now, yes, things do change, and the time scales in which they change are extremely vast. So to us, it would appear that they are uniform, but they are kind of locally uniform. But in the grand scale of the cosmos, these things are constantly moving from point A to point B. All right? Now, just because things change states, whether matter changes states or energy changes states or whatever, does not mean that we cannot understand the process by which they change states or the states themselves. We just know that they'll change because everything is energy. Everything is simply a derivational state of energy in and of itself. We understand what energy can do, and energy is consistent. That's it. If you want to talk about anything that is like eternal or lasts forever, it would technically be energy. Okay, so in that case, it doesn't change. Energy doesn't change. It just alters states. All right, but the nature in and of itself, this uniformity of nature argument has been debunked time and time again. TJump himself debunked it. There is no point in going forward with that. Just because things change doesn't mean we can't understand things.
Okay, are you done with that long diatribe? Because intelligence is generally understood to refer to the ability to learn, reason, problem solving, and the adapt to new situations and environments. I don't know what the hell you was just talking about.
Because you weren't talking about intelligence, you were talking about intelligibility. You literally stated, Barth, at the very beginning that if everything is, if uniformity doesn't exist, nothing
Why do you still do this?
Barth,
you don't learn. You just want to say my name over and over and over again.
You stated from the beginning. You stated from the start. You stated at the start.
Say it again. Say it again.
You stated at the start that if everything was random, if everything is just a recurrence of random natural events, and that if everything changes, then nothing is intelligible.
Yeah, I'll explain this to you.
That's what you said.
Let me explain something to you really quick. Okay.
Break it down.
Barth, just so you know, somebody, Sexy Kirby in the audience in Discord is asking if you can state your argument again because they're having some trouble understanding it. So if you want to tag that onto what you're about to say, that'd be great. That'd be great.
They keep interrupting me here, so they keep over talking and interrupting me here.
Well, I don't know why you're lying. So
what do you mean? I'm not lying.
You are lying because your initial statement was that if science is provisional, if nature changes and there's no uniformity, then nothing is intelligible. You said nothing about intelligence
if your
itself.
array of particulars are brute facts, then they're not ultimate. Brute facts, by definition, are facts that simply exist without any intelligibility, right?
I think you're equating intelligibility with reason.
Well, no. How am I equating the two? We just went over what intelligibility is. I don't know why you're switching it.
Intelligibility is the ability to understand things, that things can be understood. Okay, it's a proper. So in essence, if like this pen in my hand is intelligible, it can be understood. Now it depends upon the person if they have the capacity to understand it.
Warren here. Do I have to speak to this guy? Because
yes, you're speaking to me right now, Bart, or you can get off this. You're speaking to me right now, or you can go.
Just want to tire me out until you until
Bart, you're speaking to me right now, or you can get off the stage.
Okay, so in order to have intelligibility out of an array or plethora of particulars out there, you're going to need something in existence that's ultimate, static.
Why?
The grand unified.
Why?
Divides.
Why?
Any unity amongst different. Why does he keep doing this?
Because I'm asking you why. I understand your claim.
I'm actually just going to repeat myself again. Since you didn't hear what I said the first time.
I understand your claim.
And I'm going to lower you because all you're doing
you can get
is
him
just
off the stage
over-talking
now.
me. Well, then why don't you mod him? Why don't you mute him then?
He asked a valid question. You made a claim that
no, he didn't let me finish what I was saying.
It's fine. It's
2 seconds into what I was saying, he's over talking me.
Hear it. So why do you? I don't care. I don't care, Barth. Barth, answer the question. He asked, why do you think you need something ultimate to have intelligibility? That's the question.
Thank you, TJump.
Because without accepting that it is the case, that nature operates in some sort of uniform ways, then it wouldn't be intelligible to invoke any concrete object.
Wait. So things can act in uniform ways without an ultimate. Why do you need an ultimate?
No. I just explained to you that if there isn't an ultimate, then they couldn't be concrete.
Wait, things can be concrete without an ultimate. Why do you need an ultimate?
Because then how do you make sense of anything?
You can make sense
what
of
framework are you using?
Let me ask you a really simple question, Barth. Can you do a crossword puzzle?
Are you using if you're not going to refer to something that is ultimate, static, that doesn't change? And how would you make sense of anything?
The answer is you can solve a crossword puzzle despite the fact that there's no foundational ultimate.
What?
You can solve a crossword puzzle with a combination of inference,
you just don't want to admit
the guesses, and deductive elimination.
So you're just going to overtalk. You can ask me a question and then you just
conflict between two or more conclusions, then one of them has to be eliminated. So that's how we actually solve problems and do epistemology in real life. We do crossword puzzles, Barth. There is no ultimate.
Okay.
So Barth, let's say I pop into existence, no ultimate, and I see a tree. Say, oh, look, a tree.
How do you pop into existence? When has that ever happened?
Magic.
Virtual particles?
It's magic.
How?
It's magic. I don't
Explain
care.
That.
I don't care, Barth. It's magic.
No. Demonstrate
Barth,
that.
I don't care. Let's say magically.
So you don't care. So then opt out of the conversation.
You're not addressing the question. Address the question. Say magically we pop into existence.
I asked 4 questions. You guys haven't answered any of my questions.
So let's say we pop into existence and I see a tree. I say there's a tree. Why do I need an ultimate to exist in that universe for this to happen?
What? What? Do you even know the answer to that question?
Well, no, that's what I'm asking.
That's what I'm saying. So you don't know the answer to the question. How are you going to tell me that I'm wrong?
I didn't. I asked you a question.
Yeah. Do you know the answer to that question? Answer the question you just asked me.
I don't know.
Answer it.
You don't.
You don't know. Then how are you going to tell me that I'm wrong?
I didn't say.
So how do you demarcate any particular sequence?
Barth, what are you doing?
Right. That's the chain of events. You're telling me right now, right? You're saying that the chain of events of what I'm going to explain to you is wrong. How do you demarcate that one from the other if you don't know what the right answer is?
I didn't say any of that. So I said,
yes, you did.
Barth, you're making a claim that you need an ultimate. And I said,
you just asked me a question that you don't know the answer to.
I love how he's completely
any question that I give to you, I know the answer.
Barth, you're dodging. So
I'm not dodging.
You're dodging. So
I asked you to answer the fucking
Let me ask you again, and let's see you not dodge. Let's show me you're not.
No, go ahead. I'm going to answer it my way, and then you're going to tell me I'm wrong when you don't know the fucking answer.
Great. That's great. So the question is, why is it not possible for a thing to pop into existence, like a mind, see a tree, and say, "Oh, look, a tree," if there's no ultimate there?
That question, first of all, doesn't make any sense.
Wait, did that make sense?
It doesn't make any sense.
JL, did that make
It
sense?
doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Yes, it makes sense.
Taco, did that
Well,
make
then
sense to
answer
you?
the question, JL. Answer the question, JL.
It's not for me to answer, Barth. It's
That's
for
what I'm
you.
saying, because you can't answer the question because you know it doesn't make any sense.
Barth. The whole point is to put a showcase on how you are not justified in making
You're
the claim that
asking me a loaded question that can't be answered, and then you tell it, and then you're taking a win from that.
JL can answer it. JL, let me ask you. Do you need an ultimate being for something to pop into existence to see a tree and say that's a tree?
No.
There you go.
Oh, it's no.
Okay, so what's your answer, Barth? Don't dodge. Go ahead. Why do you need an ultimate being?
You can only invoke a fact as a fact if there's going to be something in existence that's ultimate context that it derives from.
Well, this is the part I'm not understanding. You say those things, but that's the same claim you made in the first statement, and I'm trying to understand why you think that's the case. Why do you think you need an ultimate being to do those things? I don't follow.
Because even in naturalistic pantheism, you're going to appeal to something that's ultimate.
Well, no, I'm not talking about naturalism.
Energy, motion,
Barth, I'm not talking about naturalism.
matter.
Barth,
you're still appealing to something that's ultimate.
Barth, I'm not talking about naturalism. No, I'm talking about I'm saying in any worldview, no ultimate.
You said a tree, and then you don't want to appeal to naturalism.
Nope, I'm not.
Can you get somebody else up on the stage here that knows what the fuck they're talking about?
I'm pretty sure I'm demonstrating. I know what.
Well, you haven't left yet, Barth, so we can't bring someone else up.
Well, so the question, Barth, this is not atheism. This is not naturalism. This is not materialism. I'm saying I pop into existence. I see a tree. The tree could be idealistic. It could be pantheistic. I don't know. I don't care. I'm not arguing for materialism. I'm saying, why is this not possible if there's no ultimate?
Because you can't refer to anything unless you do have ultimacy.
Well,
we use
why.
science.
How do you?
Science
Why do you think that?
Repeating the claim.
Science is permeated on the uniformity of nature. The
No,
laws
it's not.
I didn't say anything about science. Barth, I didn't say
science. Do you have an alternate science? Do you have an alternate science?
I didn't mention science. So pop into existence.
I'm telling you.
See a tree. Why is
what
this
pops
not
into existence? How is it popped into existence?
No
Did
idea.
it exist before it popped into existence for you? It didn't exist before.
Nope.
A fully grown tree just popped up right in front of you.
No. I pop into existence.
And that's not a miracle?
I don't care. Why is this not
What
possible?
do you mean you don't? I'm asking a question and you're telling me you don't care.
The question
is that a miracle?
It doesn't matter.
Any port in a storm, huh, Barth?
Wow.
So the question is why is this not possible if there is no ultimate? And you simply saying you need an ultimate to refer to things, that's the claim we're asking about. Why do you need an ultimate to refer to things?
Because it's necessary. It's necessary to have these things in existence in order for us to understand what the aggregate of all that is.
If it's necessary. If it's necessary, then
how do you know the future will be like the past?
I don't care. If it's necessary,
what imposes and secures
it doesn't make a difference. It doesn't make a difference. Let's say it's not. Let's say it's not like the past. I don't care. That's fine.
Do the laws of logic stand in causal relation?
No.
Or all the laws of logic.
Now you're just repeating Darth. Now you're just repeating Darthism.
Well, he's a precept. He's a precept, but I don't care. Go back to the question, Darth. I pop into existence. My mind. I pop into existence. I see a tree. The tree may not be there. It might just be a part of my imagination. It may be the case that everything changes in 5 minutes. I don't care. Why is this not possible?
Well, then that would be a very unintelligible place for you to be in the universe.
Why I see a tree.
And nothing. You're not going to make sense of anything.
Wait. I saw a tree and I said there's a tree. That's intelligibility.
How do you know it's a tree? How do you know it's a tree if it doesn't remain
intelligibility?
A tree needs to be a tree.
Barth, stop.
The only way the facts of trees are trees.
Stop. I don't need to know it's a tree for it to be intelligible. For it to be intelligible, all I have to do is be able to have an intelligent understanding. I see a tree. I say it's a tree. That's intelligibility. I don't need to know it's a tree to say it's a tree.
Also, I just want to put a claim on the board that pre-suppers never defend their actual claim that a God exists. They go on a philosophy. Are we even brain in vats? How do you even know the tree is there? Well, we know your God's
poisoning
not
the well.
Yeah, I would disagree.
You're poisoning the well here because I never mentioned any of those things.
So,
and you're just asserting things that I never said.
So I think
now I have to fight my way out of that. Why don't you invite?
Wait, stop, Barth, shut up. So Amy, you're incorrect. Precepts do defend the existence of God. Their argument is typically that any alternative worldview leads to contradictions or inconsistencies. therefore God is true. So they are trying to defend their God claim. They just do it badly.
And yet every time that we ask for a clear and precise answer.
No, it takes six of you to do it. It doesn't take you alone, Amy. Because if you and I wanted to have a one-on-one, I would own you on any given Sunday.
Sure.
Okay?
Why does it God exist?
So come to my channel. I'll give you mods.
You don't have to. You can prove your God
and we can
exists
do it
here.
one-on-one
He's
instead of you
everywhere.
having TJump.
So are you going to
and
answer my
everyone else
question,
helping
Garth?
you.
Are you going to answer my question?
Yes, I'll answer your question.
Go ahead. Why is it impossible for me to pop into existence and see a tree and say that's a tree if there's no ultimate?
Because you wouldn't know it's a tree. So
Why?
it's a loaded
How?
question because a tree wouldn't be a tree if things just pop in and out of existence.
Wait,
There would be no law of
Garth,
identity.
Why do I need to know anything?
If it thinks, how do you know a tree is a tree if things are random that way?
Shut up.
See, you guys,
Garth, shut
you guys
up.
just do
Oh
this.
my God, shut up. Why do I need to be able to know it's a tree? I don't care. I don't care if I know it's a tree. I see what I think is a tree and I say it's a tree. I don't know it's a tree. I don't care. I know it's a tree because that's not intelligibility. Intelligibility is just the ability to intellectually understand. That's it. So if I look at something and I understand that what I'm looking at to me seems like a tree, that's intelligibility. I don't need to know it's a tree. Why do you keep bringing up irrelevant things? In order for
Because I'm telling
intelligibility,
you that God is what is fundamental and ultimate. That
You cannot demonstrate that to be true. You cannot demonstrate that to be
Why
true.
is it that in the middle of me talking, JL
Because we've heard it a thousand. Because we've heard it a
why
thousand
does he
times.
always have to cut me off? So I'm
Because
just going
we've heard it a thousand times.
And God is what is fundamental and ultimate that institutes and secures all possibility and impossibility. So in order for that tree to be a tree, it has to be instantiated and secured by something that is ultimate, that sustains it, that's static.
Incorrect.
And if you're
Incorrect,
gonna
Bart.
say that it's incorrect,
Because
and anything that comes out of your fucking mouth is unintelligible. That's it.
Incorrect, sir. Because TJump could pop into existence, see the tree, or see the object and say, that's a tree. And then I could pop into existence and say, that's a flarg.
So
do you have an ultimate foundation?
No.
That is a frame of reference to place facts in. Yes.
So I'm going
I
to
didn't say that word. Sorry. Go ahead.
Go restate my claim that precepts do not defend their God. They go through a philosophy 101 course. What makes the reality and tangibility is our brains, is our minds. It is not a being.
Why are you talking right now? All you're doing is throwing
foundational or ultimate. And so
that's all you're doing is insulting me. You want to insult?
You don't even know what an ad hom is, man. Come on.
I mean, she's basically saying because she wants to insult me.
How
right?
does your God make the universe?
Now she wants to change the conversation.
How does you? No, actually, that.
I mean, what is it with you, Amy? Why can't you just mind your business? Let the men talk.
Because I don't think that your God exists, and I don't think that you can defend your God. I think that you actually want to do anything but defend your God.
Amy nailed it.
Well, so Barth,
I'm done here. This is just
you still haven't answered my question.
You guys just want to abuse.
He just keeps dodging.
I'm sending you love
4 times already. I literally answered the question for you many times.
Did not.
Every single time I've said it, you guys didn't like the answer.
You have a claim.
This is why you guys don't even know what evidence is.
You had a claim. You had a claim that you need a necessary being to have intelligibility and instantiate facts. And I gave you a question. I said, here's a universe, no necessary being. I pop into existence. I see a tree. I say it's a tree. And I asked, why can this not happen without a necessary being?
I'm going to play lacrosse with my kids. I'm
then you simply repeated your claim.
Go fuck yourself.
Because you got nothing, Barth. You got nothing.
Okay. I guess that's a concession that he loses.
Yeah, just want to wish Barth a great time with his kids. Family value is very important. Thanks for joining us, Barth.
Try not to screw them up too.
And
he's a blatant misogynist. I'm going to say what I say. Come on.
Well, actually, funny enough, he did not misgender Amy.
He did misgender Amy,
but no, he didn't, because he said let the men talk, which means he was referring to Amy as a woman,
but still being sexist. It's like,
he is getting better at this.
I will say, although it gets spicy, Barth, and I do still think that is the presuppositional tactic. I'm sending you love, and I still feel like I'm attacking beliefs and not you personally. So sending you love.
Hey, I just want to say welcome to Invalid Drop Table. I'm very curious before we start. How many bots have you been able to interfere with that interesting SQL injection attack attempt?
Zero, a total of zero, unfortunately.
Your avatar says it all. Okay, well, welcome and thank you for joining us. How are you today?
Good. I hope you guys are as well. I won't have near the amount of time as the previous people, so, but I probably won't be nearly as combative. So
Makes me
I don't
sad.
have access to the chat. So you'll see that in the Heathen Hangout, I had actually posted some of the stuff that I'm going to talk about. But like I'm a theist, and I need theism.
Okay.
Because I like to create worldviews, models, position, whatever you want to call it. And, you know, I like to use logic to do so. So, like, I use the worldview to make decisions, both moral and whatever. So, like, I've posted all of this already, so just so that you know where I'm coming from. I know that my model's wrong, and I'm always looking for a better position, which I think you guys are too, because that's
Holy cow!
that's part of it for you
You're
guys.
you're like the perfect kind of person we want to speak with. So please
Yeah.
go ahead and present your ideas. Thank you.
I wanted to, so like I'm defining God as an object that is outside of space and time, you know, something that's outside of the natural world. So you're not going to find it with science, unfortunately. That's, you know, just a necessity of things. And this is important. I guess the models of science do have some holes in there. And I guess this is where I kind of like I fill in things. So I think TJump had already mentioned that, you know, there are some people who do this where you're saying that you have a worldview and it has some holes, and you try and explain these holes, and you say, well, then you put in God, and you're like, no, don't do that. So I'm trying to, like, you know, understand where it is that you guys come from, but I want you to know that I came in with, like, you guys say Theist Helpline. So I came in under the guise of you guys are the theists, or you guys are the atheists who are going to try and help me, the theist, kind of get out of the problems that I'm in. So like I look at
Okay.
theism as like a logical position, and I'm trying to understand, you know, if you guys got something better, please help me.
Could I
think
ask
that's
you
the
and
for
to
you.
the table, what is your best, why are you even convinced, or what are the best logical arguments that convince you that a God exists?
Okay, so just
Before we do that?
before we start, we are mostly atheists here. There, Jack Burton, who is in most of our shows, is a deist, but mostly non-committal to philosophical stances. I guess you had made one reference to something being outside of space and time. When you say it's outside of time, that right off the bat, from a logical perspective, seems to completely invalidate it as being part of reality, because we don't seem to be able to get away from time completely.
Okay, and I can accept that. I can, you know, even if that's the worldview that you think is better, then I'm totally, you know, down to hear that. I do have some questions for you guys, I guess, before we even get into things too deeply. If I could, can I ask these questions? There are four
You know what?
questions. They're very simple.
Sure, I'll just quickly clarify something. I'm personally not trying to deconvert anybody, but I do welcome the conversation very much. And I think most people here, I'm going to guess, are probably not trying to deconvert, but will definitely try to focus on the ideas that you bring forward. So yes, please go ahead with your questions.
Yeah, for the record, my conversion is simply about logic and reason. You guys, I think we'll all be on the same page, and I don't think we'll have that much animosity. But I'm trying to understand, like, based on I haven't talked or I haven't listened to the show at all before, to be honest with you. I've maybe heard a couple people, and that's it. And then there were the two people that are just ahead of me that I was able to hear. Centurion actually seemed like he had a good argument, I thought. So, like, I guess one of the questions I have is, can one be a theist and also completely believe in science? Is this a possibility?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, all right. And is it possible that God exists?
Sure. Some of them.
I would say that I'm not able to completely rule that out. There are certain gods that their definitions are problematic, such as the Christian God. There's a paradox that is a big problem. But go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know about the Christian God, but I agree with you that there are certain definitions of God that definitely are incompatible with other things that we know, and that's fair.
And I would say the same. I would say the same applies to goddesses. Go ahead.
And if there's anyone who can kind of sum it up for everyone, or at least as close as you can to for everyone, is there a difference between the atheist belief and agnostic's belief? 'Cause I'm agnostic as well, And
Okay.
you know, yeah.
So
So we need.
it's atheism. Atheism is not a belief. What it is the absence of belief in any deities. Agnosticism is not having knowledge in it, although a lot of agnostics will say that it means that it's not possible to determine whether a deity exists. So the difference is that atheism focuses on non-belief in deities, and the agnosticism is about not knowing.
I go with this
Right.
classical philosophical definition. So I say atheism is the position God does not exist. So there are multiple definitions, but I don't think it matters.
Man, okay. So this is a very, I guess, germane next question. Then, what does it mean to have a logical worldview?
Well, logic is just a system of a formal system of language that doesn't have any inconsistencies relative to its own systematic model. So there are like lots of different kinds of logics. There's standard logics and non-standard logics and paraconsistent logics and many-valued logics and fuzzy logics. So I imagine you're probably going to go with a standard logic. And so a standard logic would be like A equals A does not equal not A, law of identity, law of non-contradiction, law of excluded middle. And so as long as it doesn't violate any of those three, it'll typically be considered a logical worldview. But I think that is insufficient. I think that you need a logical worldview that is based on evidence, like scientific evidence, empirical evidence, predictions. And so if you make any claims that are of things existing beyond what is indicated by the empirical evidence that can make successful future predictions, then to me, it would be an illogical assumption that you're making. And I think that a worldview that can accomplish the same logical structure as a God can, but without making any of those assumptions, is a more logical, rational worldview. And so I would adopt the materialist worldview because it makes novel, successful predictions about the future and doesn't have any excess entailments of ontologies that have not been demonstrated to exist independent of our imagination, whereas God claims do. Specifically, I don't know what your position is, but typically a God is a non-physical mind of some kind, and there's no evidence minds can exist non-physically. The best evidence we have is that there are quantum fields which are outside of space-time. So I disagree with Randolph on that one. Space-time is a specific field in physics. There are other fields, and so we can have things outside of space-time that are physical fields, like quantum fields, and those can create space-time, but they don't have a mind. And I think this worldview is significantly more logical and reasonable than saying there's a God of any kind.
Okay, so what's important for me whenever we're talking, like, you said a lot, and I listened to all of it. I don't know, like, whether or not it's answering the question that I was going to ask or what I had asked. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to rephrase the question and just verify that I understand, or summed up your answer well. So, like, I guess what I asked, like, what does it mean to have a logical worldview? It sounds like your real argument or your real suggestion is that it's just devoid of contradiction.
Well, that's the basic definition, and I said that is insufficient. You should have that plus a correspondence with empirical evidence that doesn't go beyond the evidence. Those two things.
Okay.
It sounds like you're saying, TJump, that a logical worldview must be materialistic.
No, it must.
Okay,
not
yeah.
go-
So help me understand.
no, so it must not go beyond the evidence. So, like, we could have evidence of supernatural things if it made novel, testable predictions, in which case it would be logical to believe in supernatural things. This has not happened. It happens to be the case that materialism is the only thing that has evidence to this point. And so the only logical, rational conclusion is materialism, which is why the vast majority of philosophers and physicists and scientists are materialists. So the logical conclusion is the one that doesn't go beyond the evidence. It has claims that are proportional to the evidence, in addition to not having logical contradictions, which entails that since the only evidence we have is materialism, the only logical position is materialism.
Okay, I'm sorry. It seems as though, and maybe I'm misunderstanding, and please, I'm relying on you guys to tell me because I won't know. I understand the devoid of contradiction. So, like, if I'm looking for a logical worldview, it has to be devoid of contradiction. Check. We both agree.
Sure.
It sounds as though you're also saying, additionally, TJump, that the worldview must also be materialistic. I'm trying to understand whether or not you're saying
So
that.
it must
Okay.
follow the evidence.
Does evidence require materialism?
No.
No. So maybe I misunderstood because, like, evidence. When you say evidence, are we talking about evidence in the material world? In the
Evidence is anything that can increase the probability of a proposition being true. The best kind of evidence is the ability to predict the future. Has nothing to do with materialism. So, like, if we're in a non-material world,
okay.
you can still predict the future, and if you get it right, that's evidence.
Okay, so I want to make sure that when we're saying it must predict the future, is that it? Like, if, imagine that I'm writing it down because I am,
Sure.
and I'm trying to understand whether or not, is prediction the thing that you are saying is necessary for you to create to have a logical worldview? Can I have a logical worldview that doesn't predict?
If there is a worldview that does predict and gets it right, and you have a different worldview that doesn't do that, it is illogical to hold the second worldview.
Could you say that one more time? I get the idea that, like, for instance, if I have a worldview that is less complete, but has predictions, and then I have the exact same worldview, but has an additional component that doesn't necessarily make predictions. Are you saying that the one because it seems as though both of them are exactly identical, with the exception of one of them that makes additional claims?
Sort of. So it makes predictions that have been confirmed. Like, just making predictions doesn't matter. You have to make predictions that have been confirmed.
I'm sorry. What do you mean by confirmed?
Like, you predict the future and then you wait and see if it happens, and then it happens.
So I was asking you whether or not what I'm trying to figure out in order to have a logical worldview. Again, devoid of contradiction, we're okay. It sounds as though you're saying now it also must predict.
Yes, that's the second thing I said. So at the very beginning, the first answer was must have no logical contradictions and has to conform to the evidence. And now I'm just giving you a more comprehensive definition of evidence here. So a logical worldview is one that has no contradictions and follows the evidence.
Right.
Evidence is things that can accurately predict the future.
Right. So yeah, and that's the weird part, I guess, to me. So, like, I believe that you can have a logical worldview, and it may not predict anything, or at least anything that you can actually verify immediately, or within our lifetimes, or within, I don't know, the lifetime of humanity.
Well, just to jump in for a second, is it logical to believe in pink unicorns?
I would probably say you could say, like, for instance, pink unicorns exist. Yes, you could say that, and that would be a logical worldview. You could be wrong, and most likely are, but you could say that and still be logical. So logical worldviews can be false.
Well, no. So
or am I misunderstanding something?
Since we have pretty good evidence that unicorns do not exist, it would be illogical to believe they do exist because it goes against the evidence, right?
That's what I'm saying. I wouldn't say that it's necessarily illogical if you're saying, for instance, that unicorns exist in a place we have not looked. So,
can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
Okay.
And I'm just keep in mind, I'm not even making a position. I'm just trying to understand.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to ask a question that might be helpful. So it sounds like you think the word logical is an important characteristic for a worldview, but I'm not sure from hearing you talk about logic and limitations what the word means. If you are familiar with the subject of epistemology, in which logic is just a part of what's called soundness. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I understand what it means for a syllogism to not be sound.
Okay. So the question is, why would we be interested in a merely logical worldview when we could have a sound worldview, a worldview that has not only a lack of internal inconsistencies, but also the ability to refer to facts and predict facts about the world that are true as the basis for all of its premises, following to conclusions that are therefore justified as being believable.
Yeah, I'm concerned right now that I'm coming to the Theist hotline or helpline, and I'm trying to, like, convince you guys to be theists as opposed to understanding how the non-theism will help me. So, like, I get what it is that you're saying. Like, hey, how come you're why should we believe you? And I'm not even making a statement.
Well, no. Let me jump in. So Ix was saying we can have a worldview that's just valid, premises lead to the conclusion, or we can have a worldview that's valid and sound. So the premises lead to the conclusion and it's true. Like, would you prefer one that's valid or one that's valid and sound?
Oh, I definitely want the sound one. And I'm saying that there are multiple sound ones. In other words, go
Can
ahead.
I just interject for a second, Drop Table? When you say coming to the Theist helpline, are you generally the topic is to convince us that a God exists? It sounded like you were trying to preface that, like, oh my, I'm just some helpless theist. Can't you please prove that there is no God? Can I just ask, are you coming in because you actually are skeptical and you're doubting your theism and you're looking for atheists that are looking to help you get over that line? Or are you just a theist who is strongly convinced that there is a God, and you're trying to shrug the burden of proof back onto us by trying to make us prove there is no God?
Okay. So Amy, it sounds as though you guys have probably had a lot of assholes. I'm going to say it in no other way. You had some assholes on here. I'm not one of them. I'm telling you with all honesty, and this is not bullshit. I know my model is wrong. I'm always looking for a better model. Always looking for a better model. This
Okay.
is 100% genuine. If
Okay,
anyone
good.
questions this, I'm asking
I've
you-
actually got it.
I'm asking you- Oh, wait a second. There
no,
is
this-
one thing that can I finish?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
What Amy brought up, I think, is important to address because I want to be clear. I came to the atheist helpline. Imagine instead of atheist, it was like suicide hotline, right? And like, I'm not trying to convince you that I should commit suicide. I'm instead asking to not be told that I'm committing suicide, that I
Okay.
should commit suicide. So like, you guys are basically saying, hey, you're a theist. We're trying to help you here, and I am asking you guys for what it is that would do better than the current theistic worldview that I
Okay, so
have.
so
And that's
you're
what that's what I'm looking for.
sorry, hang on. You have an expectation. You have an expectation that you need a better model to replace the existing one. Where does this need come from to have a better model? What is wrong with do you have any problem with abandoning the current model that you're admitting is problematic and just not having a model at all in the interim?
Well, I'd like to answer that. If a model works to some degree, like if it works at 1%, it's better than 0%. Not having a model at 0%, so sticking with 1% is perfectly fine. So it's perfectly rational. If you have a partially functioning model, to stick with the partially functioning, looking for something better. That's what science does. Perfectly fine. But I do want to get back to the
I
topic.
agree with that.
Really want to get
Well,
back
hang
to
on.
that.
No, I need to respond to that. I agree with that. But what I'm saying is, what is the problem with abandoning the model altogether and not having it? Like, what I'm getting at is why do you find it necessary to replace with something better?
Because if it works to some degree, that's better than working to no degree. So if you have an axle that's half functioning, it's problematic, but it works to half. That's better than having no axle. So he has a worldview that works functionally. Even if he sees some problems, he still does some things that he likes, like it's logical. So he's keeping it for that reason. It's perfectly right.
Yeah, and yes, I that's fine. I'm asking invalid why why that necessity is there, because do you find such a necessity burdensome at all?
I don't want to say necessity so much as I'm going to say that there are benefits to one over the other. So like, for instance, if I have, like TJump had said, we both agree on the science. Me and you, most likely, I don't know exactly what your theories are, and there were maybe some weird things that I had heard, but I don't even know if it's worth it to get into it yet. But like, imagine that we completely and totally agree completely on the science, and that most of my claims are much like that unicorn that I'm saying is on the other side of Saturn that we've never seen. And my claim isn't necessarily even that's. I'm not even saying that this is true. I'm just saying it seems as though a model that would explain something a little bit more, even if it is not necessarily 100% verifiable, may have some benefits, and I can explain those benefits, but I'm just trying to understand when we say, that this logical worldview must predict. This is the part that I'm currently challenging. I don't know that it necessarily must predict, or that the prediction is something that you may be able to see in your lifetime. There are many things that we have to live in a world of imperfect and incomplete information, and it makes, I'm not just saying makes sense, it is useful. There is a lot of utility to having the ability to make logical distinctions, logical positions on things, even if you won't have enough information. And I don't understand why, I should abandon a model that does have these additional pieces of information.
Great.
That might be
Okay,
wrong.
that seems reasonable to me.
Okay.
That seems reasonable to me.
So
Can you
back to
tell
the-
us what your model is?
Oh, no, please don't. I want to continue with my line of questioning. So the question was, is there a more rational worldview? A more rational worldview is one that's both valid and sound, not just valid. So logically, we should go with a model that is both valid and sound, right? Not
Can I
just one
pause
that's
you,
valid.
T-Jump?
What?
I didn't understand. Were you talking about rational?
Logical, rational synonyms. So here, we can go either
Oh,
way.
I didn't know that.
Okay.
I didn't know that.
So
Okay.
is it
so wait a
more
second.
logical?
Help me
to-
distinguish.
Wait. Is it logical to
I don't
go?
understand what that means.
Okay. Is it more logical to go with a model that is just valid or a model that is both valid and sound?
I would definitely want the valid and sound, which I
Right.
agree in science. That's exactly what you have. I'm totally in
So
agreement.
if we have a model that's both valid and sound, and then a model that's
Uh-huh.
just valid, which means they have some premise that hasn't been demonstrated to be sound yet, which one should
Right.
we logically go with?
If does one encompass the other?
No, because so there's, like, say there's 6 premises. 5 of the premises are verified, 1 is not, and the other one just has 5
Right.
premises, all of which are verified. Which
Right.
one's better? Which one should we logically go with?
I would go with the one that has the additional premise, if that additional premise was allowing you to make, additional decisions. So, like, for instance, I don't think that unicorns on the other end of Saturn are very necessary for me. So, like, I don't really care. But if it turned out that I had to do something, like, I don't know, if I were making a satellite to try and see that other side of Saturn to see if there's a unicorn, I'd probably say, you know what, it's probably not worth spending that much money.
So
There
let's
probably
say
isn't one there.
let's say the 6th
So,
premise
like, yeah.
is there's a magical leprechaun and he tells me that I should do certain things, like don't step on gold or whatever. And so he helps me to make decisions. And this is the 6th premise.
Mhm.
Does the fact that the 6th premise give me commands and tell me to do things make it rational that I should believe this 6th premise is true?
Ah, that's a good question. So yeah, like for instance, TJump, if you have to make decisions in the world, and like let's say that there is like a piece of gold that you either have to stand on or you can't go to work.
Yep.
You have to,
Yep.
you have to do something. So like, and the thing is I think at that point you need to start making a decision that either that damn leprechaun exists or he doesn't, and he's either telling you the truth or he's not telling you the truth.
Well, that I think
And
is
if you decide
illogical.
that he's
That I think is illogical because I
okay,
think if we're trying to make a decision, should we step on the gold or not, and we have no evidence of the leprechaun, then
right,
making the decision based on what this leprechaun may say is no more probably true than the inverse of an anti-leprechaun. So if, say, the leprechaun says step on the gold, you can imagine that there's hypothetically an anti-leprechaun that says don't step on the gold, and both will send you to hell for eternity if you do or do not do what they say. To make a decision based off of this hypothetical leprechaun is no more rationally justified than to make a decision based on the anti-leprechaun. And so until evidence is provided to differentiate a particular hypothesis from imagination, then all of the infinitely many possible alternative explanations are all equally as justified, which is to say not justified at all. And so to believe this 6th premise, whatever it is irrational because there's infinitely many alternative premises that have equally as much support as that one. 0.
okay. So when you're saying this, I agree with you. If you were talking only about a singular decision, I would argue though that if you have multiple questions,
Well,
like for
let's
instance,
let's expand it. Let's
oh,
say
go
all
ahead.
decisions. Let's say there's a
Sorry.
leprechaun that gives literally all decisions you should ever make in all of space time. How does that change the situation? Because there's also
Okay,
going to be
so
infinitely
yeah,
many
good,
alternatives.
good. So yeah, so now we have multiple questions, and the thing is I would argue, and this is my only argument here, is that you should either decide that the leprechaun exists and make all your decisions in line with that, so that there are no contradictions, or you should decide that the leprechaun does not exist and then make all of your decisions based on that truth.
But
And
wait,
this is my claim that in order to have a logical worldview, you have to select one of those two. If you ever think that at one time he doesn't exist and the other time he does exist, and you make decisions based on those two contradictory things, then you have a worldview that's already kind of messed up. It's already doomed.
but that seems
It's already a
illogical.
doomed structure.
That seems
I
illogical
don't
because you
understand.
have
Yeah.
eliminated leprechaun 2, 3, 4, and infinity and said this one leprechaun, you either decide it exists or it doesn't exist. What about the anti-leprechaun? What about the one that tells you to do the exact opposite
I
of
am
everything
saying
this one
that.
does?
Jump. I thought I explained that. So like, let's imagine it's just one for now, if it helps. And we're saying that there's either the leprechaun or the anti-leprechaun,
Yeah.
and that you have to decide one of the two.
Well,
So
no,
I'm
I
saying
think
in order to have a logical worldview, you have to choose either A or not A, right? So we're making a choice, and we stick with that choice throughout all of our decision making until we have evidence that suggests we were wrong, and then we switch completely to the other side. So in order to have a logical worldview, we have to choose either that does exist or does not
no.
exist.
I don't
Let me
think you're.
interject
No,
one more
please
time because
don't.
I have to
Please
leave.
don't.
I'll
Please,
give it
okay.
back to you forever, TJump. I'll give it back to you forever. I just want to say that invalid. Although I do think that sometimes the burden is shrugged off, it sounds like you are coming into this with an open thought process. What I would say, just why I think TJump's point is so crucial and why prediction is one of the most important things we could talk about when coming to a worldview, is that you see this both in religion when it comes with prophecy. Probably one of the number one things for why they say that they are convinced for it being true. And you see this with, it doesn't have to be a materialist. You can see this with theological viewpoints as well. But you need to be able to predict the future. You need to be able to discern fact from fiction. I think science, a materialist worldview, does that the best. But I do think it is one of the most crucial aspects to building a worldview. And so, right back over to you, TJump. And thank you all. Don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe on all our respective channels.
So I guess to kind of address what I'm hearing from Amy is, I get this a couple of times already, and I don't know if I'm misrepresenting what it is that I'm trying to do here. So I'm not suggesting that prediction is bad, and I'm not suggesting that I don't want prediction in my model. I'm suggesting that I have the same amount of prediction that you do because I follow the same scientific principles that you do. So there's nothing different between our worldviews.
Well,
My
you're
worldview
adding
has
something,
additional.
right? You're adding something.
You're right. My worldview has additional components that are not a part of the science at all. And what I'm suggesting is that, like we were talking about before, when we're talking about a logical worldview, I myself say that I have to come down as either the leprechaun or the anti-leprechaun must be true.
All right, so
This is a logical. In order to be logical, this is the claim. And what I'm hearing from you, TJump.
So there's
Right, and
infinitely
that's what
many
I didn't
leprechauns.
understand.
There's infinitely. There's not. It's not just leprechaun or not leprechaun. There's infinitely many leprechauns. For each
Okay.
possible action you could do, let's say there's 10 actions. There's one leprechaun for each possible variation. So 10 to the power of 10, whatever that is.
Right.
There's that many leprechauns, variations of
Okay.
possible things. So it's not just leprechaun or no leprechaun. Each leprechaun commands you to do a different set of actions. Now, is it rational to pick any one of those leprechauns and believe in them over the others?
I would argue yes. I mean, you want to choose one of them.
What,
Or for
why?
that matter, maybe it's a leprechaun. Maybe even the correct answer is a leprechaun that, doesn't even, it's not even on the table yet. So like, and again, I tried to explain why, and I'm sorry that it's not coming across right. So TJump, what I'm trying to explain, or at least, and again, I'm not trying to convince you of anything here. I'm just saying when it comes to worldviews, when it comes to worldviews, I'm simply saying that if you have a worldview, it is only logical to choose a worldview in which either X exists or X does not exist. In order to be logical, that's what you're necessarily going to have to do. And this is the issue that I currently have, because right now you're telling me, so like, and with your example, the question that you would ask, which you had asked very eloquently, I want to make sure I address it correctly. Choose the first one. I don't care which one. Choose any one of your leprechauns and decide whether or not it either exists or does not exist. And your worldview should match that as far as every decision you've made. Then you have a logical worldview without any contradiction. If you somehow choose one of those leprechauns and decide half of your actions are going to act as though it is true and half of your actions are going to act as if it isn't true, I would argue that is not a logical position.
Sure, but you can say
that is a contradiction.
You can say I don't know, and that's still logical. It's logical.
I agree with you. I agree with you. So like, and that's why I was asking you about your agnosticism.
But I want to.
I don't agree on agnosticism.
But here's the point: is it's more rational to say all of them don't exist until evidence is provided than to pick one and to believe it exists based on no evidence.
Actually, I would argue that that's necessarily not true. So like, for instance, if you have you said that you have like an infinite number of leprechauns. So if you have one leprechaun who believes X in all, let's just say, the entire, I don't want to say the entire alphabet because we want to use the not X, but basically we have a leprechaun that has a recipe of variables. And then you have another leprechaun who has the exact opposite, right? So his premises are exactly the opposite. Now you have actually right there basically a truth apt statement, right? You basically have to choose either it is true or it is not true. I think that what I'm saying here, TJump, I really don't know why you have any. This doesn't even seem controversial what I'm saying. In order to have a logical position, you have to either believe that X is true or that X is not true.
Well, no, you can.
And I don't know why is there a fight back on that?
You can have a logical position that doesn't say either. That's perfectly fine.
That's an interesting claim. I don't know why you're saying it. Maybe you could help me. Like it sounds as though you're saying. It sounds as though to me, this is what it sounds like. It sounds like you're saying Well, there is obviously, X or not X, and then, the universe has to be one of the two. But you could also not know.
Well, no. So it's
Which
like if there's an apple in
I
front
agree
of
with
it,
you.
and you say
Yeah.
it's possible there's a leprechaun that created the apple. It's possible there's no leprechaun. I can say neither of those are relevant. They're irrelevant facts. I have no position on whether or not there's a leprechaun because my position is only based on the evidence I have. And since there is no
Are
evidence
you
for
sure?
leprechaun or not leprechaun, it has no value whatsoever.
Could you say that again? It sounded like you said your position, blah blah blah. Could you say that again?
Yes, sir.
No, seriously. I'm not trying to.
I don't care. I don't care. Insults are fine. So I have
I'm not
an
trying to
apple.
insult you.
I don't care.
Just want to be clear.
Apple is here. It's possible there's a leprechaun that created the apple, and it's possible there's no leprechaun that created the apple, or there's a anti leprechaun apple. Who cares? All of those hypotheses, none of them have evidence. So the rational thing to do is just to discard with all of them. Say the leprechaun consideration is an irrelevancy to my worldview. It has no relevance.
Do you remember what you said?
What?
I'm just curious. When you said that your position was, could you say that sentence again?
What my position was about what?
You said that your position was, and like you
It's
said,
irrelevant to my
is.
position. So the apple. There's an apple here.
Okay, what is your? So yeah, you say
in
this
this
is irrelevant
analogy,
to your
the apple
is your position logical? Do you have a logical position?
Yes. So I logically have an apple, and I'd say I have evidence of this apple. It's logical for me to believe this apple, and then you can come along and say there's a leprechaun, an anti-leprechaun, and no leprechaun, and all these possibilities, and I can say those have no consideration in my worldview, and that's logical. Yes.
TJump, I'm gonna do this, and please forgive me. I'm not trying to mess around with you here, but for some reason I feel like we're dancing around each other, and I want to make sure that we're actually landing here. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually putting it inside the Heathen Hangout, and I'm saying, do you have a logical position? I'm trying to understand that particular component. And I even put in quotation marks. Do you have a logical position? Because I'm concerned that right now you don't, and that you're acting as though you do, or that you're claiming that you do. And
so logic,
don't
remember,
say that you have a position.
Has two things. Is there a logical inconsistency, and does it follow the evidence? So I see an apple. My worldview is that there is an apple. That's the extent of my worldview in this analogy. That is illogical. There's no logical contradiction in the existence of the apple, and it's based on evidence. I have an empirical verification of the apple, so it is perfectly logical. Now, considerations of these alternative leprechauns and whether or not they created the apple, or alternative pixies and whether they created the apple, or alternative Santa Claus, or unicorns, or the infinitely many things, I don't need to take a position on any of those. I don't even need to consider them until evidence is provided for them. Whether they exist, whether they don't exist, it's all irrelevant. I can have a perfectly logical worldview. Say, here's an apple, and I see it, and I'm done. I don't need to mention the leprechaun. You can say there's a leprechaun, not leprechaun. I can say I have no position on the leprechaun. It's irrelevant to my worldview. That's perfectly logical.
Okay. Now I'm so you're saying that you have a logical position.
Yep.
And your logical position on X. Do you have a logical position on a particular subject? So like I'm not trying to question. Like you may have a large number of variables, and I'm right now only trying to focus on one, which is the theist, right? So this is is there a God, or is there not a God, or whatever.
Oh, my
like,
personal
we're
position is
talking
there
about
is no
theism.
God. I'm a hard atheist. I think God does not exist, but I'm
Okay, that's a good logical position.
But no.
So, like,
No. That's that. So it's a logical position to say there is no value in that question. So you can say I believe the world exists and be completely agnostic on God and still be a perfectly logical position. You do not need to take a stance one way or the other to have a logical position. You are simply wrong on that. Logic takes these positions all the time. If like you can have a premise conclusion, Socrates is a man, or all men are mortal. Socrates is a man. Socrates is mortal. Does that say anything about women? No, it has no position on women. It's irrelevant to women. It says nothing about them, whether they're mortal, whether they're immortal. Doesn't care. The argument is completely irrelevant. It's a perfectly logically consistent argument that says nothing about women. So you can have a worldview which is perfectly logical that says nothing about a different topic, like whether a leprechaun exists to create it. So you do not need to take a stance one way or the other to have a logical worldview. That is simply false. No, I take a hard stance, so you be open about that. But you don't need to do that to have a logical worldview. That's the point I'm trying to get across to you.
So you're when you're claiming that in order to have a logical worldview, I want to be clear that because I don't want to conflate certain things. I have a worldview that has obviously more than just theism in it. So
Sure.
and as do you, right? We
Sure.
have we all have a scientific worldview.
Yeah, I'm a materialist.
We both share a scientific worldview. So we have this same component. Now there are certain components of our worldview that may not be logical. In other words, I may be completely logical in my science and then go fucking off on some weird, tangent, and I start to believe that there's, leprechauns and shit. And that would obviously be an illogical component, despite the fact that me and you would totally agree on all forms of science and just about everything that would exist otherwise.
Okay.
And what I'm trying to figure out is if the component of the worldview, in other words, I'm a theist right now who has an additional component that by definition, that means that I have additional component that obviously is never going to have any kind of scientific evidence, right? So I have to go,
Yep.
I have to make decisions in the world. And as I'm making decisions in the world, I'm saying that in order for my worldview to be useful to anyone, I would argue that you want to be able to make logical decisions. And if you're going to make logical decisions, you want to make logical decisions based on whether or not a particular premise is true or not true. And in particular, the only premise that we care about right now is whether or not God exists.
Right.
We can define that in different ways, but it's.
Yeah, so that's a good point.
I hope I'm not saying something crazy here.
No, it's perfectly fine. So
Okay.
if there is no evidence one way or the other, the only logical, rational position is to just make it irrelevant from your worldview. That's the
Okay,
only
I don't know
logical
why you're
position.
saying that. I don't know why you're
Because
saying
that means there's equal evidence for that hypothesis or that premise and all of the alternative premises. There's infinitely many of them. It's a problem of underdetermination. There's always infinitely many empirically equivalent explanations that can explain all data. And so if there isn't evidence for one, then you should never take a position on any of them. Now, I think there's evidence against God. So I take a position atheism is true because I think there's more evidence for materialism. But if there is no evidence, it is irrational to pick one that has no more justification than any of the infinitely many others. It's irrational.
So
it's illogical.
Right. And I don't know if you're okay. So what I'm trying to focus on is you keep on wanting to say that there's a whole bunch of these different things, and I'm only saying a broad, very, very broad category that is very truth apt, I hope. So like, in other words, if I'm defining God as just something that is outside of space and time, right? So this is my claim that there's, and again, I understand if you're gonna tell me, hey, there's no science behind it, I totally agree with you. That's not the point though. That I'm making decisions. That if I'm going to make decisions in the world, and I'm going to, by necessity, because I live in an imperfect and incomplete information world, I'm going to have to make decisions and do things in this world. I'm going to have to make decisions on basically premises that I will have insufficient information on. And I think that if you're going to have a logical worldview on that subject, not an entire logical worldview, but a logical worldview on that particular subject, it's extremely necessary. Either choose truth or false, and I don't understand why you're saying that isn't necessary. This is
it's necessary to not do that. So I'm not saying it's not necessary. I'm saying it's necessary to not do that. So let's say, like, there is evidence for things outside of space-time, but let's suppose there was no evidence of anything outside of space-time. To believe that there was evidence outside of space-time would be irrational, necessarily. You could say it's, I don't know. What?
I'm telling you right now, it's like these things, the explanations that I'm getting, I'm genuinely trying to understand here, but it seems as though, and I think that maybe we can get to the point where we forget any other examples and we'll just talk about X.
Sure.
So because I really think that it'll help if we just focus in on that. And if I have a worldview, and I'm saying, there's obviously incomplete information, definitely imperfect information when it comes to whether or not X exists. Right? X is true. So like, if it turns out that X is true, I need to make decisions in this worldview.
Well, no, you
You're
don't.
telling me.
Any decision you make, it is never rational to ever make a decision off of anything that has no evidence. You should only make decisions based off things that have evidence. If you have no evidence, then making a decision is no different than random chance. Literally no different. So if you just roll a dice, that is equally as rational as you believing in God and making a decision based off of the God. If there's no evidence, any decision you make is no different than random chance. That's why we need evidence. And so to make a decision of any kind based off of a God that has no evidence is illogical and irrational.
Okay. And that's the part that I think is that right there, I think is probably a good thing. And don't get me wrong, I have sympathy for your position. I really do. But like, when you say that you have no evidence, then you shouldn't be making a decision or anything else. I think that the world necessarily presents things.
No, just to clarify. I didn't say you shouldn't make a decision. So you can still make a decision.
Oh, my misunderstanding.
So I'm saying make a decision off of an imagined hypothesis that solves the problem. So let's say there's a problem. What's in the
Really?
box? And you want to say, I want to guess what's in the box. And I think God told me in my imagination it's a potato that's in the box. That is irrational. It is irrational to trust that information because it has no evidence. It would be more rational to say, I don't know what's in the box, or to say, I'm going to pick something at random. That would be rational because then you're rationally accepting that the probability of you being right is pretty low. But if you actually believe that this God is telling you that there is a potato in the box, you are being irrational because you are accepting some kind of information that has no objective evidence that makes it better than random chance. Just accepting you have random chance and just picking a random chance thing is rational. Thinking you have more than random chance when you don't is irrational.
Okay. So forgive. I'm trying to again, if we can focus on just X or not X.
Yeah.
I think that really helps because a lot of times I think that we're kind of getting ourselves out of where it is that I would need to understand what it is that we're talking about. And so if I'm in a world in which I need to make a decision about X either being true or not true,
Yeah.
then you would agree that I need to be consistent about my decision.
Consistent and conform to the evidence. So if you have
No,
no
yeah.
information,
Yes.
you have to make a decision. The best thing you can
Yes.
do is guess. Make a random
Okay.
choice.
There we go.
That's the best
Yep.
thing you can do.
Okay.
That's the most logical thing you can do. It would be
Thank you. Yeah.
illogical for you to shake a lucky rabbit's foot or to drop some dice and to have it point in a direction and say, this is more likely to be true. That would be irrational. Premises do not follow from the
Okay.
conclusions. So if you think you have access to some information that tells you what the correct decision is in this case, but have no evidence of that, you are being irrational. Now, you're still going to make a decision either way. Like let's say you have to make a decision. And the decision is equally likely to be correct in all cases, whether you just drop a random dice or you pick it based off of a god or whatever. But the rational thing to do is to acknowledge you're doing random choice making, and there is no increased probability of following this new routine that you have of believing in God. So the rational thing to do is when you have to make a choice and you have no evidence, to make a random choice or
Okay.
based it on previous
Yeah.
evidence. Those are the two things you can do.
So TJump, you made a very, very good point that I think is kind of like, now we're getting to where I'm talking about. Yeah, in order to have a logical worldview, you are necessarily going to have to choose one or the other. Even if it's random, you need to choose. And then once that decision's made, all of your decisions are following based on that either being true or not true. So you've got a truth-app statement, and you have to make a decision based on the evaluation of that truth-app statement. All of your decisions should be based on either its truth or not truth, and anything in between is logically inconsistent and necessarily problematic for a logical worldview. And I agree with you now. This is now I think we're on the same page.
Sure. If in
I
the
think we
case
can
where you
actually
have
get
to
into-
make a decision, you don't have to make a decision on the belief in God. So that one is not such a case. But
I
say
would
like,
disagree.
wait, what? So we'll just to give an example of one that is like this. Either you have to run away from the lion or not run away from the lion, and that decision is going to have permanent consequences. You have to make a choice there. It's going to happen, right? God, not the case. God is not like that. God is like, do I want chocolate ice cream or vanilla? I don't know. I don't have an opinion on it. It's fine either way. So belief in God is not one of those decisions that you must make a choice on.
Okay. If you say so, I don't like. To me, I'm thinking that I'm going to make, as I'm creating a worldview, it's definitely a useful thing to either decide that this is true or not true. So I
Why?
guess at this point,
Why do
when
you
you say
think?
why,
Why do you think it would be meaningful to answer that question in a logical worldview?
oh well, a lot of times if you're looking at there are a whole bunch of things that are opened up if you have a theist worldview as opposed to an atheist world.
Well, that's
So like
I'm
whenever
not
I'm
sure what you
making any
mean by
decisions,
opened up.
whenever I'm making any decisions, yeah, when I'm making any decisions, I myself just happen to go with, and I think that there is sufficient evidence. Like for instance, I think that the person before me, Centurion, I think he had decent evidence. It's enough. It's enough to push it. If I were evaluating and say 50-50, to me, it's enough to start saying, all right, maybe 51-49.
Well, yeah, that's a
Like it
different
pushes
topic.
me in one direction.
I
It pushes
would
me in one
agree.
direction.
I would agree if you have evidence, it's rational to follow the evidence. But right now we're talking about something different. Right now, the argument you're bringing up is, can you have a logical worldview that doesn't make a decision on God, whether it's existing? And I'm saying yes. You're saying no.
Oh yeah, yeah. So like in other words, you cannot have a logical worldview based on the like what I'm hearing from you at least as the atheist component, because you're necessarily saying, well, I only just don't believe, and like belief isn't really important to me. I'm not like
Well,
it's, to be honest,
just
it's not
clarify.
even
I'm a
care.
hard atheist. I
Just talking
believe
about.
God does not
I
exist.
agree.
But
Yeah.
I'm trying to take Randolph's position, who's more of an agnostic atheist, and I'm saying that you can perfectly have a logical worldview and not take a position on whether or not God exists. That's perfectly rational. And you're saying it's irrational for some reason, and that doesn't make any sense. Why would it be irrational to live your
I thought I
entire
explained that.
life
Thought
without
you
ever
agreed to
claiming
that.
God exists or not?
My bad. I'm sorry. I honestly thought that we were saying the same thing. We had just gotten to the point where you had said that
Well,
yeah, you have to make a decision.
forget. So let's just take for the sake of
Okay,
the argument that I'm like
I'll
exactly
forget
like
it.
Randolph. Why is it
Okay.
irrational to say to live my entire life without ever taking a position on God exists? How is that an irrational worldview? Because I can take any other worldview. I can take materialism, or let's say I don't even take a metaphysical position. I just take a instrumental position. I'm an instrumentalist about science. Why is instrumentalism an illogical position?
Okay, for the record, I'm going to have to go in about 5 minutes. It was fun, and I think that we've gotten somewhere. But to be honest with you, I feel like there is more that has to be done, and maybe we could do this at another time. But to answer your question, I guess with Randolph, again, I'm not necessarily saying rational. I'm saying logical. Just
Again,
because I myself
worldview.
happen
So
to say that they're not interchangeable. And when I'm saying logical, I'm basically saying that there is no third position, right? There is no middle position. So I believe in I definitely believe that there's the excluded middle is extremely important for me. So whenever you're making a decision about a subject, for instance, whether or not there is God, or it doesn't really matter what the hell it is, whether or not there is X, in order for your worldview to be logical about X, you must necessarily believe that X exists, or that X is true, or that X is not true. And that only those two positions are the actual logical positions that will allow you to be, have a useful or utility in your worldview. So that's why, and I hope that that's clear. And if it's not, I guess I don't know what I can do in the next 5 minutes. But
well, it's clear, but it's
we-
wrong.
this is a necessity for
It's
us.
clear,
Yeah,
but it's
can we
wrong.
move on to another question, because he hasn't understood what you're trying to say, TJump, and I think we would be amiss if we didn't actually hear Invalid's beliefs.
I'm curious. Can you elucidate, or like obviously
Okay.
TJump makes sense to you? I'm trying to understand.
I would
Can
like to
Oh, yeah, go
table it, because I don't think
I
you're getting
understand.
it, and that's okay. Okay, so I think that
Was it
would
explained
be.
well? Out of curiosity, just
I don't want
like
to
I don't know if
characterize
I'm
it.
missing something.
I
Okay.
understood what
All right.
TJump was
Fine,
saying.
fine.
That's not the problem, and I don't think TJump did anything wrong in explaining it. The point is, we've gone a long time
Yes.
sort of pushing aside the issue of what is it that you believe, and every time you say that your decisions are informed or shaped, consequentially you think it matters whether you are acting in accord with your belief that God exists or not. When you say that you just believe in science the same as everybody else, but then you say that your decisions are shaped by the belief that God does or does not exist, I'm assuming that you have specific beliefs about God that make it so that certain actions would be in accord with your beliefs about God and certain actions would not be in accord. So just rather than getting into meta, let's just put all the meta aside. Tell us what your beliefs are and why you think it is justified to act in accord with that particular view of what you think God existing means.
Okay. So to be clear, Ix, I just want to be clear when I'm saying that I believe something. All I'm really saying, and I'm sure you've heard this before, X is more likely than not X. That's all I'm saying.
So just for Invalid, just for clarification, just for my own kind of clarification,
Sure.
because I got the sense. Do you
I got
hold
about
more
3
to
minutes, guys.
do you hold to more of like a classic deism standpoint where it's kind of like the creator entity, but it doesn't interact with us, and it was just kind of out there?
I
Like,
think
so
I can
you hold
answer. I think I can answer. So when I'm saying X is more likely than not X, you're going to find that obviously when it comes to a deist God, I'm going to put much more, what would you call it? I'm going to put much more like possibility of being true. Like for instance, that might be a 51 versus 49. Whereas if I were going to a Christianic worldview, I might start getting a lot less sure of my claims, and I might be more
Right.
like,
I want to hear your view.
This is more of a light, a light version.
Invalid.
And I'm just giving ideas of likelihood of something.
Yeah, the
being
reason
true,
the
and
reason
that's
you,
all
for
I
the sake
have.
of time, the reason I was asking for clarification on that is because if we're going like just if you're just looking at it from just I'm going to look at classic deism, okay? ostensibly it's an unfalsifiable hypothesis. It's literally just hypothesizing about states of the universe that we don't have access to, and there's no evidence to indicate that this is the case, but there's nothing to indicate it's not. So it literally is just kind of like a hypothesis that's just out there. It's like we could posit this, but there's no way we could prove or disprove it. So from a methodological naturalist perspective, I can say, well, it provides no explanatory value. It doesn't improve our understanding of the system, and if we even try to input that variable, it doesn't advance anything, and it doesn't do anything. In fact, sometimes it can even screw it up, make it worse. So we can take that unfalsifiable hypothesis and we can say, I'm not going to even, it's there. I acknowledge that the hypothesis exists, but I'm not even going to entertain it, because entertaining it doesn't do anything. It doesn't add anything. It doesn't improve anything. It doesn't give a better understanding of reality. It doesn't make better predictions than the naturalistic systems, the unguided naturalistic systems that we currently have. So we're just going to leave it over there. So we don't need to make a decision on that, because any decision that we did make wouldn't be backed by any evidence, and it would be purely, in like a personal thing, like an emotional thing, or like a psychological utility. Like, I'm going to hold that it likely does, because it provides this for me, but not because it provides any additional understanding about reality.
Right, sorry, guys. I'm going
Thank
to
you.
have to leave.
Thank you. I sent you a private message with the link to our website that will find the archive if you're interested in our previous, because you seem to be interested. I really enjoyed the conversation with you.
Yeah, I won't have time to go through a lot, but I hope that we can do this again sometime, even if it's not, I know that you guys have you're trying to sell stuff here, and I get it.
No,
but
we're not selling.
I am.
But what I mean is, you are selling, and that you're selling, to stuff to put online, and I don't know if you guys make money from it or not, but I know that you want to archive it too. I think that that's important, but I really would like
Before
to
you
talk
go,
to you guys, even if it's not
We're-
online.
We're
Can you just
archiving
tell
these.
us what you believe, in 1 or 2 sentences.
Yeah, so the Kalam.
Let's not end the call without
argument
even
is-
hearing it.
Just a sec.
the-
We
the
run every
Kalam-
fortnight, so in 2 weeks you'll find us here again. Feel free to join us again anytime. Go ahead.
Okay, so the Kalam cosmological argument, I think, is enough to push me, 51 to 49. So is the arguments that Centurion was bringing.
I
thought
think
those
he's
were
asking,
just,
like, are you a theist? Are you a deist? Pantheist?
What do you believe about God, and what difference does it make in your decision making? That's what I'm asking.
I thought I tried to do that already, since I'm only considering like X is more likely than not X. The closer I get to, and I only view things as like more likely or less likely. So
Okay,
I'm looking
the
at right
question-
now, and I would simply say that God, I would say, is more likely.
No,
than
he
not.
wants the definition
when
of
it
God.
comes to-
Definition of God. Mind,
I'm
no
sorry
mind.
if I didn't give that already. I already wrote that down. So I'm defining God as an object that is, outside of space and time, that is responsible for the creation of the world in some way.
Do you have
So it
any
has a
other
causal
properties?
relationship.
Does it have a mind?
I'm
Okay,
sorry,
so
our
it-
guest is running out of time. So
Additional properties to that, I would argue, are going to be less and less likely.
The second question was, if you think that is the case, how does that change your behavior? You said it makes all your decisions for you. Tell us one example or several.
Oh, that's going to be a tough one. Let's do this when I get back.
Okay.
But
Let's try to cover
for
it
the
and
record,
not
for the
go
record,
the
I
entire
happen to
call
be
without doing so.
I happen to be a moral realist, but I don't base it in my theism. So
That's fine.
It's a different.
That's
idea. So sorry, guys. I wish I had more time, but it was interesting, and maybe till next time. Enjoy.
looking forward to it. Thank you very much for joining us.
I did want to say that his worldview seems to entail that the position that I don't know if something exists, but I'm going to act as if it doesn't, would be irrational, which it's not. And the position that something is not even wrong, like the Pauli position, would also be irrational, which it's also not. And so his position seems to make certain very logical positions illogical by his definition, because they don't take a hard stance on the existence or non-existence of a certain object.
That was a very interesting conversation. And just in case the audience is wondering, like TJump pointed out, he doesn't agree with me on certain things. You will find that on this panel there are different viewpoints from each of us, which is where a lot of the value in the conversation comes from. At least that's the intention here. I don't have a problem with people disagreeing with me, and the show is about our guests and the issues that they raise and the ideas that they bring to us. And so so that's why you normally won't hear the hosts getting into heated discussions with each other, or even arguing with each other that much. It's mostly we really want to delve into the ideas that people bring to us. So who's next, Taco? Fantastic. Welcome, Brenda Debates. Thank you for joining us. How are you today? You have your microphone turned off. There we go.
Hey, Brenda.
We can't hear you.
Yeah, there might be something off with your mic. Maybe a hardware mute switch.
Oh, we can hear Brenda Debates now.
We heard you.
Oh, we
for
heard a
second.
little.
Yeah.
Oh, it's push to talk. I forget which devices I'm push to talk on.
Welcome, Brenda Debates. Thank you for joining us. How are you today?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
What you got
I
for us
was
today?
well. I was actually kind of hoping to talk to Amy.
Oh yeah, Amy had.
Did Amy disappear?
She had to get going early today, unfortunately. Did you want to put the idea forward to us? Because we can certainly try to address it, and you'd be welcome to come back in a future show. And raise
I
it
wanted
again.
I wanted to propose something for modern day debates. And I'm not really good at this social app stuff, as far as you can see. I'm not terribly good at it. So I wanted to propose some idea for modern day debates, which is basically I would come on and then invite flat earthers to come in, and it could be like a rotating debate instead of like this formal debate stuff.
Okay, so yeah, modern day debate I know is set up for specific debates. The platform that would probably be really good for that would be Amy's channel. She and I would suggest that you contact her privately to make those arrangements, because she'd probably be up for it.
I did. So my question is Tom, are you loving the snow?
No, it's fucking awful. This is freaking March, and it just snowed 6 inches.
Yeah,
Oh, you
yeah.
love all that snow?
We got it's just everywhere. It's 6 fucking inches of snow. It's horrible.
Well, better your snow than the wildfires I've got here. So,
By the way, Brenda, I enjoyed your question last time about Sabine. The video you mentioned, I had watched also, and we could talk about that sometime if you'd like.
What was that? What did I mention?
So you called in, I think it was a week or two ago. Well, they're every 2 weeks, so it was 2 weeks or so ago, multiplied by something. And you asked about a video by Sabine, the physicist, when she asked, does GPT understand language? And you seem to agree with Sabine's position, which was that if what we mean by understand is like demonstrating competency at using it in a particular way, then we can say that it does that. And I wanted to say that I agree that in the literature, like cognitive scientists and AI people use the word understands constantly, and a lot of other terms. But I want to say also that it depends on what we mean by understands, and we get into the danger of something kind of like teleonomy versus teleology. When we say, well, if what we mean by understands is just a level of competency, then yeah. But if what we mean is the kind of competency that we have, that kind of understanding, then I think it's fair to say that they don't. And there's a bunch of reasons why people say that, these models are not conscious because they're missing so many kinds of competencies.
Yeah, but I think that as far as her usage, I think that that's what we mean by understanding, which is you're able to use a concept within a certain structure or context that indicates that you understand it's just what it means to be understand is to be able to use it appropriately within a certain context. And I think that they are able to do that within certain limited contexts. Sabine was limiting it to a very particular context, and I think I would agree with her. After talking to GPT, I think the model I have access to is 3.5 because 4 you have to pay for.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah. You can
Yeah, I think.
And I would
Well-
agree with what you said basically, which is that if what we mean by understands is just like some degree of competency in a limited domain, then yes. But one of the things that a lot of people sort of construe from the usage of a term like understands is like there's this guy who was working at Google a while back who thought that not GPT but Lambda, the Google model, he thought the Lambda was sentient and had rights, and he was convinced by it. Now the reason that this is dangerous, even though I'm not saying that Sabine is committing to that mistake or whatever, but I want to make sure people in the audience thinking about this take this into consideration, is that if we're going by like the original concept of the Turing test wasn't just, you know, a limited duration, limited domain question and answer session. The idea was that you could endlessly interrogate the thing in any way whatsoever, and it would hold up to all of that. Not just that it would get a very like, you know, constrained set of limited understanding criteria. And a good example of this is Eliza, the very first chatbot that was popular. Eliza understood people and asked them Rogerian psychotherapy questions that convinced people that it understood them. But it didn't, in the modern sense, have very much competency of understanding, because all it could say was, oh, interesting. Is that because of this, or is that because of that? It tricks people. And I think a lot of what GPT does is trick people. It hallucinates, it makes stuff up. And if you ask it, do you know what this means? It'll say, yes, this means blah, blah, blah. And then if you do like a logic problem involving it, it will fail because it doesn't understand it the way we do. That's all I'm trying to say.
I agree with X on this. And Eliza, the first implementation I ever experimented with was when I was a kid playing with the Commodore 64. A very limited implementation, but it was interesting. It didn't take long to figure out that it is not real, not a real entity behind it. I suspect that the biggest challenge for AI is going to be not just simulating emotions, but actually having real emotions, and that to me is going to be the big problem, the big conundrum for AI in the next, at least over the foreseeable future, anyway.
What does it mean to have an actual emotion? I think that
There you go.
think it could possibly.
That's part of the problem right there.
I think
part of the problem is people can run afoul of the homunculus fallacy. You know, Dennett has brought that up with consciousness and stuff. You know, at some point, I mean, I believe that there's no ghost in our machine, right? We are composed. We have a neural network. It's extremely large, but we are a neural network. And if you model that in a computer, at some point, it's going to match us.
See, we agree on that. I'm not saying that I'm skeptical that GPT is a precursor to an important stage in the development of artificial consciousness. I think we're headed to artificial consciousness, to AGI, et cetera, and maybe even human-like brain emulation or behavioral emulation. So we agree that it's conceivable, that it's feasible, and that it's very likely coming sooner than we're ready for it, probably. But the question is, how do we speak about the stages before we get there? And I think it makes sense to talk about these types of things as like pseudo-understanding or semi-understanding. If we're talking to lay people, it's fine to say it understands if you're speaking like with teleology versus teleonomy amongst people who understand that it's not real, complete understanding in the human sense. But it is more like a spectrum, a degree in which we say it has this much competency across these many domains.
Well, I think Brenda brings up a really good point that there's no hard line to distinguish when we will get to true intelligence. Like, we're not going to be able to know what that is. And so it's essentially going to look to us no different than it does now. It's just a bunch of switches that are determined to react in a certain way. They're just going to be better at it. So right now you can say it's like a toddler. A toddler is going to make mistakes when it tries to associate things. But would you say the toddler is not conscious? Well, no, of course you'd say the toddler is conscious. And so we don't know at what point the system of switches will actually become conscious. And the question is could it be now? And I think probably the answer is no, but it's a valid question to ask. Because we don't know at what is the property that is required in that system in order to really achieve consciousness.
Yeah, and I'm not claiming that there's a single monolithic property either. I'm in agreement that there's a whole bunch of different competencies that make up the very complicated and messy capabilities that the human mind possesses. And when we say consciousness, we're usually talking about something close to our level. We're talking about sentience. We're talking about something which has a lot of those competencies all put together in a certain combination. That's a threshold. And we could argue about what that threshold should be and so on. But we're not just going to say, like, rocks are conscious because they have some arrangement of atoms that have some information in a physics sense, and that makes them like a computer or something. Now, there are people who think that. There's like the panpsychists and so on. But I want to be rigorous about trying to say, like, if we're going to be developing intelligences by degree, we shouldn't just jump to saying we're at the end just because we have accomplished one of the competencies that's a constituent part of the whole picture.
So what is the distinction we make between like sentience, intelligence, and consciousness? Because I think that some plants might be, I don't know, it might be somewhat intelligent because they have.
Yeah, they're intelligent if they do stuff like exchange signals and so on. We would say that, like, so in the
some of them do, don't they?
Yeah, they do, because what they're doing is so-called learning, which is to say their behavior is adaptive, right? And so-called communication, because they're exchanging chemical signals which trigger changes in the other plants and so on and so forth. But
so I read. Sorry, go ahead. I was getting excited. I'm sorry.
That's okay. All I was going to add is that, like, this is like there's a distinction between the word communication and language, and there's a distinction between intelligence and sentience. So you can say that a thermostat is intelligent if it's adaptive, and you can say that a thing has one but not the other, and that's where I think we stand with plants and all kinds of other things that are probably not sentient or conscious, but certainly have a degree of adaptation in response and communication between one another in some form.
Yeah. I wanted to give an example because I read this just recently that there was news in a science news thing that trees give off a particular sound when they are under stress. This sound attracts insects that are looking for to chomp on their leaves, but it also signals the surrounding trees and they increase their defenses, their chemical defenses, in response to a tree near it that is in distress, like due to dehydration or something like that. It doesn't have enough water, and that is amazing.
Yeah, it certainly is, but it's far short of what we would call.
It's not sentient, though. It is amazing.
Yeah,
I probably wouldn't even call it intelligence. I don't think that was intelligent.
We could construct a thermostat that we could refer to as intelligent in the sense that it's adaptive, it learns from past patterns and predicts future ones and so on. And we could do so with some degree of like stochastic gradient descent, like a neural network. And we could say, okay, as we get better and better, this thermostat is a better and better predictor and modeler of future temperatures and so on. But because it doesn't have all of the other things which we think of as sentience, like memory and a concept of the self. Like when we say that an animal recognizes itself in a mirror, we think there's an important distinction about the kind of consciousness that it has about itself and about its environment that's lacking in some other animals. And there's a whole bunch of criterion like that, which is just lacking in something which merely adapts to change and merely transmits signals to trigger change in each other.
Brenda debates. Do you have this is actually getting quite off topic for what we normally focus on here. Did you have a deity you wanted? No, it's okay. Did you have a deity you wanted to present, or are you an atheist? Or
trees? I love ants.
I like trees.
Trees and ants. Yeah, I really enjoy the forests too.
Not ants. Ants.
Yeah.
A-U-N-T-S?
I'm on their side too, Brenda.
Ents, E-N-T-S. Oh, Lord of the Rings reference. Okay.
Yeah, I'm on their side too.
Was there a deity you wanted to present to us?
No. You can move me down. I got satisfaction here.
Yeah, we didn't mean to. We're not trying to be rude and kick you out or anything. We just trying to make sure the topic is where it needs to be.
Yeah, it was good talking, Brenda. I always enjoy speaking to you.
Yeah, thank you, Brenda. That was good. Hello, Tunamon. Welcome, and thank you for joining us. How are you today?
Muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
You can't hear me.
Yes.
There you go. We got you. What you got for us today?
I wanted to ask you a question because I grew up an atheist. I am still an atheist. But I know that a lot of you were theists and you believed in a God. I'm just curious as to what kind of evidence are you looking for when it comes to God? Because for me, I don't believe there is any evidence.
Novel, testable predictions would be great. So, like,
I'll give you an example. The miracles in the Bible are claims that there were testable things. When Paul is asked in his letters, his epistles, why we should believe that Jesus resurrected, his response is, there are 500 witnesses over in Jerusalem who will attest to this, right? And that's, incidentally, that's the only place where that claim ever occurs, and he never backs it up, and there's no documentation of those 500 witnesses. But he makes the claim that something supernatural happened, people observed it, 500 of them, and that he can provide the evidence. So modern theists don't do that because they probably know that it's not going to work. But the classical and Christian theists often did make claims about things that they believed God did in the world, like miracles.
if I die and go to heaven and see God, that's pretty good evidence.
Well, unfortunately, I've died and I didn't go to heaven and I didn't see a God. It was just a discontinuation of time. I died as I was going into the operating theatre and I woke up in the hospital bed. I didn't see an all-powerful supreme deity. I didn't know I had died until someone had told me.
We should totally use that, like atheist NDEs. Like this person had an NDE and you saw nothing. Clearly evidence of no God.
That's the closest that I can kind of surmise it as well. Is that for me, it was all, there was no discontinuation of time. It was literally, I was in the operating room, and then there was no sensation of falling asleep, no sensation of like losing consciousness. There was just, I was in the operating room, and then I was waking up in recovery. So it was a weird continuation because it was like, well, I never felt like I fell asleep, and I never had a sensation that I was asleep, and there was no. So my time literally goes from operating room to waking up in recovery, which is really weird. I had no concept that there was like 4 hours that passed, and that was only because I was told 4 hours had passed, but nothing afterwards. It was just like the discontinuation, the non-existence. So yes, I can agree with Tuna. That's about as close as I could get to describing it.
Well, when I died, I had a reaction to the anesthetic. The anesthetic that they were supposed to give me, they didn't give me. They gave me something else. And I hadn't been tested for it. And because I hadn't been tested for it, I had a reaction. And as I was going into the surgery, I found myself waking up in the operating table, and I was told by the surgeon afterwards that I had died. I was dead for a minute and a half while they tried to resuscitate me.
So
I didn't see anything.
Do you have any cravings for brains at all?
Oh.
I am curious though as to why people who are theists, because like I said, I grew up as being an atheist. Why they keep saying that they have evidence, but they can't provide any evidence. They keep simply saying, "Well, I have evidence because I believe."
Part of their indoctrination is essentially includes a misrepresentation of what evidence actually is. That they are told that things like that from the standards that we hold, that things like hearsay or personal experience or your feelings are as equal to or even more valid than things that are demonstrable and provide actual explanatory power of things, like things that we would consider legitimately evidence. So they work from a misrepresentation or a misdefinition of what these things are. They consider things to be like much more vague things to be evidence than we ever would. And because we recognize the problem in accepting them as evidence. If we all said that hearsay was evidence, what would that look like for any murder trial? Every murder trial would be a damn circus, So there are things that we exclude because we can't back them up. We can't verify them. They're prone to errors that TJump constantly cites. So we don't rely on them at all. We rely on evidence that we can back up, and that's typically the problem, is that they're basically given the position that their feelings are as equal to, or if not more valid than, demonstrable reality.
Yeah, so they just use a definition of evidence that includes a lot of
Right.
things that are not evidence. And so they think they have evidence.
But how can they be tricked into this? I mean, I don't like I said, I grew up as an atheist. I didn't really understand any of this stuff until I'm just shouting out. Until I started watching J.L. Warren, I didn't know this stuff was a thing. So,
Well, I appreciate that. From where I come from in this, there is, with the way reality has been essentially presented to these individuals as kids. This is the whole big thing. The cycle is, you have people that are indoctrinated, they indoctrinate their kids, and the cycle perpetuates. Okay, that's how the church in and of itself, or the religious ideology, survives, is the indoctrination of the next generation. You've got to have the continuous spread of the ideology. And then, of course, that's how the church survives, that each new progressive or each new successive generation then comes in, provides money to the church, and the cycle begins again with each new generation. Now, the idea is that it comes from where I come from, or where I conclude, is that there's an inherent fear in there of non-existence. It's kind of a primal thing. The idea of not existing is kind of scary to some people. There's an existential kind of fear there. It's like, what does all this mean? If it just ends and then there's nothing, then what is the point? Well, that's the difficulty in that. And you look at where I look at it from this kind of psychological perspective is it easier for someone to come along and tell you all these important things? There is an afterlife. Your life has meaning. This is what its meaning is. The meaning has been given to you. And all you got to do is follow these steps, and you can get all these great rewards. And you can avoid all of these bad things by doing these things as well. It's all been laid out for you. All you got to do is follow what we're giving you. Or is it easier to do that? Or is it easier to do the work, knuckle down, experience the world, and derive these things for yourself?
I think it's slightly differently on that. I think that it's true that they're indoctrinated into
I'll
believing,
finish that later, but
I think it's true that they're indoctrinated into believing religion, but after you adopt a belief and you like that belief, you tend to have motivated reasoning to establish what you think is good evidence is the kind that will justify your position. So you're going to draw the line of what good evidence is at exactly the position that supports the belief you like. So, like, what's your favorite football team? Well, if whatever your favorite football team is, you're going to find whatever is evidence of a good football team is going to be the things that support your favorite football team. The same thing applies to religion. That's the reason.
Yeah, and then within depending upon your ideology, there are certain things that have been built into the belief structure to reinforce beneath us. So you have certain like logical problems, or you have certain like, you know, fallacious issues. Like, for example, one of my favorites to point out is literally the Morton's fork in Christianity. That the one thing that really keeps it going is Christians are told to go out and spread it. And if they convert somebody, or they win souls, or however you want to dictate it, they go out and they convince somebody, then they win. That validates their faith. It validates their position. They've convinced someone else that it's true. But if they're rejected, that's also a validation of their faith, because the book tells them, they're indoctrinated to believe that they will be rejected by those that are already condemned, or they've condemned themselves, or they simply refuse to believe, or blah, 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 blah. So essentially, everyone is wrong and you're right. And the way you validate that is like, the ones you convince, they validate you're right. The ones that are wrong, they also validate you're right. So, and Christianity is not just the only one. The entire Abrahamic monotheism is just rife with these little fail safes. And these have been generated over time, created over time, to ensure the system is self-contained and keeps perpetuating itself until you expose it to information that system doesn't want you to have. So you begin to ask questions. That's why, like, the idea of asking questions, of questioning your elders, of looking further, of actually getting education, that's why the systems of faith really don't like it when you do that. There's actually scripture that dictates not to do these things. So, okay, well, if I'm just going to get interrupted there, so...
You have been talking for like 2 minutes straight, so we should try to keep it concise, please.
Thank you.
So, Tuna, did you have anything else from there?
Yes, I do. Would it be fair to say that people who believe in a god, they're not actually believing in a god, they believe in a book? Because
I
the
think
book tells them that God is real.
I think the book is presented as reinforcement of it. Yeah.
I think you're conflating belief there. So they epistemically believe in a book, but they ontologically believe in a God. So they trust the book is true, so they believe in the book, but they believe the God exists. And so there's two different kinds of belief there.
All right, this is mind-boggling. I simply can't understand why a person would sort of give themselves to something that has no evidence whatsoever.
It makes them feel good.
You got to look at the start. Like, where does it start? It's not like these are like grown adults that are being presented this and they're just accepting it. No, this starts when people are young, very, very young, and when they're completely impressionable, completely subject to the influence of their parents and their little social groups that their parents create for them. The little echo chambers you have when you're a child. And so that is where it starts. If you have parents that beat into their kids' heads that this is the way it is, they're going to be carrying that forward. So,
and in addition to that, for adults who end up joining religion for the first time in their lives, there's also very often a sales and marketing component or a peer pressure component.
I don't think those are actually complete answers there. So I think evolution is selected for us to believe in religious beliefs, and the reason for that is because like have you ever had your wife, your girlfriend ask you, do I look fat in these jeans?
Yes, of course.
And typically, even if she does, your best answer is to say no. No is probably the best answer there, because the white lies we tell give people more confidence, more self-assurance, more ability to function and move forward in life more effectively than if you tell them something that'll make them more stressed. And religion is just the king of that. So like if your loved one dies and your religion says you will see your loved one again after you die, it gives you a little bit of solace and helps you to recover a little bit faster. There's several studies on this that theists can actually recover from grief a little faster because of those beliefs. And there's also the fact that people who believe in a God will be a little more charitable if their God tells them to be charitable. It'll be a little more compassionate if their God tells them to be compassionate. They'll devote a little more time to charity if God tells them to. And these factors make religious belief more evolutionarily advantageous for society. And so the reason people go over to these beliefs is because there are fallacies built into the human mind to accept certain beliefs if those beliefs will be conducive to a better society for evolution. And that's why our brains have been preconditioned to accept very wrong thinking if it makes us feel good.
There's also like a historical progression in a lot of these ideas where they increase the degree to which they're comforting and satisfying to people's desires and wishful thinking. So in the example of the afterlife, if we just look at Abrahamic beliefs about the afterlife, we see multiple points in history where it changed. And it didn't change in the direction of being scarier and less reassuring. It changed in the direction of being more and more comforting and more of a big reward in the sky, a big party where the salvation of the anointed is guaranteed for more and more people on less and less criteria required of them. So if you look at early Jews, they use the word Sheol, and it just is translated in the Greek versions of the Hebrew Bible as Hades. In other words, just like a place of darkness or unknown where we don't really know what happens to the souls, but they go there. And even the word soul didn't exist in the Greek conceptual vocabulary in a translated form until later, and it was because of the Greek influence and so on. But then over time, when they encountered the Greeks, when they encountered the Zoroastrians and so on, they adopted cooler sounding afterlives. They changed it so that in the later books of the Bible, in the later authored sections, the newer authors wrote a different version of the afterlife that sounded more appealing and more comforting. And eventually they did the mother of all upgrades. They said everyone can go there, not just Jews, everyone. And they changed it to Christianity, right? So we see this probable historical explanation of why do we keep upgrading our afterlife claims to more and more appealing ones in the evolutionary pressures of the primordial past. So our brains got this way tens of thousands of years ago, but as a result of our brains being predisposed to constantly desire better and better white lies to comfort ourselves more and more, we have historically been on a trend of going from simpler, less specific afterlives to more specific, more rewardy, what we call paradise afterlives. Afterlives keep getting upgraded because the part of our brain that wants them to be evolved a long time before. Make sense?
Any other questions?
No, I still don't really understand why people believe. I mean, I can understand if they've been indoctrinated since they were children, but well, my mother was devout Catholic, and I never understood the religion. I just thought it was something that was dying out.
It makes them feel good.
And
That's the answer.
It just makes them
part of it. It's part of it. I mean, the other part is that for a person who prides themselves on being rational and so on, and wants to be able to defend their belief on more than just the "it's my faith" argument, they will convince themselves of the evidentiary arguments as well. So when you talk to like an apologist, you're talking to someone who has memorized a lot of very detailed attempted defenses, such as the 500 witnesses, minimal facts, Christianity arguments of Lee Strobel and others. And those are the things they fall back on when they're challenged. They just say, well, I think there's historical evidence for it, right? They say these witnesses are reliable, these mentions of Jesus are reliable, and so it must have happened. And that's what they fall back on if they're trying to educate themselves to justify what they already want to believe in.
Okay. Well, I only have one more question. You say it makes them feel good to believe in this stuff. Then why are they so hateful towards anyone who is not themselves?
Why would being hateful be different? Like, you can feel good and be hateful at the same time. Those aren't contradictions.
Well, I would disagree. I don't understand why someone can be mean for no reason. I mean, why? I mean, it's like if you
Because it
spend
makes
your
them
entire
feel
life
good.
hating.
Have you never heard of
I know, but-
bullies?
They get a self-validation out of it because they're expressing their position, and part of that position is the inability to accept or the refusal to accept anybody who does not believe what they believe or hold to their same tenets. So it's just an expression of their tribalism is what it is. Our tribe believes this. Our tribe is right. Your tribe is incorrect. So if you don't believe it, then you need to get the hell out of here or something or whatever. So even going back 50,000 years, 75,000 years, tribal conflicts where two tribes have come into contact with one another, they don't believe the same thing. One would annihilate the other one. Whether it's for whatever reason, this is just a contemporary expression of that, And then because by being hateful, they validate themselves. That's how they defend their belief.
Being hateful can make you feel good. Bullying can make people feel good. It releases endorphins, releases dopamine. Being mean can make you feel good too.
But it's very short, though. I mean, wouldn't it be better just all work together? I have autism. I don't really understand people.
It's not specific to religion. I think, to be fair, when we're talking about primordial reasons for modern behavior, which can explain some things, tribalism seems to be an almost universal by degree tendency. And so tribalism in religious groups manifests as the behavior you're talking about. Tribalism in political groups, has manifested as, millions of dead people. So we're not going to say religion has a monopoly on tribalism, but we have to, I think, provide like a measured critique about the kinds of tribalism that it encourages, or the kinds of irrationality it encourages, while not making the claim that it's the only irrational or tribalistic.
So people aren't rational. Even if it makes you feel good now, like cocaine, people are going to take cocaine even though it would be more rational to not take cocaine. People are going to eat a cheeseburger even though it would be more rational to go for a jog. It doesn't matter if something be more rationally better. If it makes people feel good, they're going to do it. Religion makes people feel good.
Yeah, it helps to look at religiosity in the broader spectrum of critical thinking and skepticism. So if you're seeing commonalities between, let's say, like political extremists and religious extremists, it may be that it's not just religion that you need to look at. It's a tendency that manifests in multiple kinds of extreme human behavior, one of which is religious. So it's really good to look at the sort of toolkits. One of the classic ones is Carl Sagan called it the baloney detection kit, which is basically just a few simple rules for establishing someone is trying to feed you a line. There's a really good wiki called Rational Wiki which has a very broad spectrum of skeptical articles on every subject you could care to think of. And the more you think about it as a general human behavioral problem and not just as the religion problem, the more likely you are to be able to spot examples of it in yourself in other areas. Because you could be completely convinced that religion is bad and religious people are guilty of some abuses, when you could be committing some of those same kinds of cognitive biases and mistakes in some other area of your life if you don't see the generality of it.
I only have one more question. This is for everyone on your board here. But why is it when you ask a question for them, they either dodge the question or they for example, when you were having that person on before, that Bartholomew was on before, the conversation went off the rails very quickly, and he wouldn't answer a question. He kept dodging it every turn. Why do they do that? Why can't they just answer it directly?
Motivated.
Cognitive dissonance is a very common thing, and people sometimes feel like they're being trapped because there is a lot of adversarial kind of attitude in a lot of these kinds of discussions, unfortunately. That's not our intention, but the expectation's certainly there.
Also, the type of argument he's running, which is a precept argument, basically, in like a scrambled eggs kind of fashion, is specifically intended by those who crafted it to shut up atheists by just railroading and being disagreeable and refusing to concede any points and so on. Even though they're making arguments which are easily refuted, they never accept any attempt to refute them because they think that if they don't acknowledge any point that you make, that they can just keep reasserting their claims and try to make you give up by wearing you out, which is funny because he accused us of trying to wear him out. But that is exactly the intended purpose of the presuppositionalist transcendental argument. That's why Seitan Brugengate and others came up with it. They said on the record, this is an argument to shut up atheists. It's just a way to make them mad and rage quit.
So Van Til and Boston, I think, are the ones
to shut the mouths of the unbelievers is what it was.
Hilarious. But I think I would disagree there. I don't think that all Christians aren't like that. All religious people aren't like that. I think it's the people who are the least educated and the least qualified, and if you push them on something that makes them feel uncomfortable, they go into a psychological defensive mode where they react by trying to evade. It's very simple evolutionary fight or flight. But if you talk to an educated, qualified Christian, they won't do that, and you can have a meaningful conversation. So I don't think you should paint all Christians or religious people like that. Just the ones who are not as experienced in having those kinds of conversations.
And I could add that it's been my experience, and I'm not equating this all over, but it's been my experience that the vast majority that are like that, like TJump was saying, that are, unqualified to speak about these things, is because they have been taught to eschew that all that information that they're ignoring, all that willful ignorance, that they are that way deliberately because they have been taught that all that information is how, in their worldview, the devil kind of pulls you away from God by pointing out all the weaknesses or pointing out things that demonstrably show that show that their arguments are fallacious or whatever. They ignore it all because that's how the devil does that. And so that's why Barth would, individuals like Barth who are unqualified to speak about these things kind of like dodge and dip, whatever, because if they don't address it, then they don't have to worry about it.
Can I ask a question? Are you looking for a way to engage with people in your life that you talk to that are theists? Is that something you're trying to work on?
No, it's like I said, I found out about this by watching J.L. Warren because, well, no offense, but America is very big on religion, but it's less so where I live. Don't get me wrong.
So it's not a problem where you are at, right?
Where I live, I've seen more churches closed than open. I'm sorry to say. But so the concept of religion is not something that I have in my life. But like I said, I've seen churches that are closed. I just assumed that it was dying out. And it's an unusual thing to say, but obviously America is very big on religion. Mm-hmm. When I watch J.L. Warren, it comes up in my YouTube recommendations of all this theistic stuff that comes up out of America and extremism and stuff like that. And I didn't realize that it was very much still alive.
It's actually growing worldwide.
If you want to engage with people of different ideas and learn more about their beliefs. And you want to be able to ask them, not just their critics. Like, we're going to tell you, of course, a certain point of view because we disagree with these people. But if you'd like to be able to have conversations of your own that are somewhat productive, or at least less of a train wreck than tends to happen, I would highly recommend, as a starting point for getting into these type of subjects, looking at street epistemology. And in a nutshell, street epistemology is just a way of having conversations based on relatively non-confrontational and less leading questions, at least to start, where you say, okay, you tell me, what it is that you believe and why you believe it. And you don't present your own opinion if you disagree or agree, as much as possible if it's helps to just ask them more about what they believe instead. There's a whole bunch of YouTube channels. I would recommend one called Cordial Curiosity. It's a really good channel. And they diagram in some of their videos in real time, having conversations with people and being able to understand the connections that exist between the statements people make, between their beliefs, what's called a web of beliefs. And it's a really, really useful framework to have a conversation about someone with very wildly different beliefs than your own, without it just turning into an argument where neither of you wants to talk to each other again. So even if you don't talk to a lot of theists, maybe you're just interested in eventually talking to them, but you could practice street epistemology by talking to like Brexiters, right? Whichever side of the issue you're on, you could just talk to someone about their different opinion about it, using street epistemology as a framework. It's not specifically religious in subject domain. Does that make sense?
Another good one to look at is Anthony Magnabosco, and all this started with I'm trying to remember the name. I just had it. There's a professor who started this. He wrote a book, a manual for creating atheists, and that one gets into that. That was not the original intended title of the book, but the publisher wanted it, so the author made that the case. I'm trying to remember the name of
Peter
the
Boghossian.
author.
Manual for Creating Atheists by Boghossian, yeah.
Yeah,
it's honestly best not to read Boghossian at this point, because he's become kind of like a fanatic about all kinds of fringe stuff of his own.
Oh.
Are we talking like David Icke fringe?
No. He's just like, he's really obsessed with culture war stuff, and like that's become his whole obsession. Yeah.
Well, it doesn't affect his old books. His old books are still fine.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, you could just read Magnabosco. Like the Street Epistemology has a Discord server. Are you at all interested in learning about that? Because I can send you an invite to their server, and you can just chat with them. They all hang out there.
Yes, of course. I'm always happy to take in new information.
Cool. I'll send you an invite, and if anybody else wants it, just look for the Street Epistemology Discord. I think we're not allowed to post invites to other Discords on most servers because of policy, but it's...
Yeah, it's okay in the Heathen Hangout channel. It's allowed here.
Okay. But yeah, street epistemology is good for anyone of any belief. It's not specific to atheists. You can go in there with any belief or no beliefs and just want to talk to other people about their beliefs. What they do is they practice having congenial conversations where they try to learn more about themselves and what they believe in.
Awesome.
All right, who's next?
Thank you, Tunamon, for joining us. Appreciate the conversation. Welcome, Lulz. How are you? Thank you for joining us. Your microphone.
Yeah. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can. How are you today?
Yeah, I'm good. How's everyone?
New Zealand.
I recognize you. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing well. Yeah, I have a sort of, I don't know if you know of an argument against natural selection by Ray Fodor, but it's much maligned, and I think unfairly so.
Does it have something to do with God in your mind?
Fodor is an atheist.
No,
right?
no, it's not.
Okay, so we're pretty much talking about, despite some tangents into like consciousness and so on, but consciousness and the idea that disembodied minds may or may not exist has a lot of bearing on whether or not we should believe in God. So that's why I think that topic is related. But I don't think Fodor's arguments about naturalism and natural selection are germane to this unless you have some specific connection to your belief in God or not.
Right, okay. I mean, I thought this was just sort of, it said other topics as well, given that you're all sort of, I think
Sounds
a lot of you
seems
ascribe to
sciencey enough.
sort
Go
of,
go for it. What is it?
Sorry, what's Fodor's full name?
Well, what I'd like to establish, Lulz, is do you take a position on the existence of God before we get off on some other subject? Just because we have sometimes scholars, or we never hear what it is they believe or why they believe it, and then they have to go.
yeah, sure. I'm an agnostic. I don't take.
So to answer Randolph's question, it's Jerry Fodor, and it's Fodor. He's
Thank
a philosopher, and he worked with a cognitive scientist named Massimo Piatelli Palmerini. And they did there was I guess, like, I don't want to say a book or like this, but it was called What Darwin Got Wrong. It's come under some extremely heavy criticism from academia. Ultimately, what Fodor does is he misrepresents what the problem is that Fodor misrepresents what natural selection is, and that's why his conclusions are wrong. So essentially, it's just a straw man, is what Fodor was doing. That's the critique there. That Fodor presented a straw man. He attacked the straw man. He didn't represent it correctly, and that's why he's incorrect. So,
Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
no problem.
So I don't think that Fodor constructed a straw man.
Do you want to present the argument, Lulz? Just tell us what the argument is.
Well, yeah, sure. So basically, the idea is that natural selection is supposed to be explanatory, right? It's supposed to explain why certain creatures have the phenotypes that they do, or the traits that they do, right? So natural selection purports to answer the question via some sort of mechanism. Why do certain creatures have the phenotypic traits that they do? And they say they have the trait they do because of fitness, right? And fitness can be whatever, right? The ability to reproduce, whatever, it doesn't really matter. I think this is, I think that an answer to the question, like, why does a creature have trait A rather than trait B? An answer to that question, because trait A produces fitness and trait B does not, that is obviously false. But I don't think many proponents of natural selection are going to actually assent to that anyway. But I think that it goes further in the sense that natural selection is either going to turn out as to be false, like that is, or it's going to turn out to be trivial. And I can quote from Fodor when he says, "The theory of natural selection reduces to a banal truth. If a kind of creature flourishes in a kind of situation, then there must be something about such creatures, or about such situations, or about both, in virtue of which it does," right? And nobody seems to disagree with that. Like a creationist can accept that. Yeah, the point is that it's supposed to be explanatory, and natural selection doesn't do that. Right? It doesn't explain much of anything, and anytime it does explain, it does it as trivial. And there's a lot more to go into. There's intentional and extensional and coextensive traits and free riders, which I can explain. But that's the basic idea. Yeah, just another little point.
Did you mind if I just respond to that really quick?
Yeah,
so
sure.
the part he got wrong is that it's not about fitness; it's about it didn't die. Who cares? It doesn't matter why it didn't die. So, like, if you like artificial selection, you can just kill all of certain kinds, and the one that lived was the one that lived. So, natural selection is just the one that didn't die. That's the trait that moves forward. And that's the only thing. The reason it didn't die doesn't matter. It doesn't. No one cares.
Sure. No, I'm not saying I think that Fodor would agree with all of that. I don't think Fodor would disagree. I mean, that seems trivial, right? Like,
Well, it's
the
not
ones
trivial.
who don't die. Sorry?
It's not trivial. It's ambiguous, but it's not trivial. Like,
But
there
you're
can
saying
be
that
in
the
many cases
ones
very
who don't
specific.
die.
There's like several different cases. There's like artificial selection. So the ones that died, we picked them. There's natural selection, which can happen. The ones that died because they didn't have an immunity to a virus, or they could have died by random chance. There are lots of a variety of different reasons why the particular species may or may not have survived over time. Some of them are directly correlated. So sometimes if a virus comes and kills most of the species, the ones that survived were the ones that had an immunity to the virus. It's a direct correlation, is directly explanatory. Sometimes it's just random. Like there's a whole bunch of different traits, and some animals sexually select this one over the other one for no particular reason. It's just random mutations in their brain, and that happens to be why. And so
Sure,
the
but this
reason
seems like
natural
this
selection
seems
is
trivial.
so, it's not trivial. The reason it's so
It is
vague is
trivial.
no, because it can be applied to all of these cases. It's not trivial. So
But saying, look, but if I say something like, uh, creatures change over time, right? Well, that can explain evolution, right? I mean, it's true, right? And if it weren't true, that creatures didn't change over time, evolution would be false, right? So, I mean, that explains everything. It's like there's an analogy by Ozymandias, right? On a YouTube channel, which I can send you. But basically, he says that imagine there's some kind of you're investing in the stock market, right? And some guy comes up to you and says, I have a principle. If you apply this principle, you'll win big in the stock market. Everyone who has won big in the stock market has used this principle. And you get really excited and you're like, oh, wow, what's the principle? And the person says, buy low, sell high. And you go, oh, okay, that's cool. Right? And it's not wrong, right? Like it is a principle you should have hold to, right? That doesn't really explain why certain people got rich in the stock market, right? You need so much more than just buy low, sell high. And I fear that is what you're making natural selection out to be here, in the sense
buy
that
low,
it
sell
seems
high
like...
isn't trivial.
What?
Buy low, sell high isn't trivial. It's extremely precise. It is an extremely accurate statement to say this is what you're supposed to do. And then you can go to specific examples and say Bill Gates or whatever. He bought low and sold high in Facebook, whatever. And so the general principle, buy low, sell high, is accurate. That is correct. It is a very particular,
Yeah, but
not
it's
trivial
not really
statement.
explanatory. It's not really
No, it is.
explanatory.
It is literally explanatory. It explains how you make money. If you buy low and sell high, you make money. That's literally what it's doing. So that is an incredibly specific, non-trivial principle. Like, what do you think trivial means?
Trivial just means something that's kind of obvious. That's how I'm using it. It seems like
trivial usually means like of little value of importance.
Sorry?
Trivial usually means like of little value or importance. Like obvious, evolution was not obvious. Most people didn't even believe in evolution until Darwin came along in like 200 years ago. So it definitely wasn't obvious.
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that evolution is trivial. I'm saying that natural selection as the mechanism for evolution is trivial, as
also
you
not trivial.
presented it, right?
Well,
you said
the problem is how you're describing.
Wait, just
the problem.
a sec. You said that fitness is like just the ones who survive, right? And natural selection selects for fitness. Natural selection.
I said not fitness.
Selects natural. Sorry.
I just said the one that I didn't use the word fitness at all. I just said the natural selection is the ones that survived.
So you're just saying the ones who survive pass on their genes. Ones who survive.
Yep.
Natural selection says the ones that survive, and you're saying that's not trivial?
No, it's not trivial. So the traits that are
ones
properties.
That survive.
No, that's wrong.
Trivial?
That's wrong. That's wrong. The traits that shut up. The traits that are passed on are the traits that survived and were not killed. That's it.
It's also saying more than that, right? It's saying that they rise to fix. Hold on a second. It says that they rise to fixation. In other words, if you have a group which has some trait initially, and the population may be small, the prediction is if they're continuing to survive, they will rise to fixation. In other words, those groups of successful survivors are going to permeate with their genes the population over time. And this gets into mathematical models, gets into what we call evolutionary and natural selection-based algorithms, which are understandable in terms of math, right? So when we say that it's
models are done after.
When we say that it's not just after. The point is we can do prediction, and we can deliberately incentivize any given outcome just by having some pressures and guaranteeing that with enough mutation and time, the natural selection tendency will be to produce a fixated population that has a successful survival rate
Look, I fear that this is still trivial.
What do you mean by
know
trivial?
I mean, either tautologists, like the ones who survive, that's tautologists, or just simply like obvious.
Well, that's because that's what I was trying to say previously. It's how Fodor, the reason why Fodor gets it wrong, and the reason he came under such heavy criticism was because he was utilizing the context in which he was utilizing natural selection was incorrect. So Jerry Fodor argued that Darwin was wrong about natural selection because for two reasons. One, that Fodor claimed it was only a tautology rather than a scientific law that could support counterfactuals. Well, he's wrong about that because it's literally natural selection, what we call the mechanism. Okay, so natural selection includes...
Yeah, no, he says that in his book.
And natural selection includes positive selection and negative selection. Okay, it's not a controlled thing. It's not, and the second thing that Fodor says is that only minds can select. Those are the two arguments that were made in Fodor's work on why Darwin was wrong. So the reason is because nobody claims that minds are behind, that a mind is behind natural selection. We describe the phenomena. We describe the phenomena as natural selection, meaning as opposed to artificial selection where there are minds involved, like what we've done to dogs, instead of what nature did to, say, every other animal or the dinosaurs or something of that nature, the evolution of those species. So he's misrepresenting natural selection is the problem. He's misrepresented it, and he's claimed it that it does something that it doesn't do, or claim that Darwin was saying it does something that it doesn't do, like minds are behind or something. It's not. It's simply a description. It's as arbitrary, like the term natural selection is as arbitrary as like any word that we give to describe anything else. Like we call the phenomena gravity, okay, but that's arbitrary. He called the phenomena of certain traits being selected for, or certain traits surviving and certain traits dying out, natural selection. That these were selected for, that's why they survived. These were negatively selected against, that's why they died out. That's it.
So, but wait, you agree that there are some traits that were never, quote unquote, selected for that still creatures have now, right?
Well, there are traits that have been selected for throughout evolution, because evolution is an ongoing process in all populations. So traits.
There might be some traits. Let me just clarify.
We had this conversation before. And what you were describing before, was what's called exaptation.
I've never heard that term.
Right along. Let me just coextensive traits that just happen to be along for the ride because other traits carry
exactly.
them.
Like it could be the case that my cat, for example, my cat has 4 legs, but it could be the case that having 4 legs never provided any evolutionary advantage or advantage to fitness in the past at all. It could be the case. So. But how do you know that? That you can't possibly know that, right? There might be some traits that never provided.
Yes, we can. Lols. Stop. Stop for 1 second. You and I already had this conversation before, and it's already been explained to you why 4-leg distribution in the vast majority of quadrupeds evolved that way. It is the most functional because of how the Earth is, because of the natural selection as to what gravity is. Okay, like literally the Earth itself and the Earth's gravitational, the gravitational pull of the Earth. These are evolution. These are literally evolutionary pressures. Quadrupedalism in the vast majority of species. Quadrupedalism was explained as something that literally came about very early on because of weight distribution in survival, in the ability for animals to survive. to distribute their weight evenly enough in order to maintain speeds so that predators could catch up with their prey, and so that other animals could more quickly, and so that herbivores could more quickly move between areas that they needed to feed on as they were grazing. That was very early selected in determining life. That just happened. That just works out that way. And because it is one of the best modes of locomotion, it has been carried on throughout all of history. But that does not preclude that animals that typically only four, cannot be born with more. And they do, but typically they don't survive, because being born with more, being born with less actually hinders survival.
So Lols, what's your argument here? So that there are free riders.
Just 1 second. Just 1 second.
Clarify
so
something
look,
really quick.
I never got my question out though. So, do you think that every single trait that creatures have now was at some time in the past beneficial for fitness?
No. So what?
Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Well, at least
That's not what I said.
That's what I said.
Okay, good. Well, that was the question that I wanted to ask. So that's good. So you can accept that, like, for example, my cat, who has 4 legs, it may be that in the past 4 legs never provided any, contribution to fitness in the past. It could be just a free rider trait. It might be.
Therefore, what?
It could be the case. Well, it could be the case that my cat's ancestors in the past.
Therefore, what? So there's free rider traits. So what?
Just 1 second. Just 1 sec. So it could be the case that her ancestors needed to be lower to the ground, and it just so happens that the creatures of her cat species.
We don't need examples. So what?
That were lower
we don't
to
need
the
examples.
ground
So what?
Had 4 legs.
Yes, we understand.
Right?
What is your point?
So, my point is that natural selection can't distinguish, right, between traits that are selected for as opposed to traits that are selected of.
But that's not what natural selection is being said is doing. That's not this. That is not what natural selection is doing. Natural selection is not doing anything. It's not selecting for anything.
No, that's not what
we
he's saying.
describe the phenomena of That's what he's implying.
No, he's not. He's saying that natural selection can't distinguish between which traits were specifically selected to benefit survival and which traits happened by random chance that didn't benefit survival.
Yeah, we don't claim that it does.
No, not quite. I'm saying that there might be some coextensive traits, right? And coextensive means that there's a trait that is a ride along. I'll give you an example.
Yeah, that was not selected for survival.
I'll give you an analogy. So let's say that. Wait. Just 1 second. Let's say we're at a party, right? And there are 2 bowls of punch, and we want to get absolutely hammered, right? And we go.
I understand exactly what you're saying. Yes, there are multiple different variables that can lead to the same trait. I understand. It doesn't matter. It's called the problem of underdetermination. You know this is the case.
No, that's not really what I'm talking about.
It is.
I'm saying that no.
This is called the problem of underdetermination. This is not just a case in evolution, it's the case in everything. There are multiple different explanations that can lead to the exact same empirical explanation.
No, I'm not talking about No,
I'm not saying. I'm telling you, you don't realize it, but you are. You are talking about underdetermination. You're saying there is a particular trait.
It's not an epistemic objection. This isn't an
neither is
epistemic
underdetermination. It's not an epistemic problem. The thing is you're saying natural selection can't determine between if a property was selected because it was specifically something that benefited survival, or if it was an offset of something else that happened to benefit survival, right?
Sort of.
Yes, that's the problem of underdetermination. It doesn't make a difference. We can say, let's say everything. Let's say we say inductively everything is a result of something that was selected for in order for survival, and we're wrong 10% of the time. Who cares? Still works.
No. That I think that if that's the thing that you're saying, it's actually going to come out false a lot more than 10% of the time. But that's beside the point. The point is that there are coextensive traits, right? There are coextensive traits, such as being low to the ground and
we don't need examples. So what?
Legs, right? That might be coextensive. They don't
so
have to be.
What?
It's not like.
Dude, just land the plane, man. Come on.
just what?
So
Sorry?
there are coextensive traits. So what? We can grant that. Yes, there are. We don't care. Some of them still result by natural selection because it was selected for as a pressure. So what? This does not invalidate natural selection. How do you think coextensive traits invalidates natural
It's
selection?
supposed to be explained.
Yes,
It's supposed to be
exaptation
explanatory.
and
And there's
convergent
no-
evolution both occur.
There's no general principles, right? There's no general principles of natural select. I mean, there might be general principles, but then you're not using natural selection to derive those general principles, right? One of the criticisms
We can be
of,
wrong and still do that. We can be wrong occasionally and still do that. So even if acceptation happens, which it does,
no,
we can still be right
that's
and
not what I'm
derive
saying
principles
either.
of natural selection.
Look, look, just let me finish what I was saying. So, okay, where was I?
We were trying to get you to explain why do you think this occurring is damaging to natural selection in any way?
Yeah, okay, thanks. So, natural selection basically is supposed to be scientific explanation, right? It's supposed to be generalizable, and that's it's not gonna be generalizable, because every, let's say you think that, okay, being able to run fast is, a good adaptation. You observe in the wild that the gazelles that run fast can escape lions, right? You think, oh, surviving, in being able to run fast increases fitness in gazelles, right?
We don't need examples.
Then,
Just
of
leave
course,
out all of the examples.
might be
Please leave out all the examples. We don't need them. So was Newton's theory of gravity generalizable?
Yes, of course.
But it was wrong, right? Einstein was like, it doesn't work. It's wrong. You got the thing wrong. The orbit of Mercury, the perihedron, completely wrong. Curvature of light on the sun, got it wrong, right? It's just completely wrong.
Okay,
Does that
then
stop it from being
maybe it
generalizable?
wasn't. What?
Is that-
Okay, well then it wasn't. Sorry, I don't know much about physics, so I don't like.
It was still
okay,
generalizable.
then
You
it
can
was-
still use it today and get many right answers. It will not get all of the right answers. It will get some wrong, but it still is generalizable. You don't need to get every single answer correct to be generalizable.
That's not what I'm saying. Look, I'm saying that you can get generalizable principles, but when you do, you're not using natural selection to do so. You're just using induction, right?
Wait, what?
I'll give you an example. Of
Natural
one of
selection is the principle.
Look, just one second.
Wait, I didn't
Look,
understand what you said there. You said because natural selection is the principle that we're deriving. Are you like saying we're deriving principles from natural selection? I don't follow.
I'm saying that natural selection, I mean, any generalizable principles of selection is not going to use natural selection to do so. What it's using is empirical observation and induction.
I have no idea what you just said.
And natural selection isn't really doing anything for the theory.
I have no idea what you just said. So natural selection is a conclusion based on the evidence.
Let me give you an example. So one of the criticisms of Fodor is by Massimo
Pigalucci.
I can't pronounce his last name. Pilagucci.
Yes, I've had him on my channel. Yes.
Yeah, so one of the criticisms of the argument is he says that no, we can make predictions using natural selection. He said that in the wild, we've seen creatures in cold environments have extra blubber on their bodies to protect from the cold. We've observed this many times, and so we hypothesize that in this other cold environment, which we haven't been to yet, we're going to find blubber on creatures to protect from the cold. And sure enough, we went out there and we found it. See? Great, we can make predictions. The problem there, and this is what Alex Malpass points out as well, is that that's not using natural selection, right? That's just an inductive inference. It's just induction. You're just saying you've observed something in the past, right? And you're probably going to observe it in the future. That's great. But somebody can do that, right? And know nothing about evolution or natural selection.
That doesn't matter.
That's just an inductive inference.
It literally doesn't matter. So like if I have a hypothesis that there are magical leprechauns putting fat on things in the snow. And I think because my magical leprechaun hypothesis is true, if I predict we're going to look in the other location that we haven't been yet, and we're going to find more fat things with blubber, and you get it right, that's still a prediction. That is a prediction. If I predict the sun comes up tomorrow, that's still a prediction. Now, the basis you use to make that prediction can be whatever hypothesis you want. I don't care. But as long as it's a novel prediction that you don't know yet, and you get it right, that's evidence of whatever hypothesis you're using to make the prediction. It doesn't matter if it's induction or what.
Yeah, essentially, if like the two coldest areas of the planet, the Arctic and the Antarctic, right? So we explored the Arctic first, and then we saw animals there.
Wait.
And
before we move on,
hang on, Lols.
Do you accept that natural selection doesn't make predictions?
No, it does make predictions.
What predictions?
You can use the prediction that if natural selection is true, then animals in an environment will have traits that'll be better for that environment.
Yes, that's where I was going with that. So if we if we explore lols,
that's just
if we explore an area, lols, stop.
That's not obviously true.
Trivial, right?
That's not trivially
true. That's like saying
that's not trivially true.
People who won in the stock market bought low.
Wrong. Stop. Lols, stop. That is not obviously true. If God plopped animals on the planet, he could have plopped them in whatever location he wanted, regardless of any necessary connection between the environment and the survivability of the animal. It is not necessarily or obviously true that this is the case. That is false. This is only true if there is some determining factor that causes this to be true, like if the environment causes specific traits to be selected for, which is natural selection.
Thank you. Yes. So like lols, if we go to a particular area, we go up north and we explore the north, and we see animals there that have a particular morphology that allows for the retention of body heat so they don't freeze to death. And then we say, well, what allowed them to develop these morphologies here in the north where they don't have them in the south? There must have been some mechanism there that selected for these particular genes. Okay, so that depending upon where they are, whether they're on the ice or where they live in the ocean. And then we say, well, okay, so if this mechanism is true, then if we go down to the south in the Antarctic and explore there, then we should find similar things indicating that the environment does play a role in what particular genes are selected for survivability and success in that particular environment. So then we go down south and then we explore there and we find the same thing. So yes. If the phenomena is true, that the environment itself puts pressure on particular genes, and that some are selected and then some die out because they were selected against, or they were naturally selected against, negatively selected against, and some survive, which are positively selected, meaning one survives, one dies. Then that phenomena is what we call natural selection. Meaning no minds are involved. It's simply an effect of the environment and the evolutionary pressures within the environment.
Sure. I mean that. Sure. By environment, you mean the intentions of the creature, the intentions.
No. The animals themselves the organisms themselves have no choice in this. There is no choice. There is no agency in natural selection. It is natural selection is the term we've given to the observable phenomena.
Choice in evolution.
No,
to what?
I mean,
so like bacteria evolve. They have no choice. There's no intentions.
No. I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it needs to be. I'm saying that I think it is, part of it, right?
Well, yeah, sure. Like sexual selection, animals can choose whatever desires they want. Sure.
I mean, if two dogs if dogs never want to fuck each other, then they're not gonna spread on their genes, right?
Sure. So what?
So.
Well, I mean,
I'm just saying that what J.L. Warren said was false when he said
no, because you're introducing it. Lols. You're introducing the aspect of choice to it. So when we talk about things like, when we make fun of people like the Darwin Awards or people who select themselves out of procreation of the gene pool, when we make fun of these things, what we're describing is artificial selection. Okay, when an active choice is made to do a particular thing, and that is a determining factor on whether a person survives on to pass on their genes or not, that is artificial selection. Anytime a choice comes in, an active choice, not an instinctual reaction to things. If an animal gets sick and loses the will to procreate, and then it doesn't breed, that's still nature. It didn't choose not to. It's just a result of that. Or if an animal runs around, like a male runs around and finds no females willing to breed with it because of whatever reason, that's still nature. Okay? But if there is an active selective choice, like I make the choice to do this, that is what we determine to be artificial selection. Okay? Not natural selection. There is a difference between the two. The reason dogs are the way they are now is because of artificial selection induced by human beings.
Okay. I mean, this seems... Maybe I'm mistaken in that, right? That seems like a semantic issue.
It's not semantics. It's a very important distinction. Is that
I
animals may engage in behaviors that eliminate them from the gene pool, but that does not mean that they're choosing to evolve a certain trait or not. Okay, is that sometimes it doesn't work out that way, but but that's because evolution doesn't just occur in an individual. Evolution occurs in populations of millions, tens of millions of organisms that are constantly begetting generations, and then each those successive morphological changes is what results in speciation, and that's what we get. And those morphological changes are determined by evolutionary pressures. And the process, the whole mechanism is described as natural selection. Either traits are selected against or they're selected for. And that's it. There's no choice in it. The organism itself doesn't choose.
But some traits come to fixation, but they're never quote unquote selected for, because selection for is an intentional notion. But some traits
no, it's not.
Yes,
you keep saying that it is not. The traits that survive today.
I mean intention with an S. What I mean by intention is sort of the necessary and sufficient conditions of something.
But it doesn't require a choice be made. It only requires what has survived.
The intention of a car. Just one sec. The intention of a car is the all-inclusive concept of a car, including foot-long cars and cars made of chocolate, right? There's a concept in mind of car, but an extensional notion is everything that is that concept in the world, a car, right? So you can have an intentional concept of car, which includes a chocolate car, but an extensional notion, if presumably there's no chocolate car in the world, the extensional doesn't include the chocolate car. An example might be like an extensional notion is Superman can fly, Clark Kent is Superman, therefore Clark Kent can fly, right? That's valid in an extensional notion, but intentional notion would be something like propositional attitude. So Lois Lane knows that Superman can fly, Clark Kent is Superman, therefore Lois Lane knows that Clark Kent can fly, right? That's invalid. Because there's two concepts in mind. There's an intentional notion and an extensional notion. And that's why that argument becomes invalid. Unfortunately, natural selection, saying something is selected for is an intentional notion.
No, it's not. Not in this context. No, not in the context of evolutionary biology.
I can explain why I think it is.
Not in the context of evolutionary biology. You're incorrect on this.
Can I try and explain why I think I'm correct? So, let's say that there's let's say there are some lizards, right? Lizards in a forest, and some are green and some are red. Now the green ones blend into the background, and there are some predators, some birds, there are some birds who are picking off these lizards, right? And obviously the red ones are standing out amongst the forest, so they get picked off, right? And the green ones are blending in, so they survive. Now, what's coextensional with the green color is them having little black dots on their underbelly. So, not only is it the green lizards that survive, but it's also lizards with little black spots on their underbelly. Now, of course, what's being selected, quote unquote, for is that specific trait of being green, right? But what's being selected of is
I've already since I've long ago tried to explain this to him. TJump, no, lulz, no, absolutely not. No, stop, 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 or I'm going to have him mute you. Stop, or you're going to be muted. Stop, or you're going to be muted. Stop, or you're going to be muted. Lulz, no. This has already been explained to you at length. This is an old conversation. Okay, I literally just, like, when I was muted, told my live audience what you were going to bring up, and you're bringing this up again. Only it wasn't lizards last time; it was frogs. It's the exact same thing. Exaptation has already been described to you. Convergent evolution has already been described to you. You are still attempting to imply that because the term selection is in the verbiage, because in the terminology, because we've chosen to use the word selection, that there is some implied agential intentionality there, and there is not. Which is why I said to you, in the context of evolutionary biology, selection does not mean anything is making a choice. It is not, flatly. This is the same difference between someone colloquially using the term theory and when we say, in science, when we say theory. Okay? When colloquially, what they really mean is really more along the lines of a hypothesis. Okay? There is a colloquial definition. There is the scientific definition. There are, contextual definitions. And in the context of evolutionary biology, which we are talking about here, you are using the term selection wrong. You're trying to imply that evolutionary biology is using the term incorrectly, and it is not. And that is because words are polysemous.
I think it's also important that his example is wrong. Like, there are actual examples of excitation, but that's not one of them. So in his example, natural selection is selecting for both green and spots. It's not selecting for green. It's selecting for both in that case. But I think
there are also traits that are maintained that were selected for in the past that they happen to carry on because nothing ever selects against them. So, for example, whatever in the past selected for this species to have those spots on their underbellies, whatever pressure resulted in that, then in turn was never selected against. So it was what you called a ride along, or essentially just a trait that just continuously gets passed. Now it will continue to be passed in the population until something selects against that. Once those spots on the underbelly become a detriment to the species, then it will be selected against, and then that trait will be less likely to be passed on, so on and so forth, until those ones who have fainter spots, until no spots eventually becomes the deal. Whatever, like, for example, you said red and green, right? So going into the past, whatever pressures dictate or was selected for there to be red and green lizards, now the pressures have changed, and now the reds are more apt to be predated against, so the green ones survive. Okay, but both of them had spots on their underbellies, so it's going to be continued to be passed on.
So what does this have to do with the predictions thing? So, like, let's take Darwin's prediction of he had a flower with a long nestle or whatever it's called, with whatever it's the gooey stuff in the middle. He said he predicted that there's going to be a moth or an animal that has a tongue that long. That was a prediction made by natural selection. How is that not predictive? You can unmute him.
How was I muted? I was just trying to finish a point.
I don't care.
Because it's a point that you've made before, and it's been heard, and you're wrong. You're wrong.
So look, let me finish what I was saying, okay?
We'd rather not.
I lose interest when people overtalk me. So look,
we'd rather not hear that. We'd rather not hear that. You've repeated yourself. Why is evolution not predictive?
No. I never finished my point. I'm going to explain to you why the concept of selection for is intentional, right? The point is that when you look at hearts, right, you're not going to say the heart was selected for pumping, for making thump noises, right? What it was selected for was pumping blood. But of course, selection, just selection of, includes both selecting for making the pump noise, for making the dub noises, and pumping blood, right? But when you say the heart was selected for pumping blood, that's an intentional notion because it doesn't include all of the extensions of what was selected.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't have any intention whatsoever. It's the one that produces survivability.
Know what I mean by intention? Intentionality?
With an S. He's
Intention
talking
of an
about
animal.
intention with an S, as in like denotation and meaning.
Oh, gotcha.
Look, Lils, we've
Exactly.
we've all argued with you about Fodor at one point or another.
But
It never seems to go anywhere because people point out to you how you strawman and Fodor strawmans the idea of selection against, as though Darwin was making the claim that he was predicting what is selected for in some like simple predictive natural quote unquote selection.
Fodor
Yeah.
was responded to Rosenberg and all of those objections.
wait, let's just make it simple.
Yeah,
How
and
does natural
Not to
selection
the satisfaction of his critics.
natural selection predicts, like Darwin made a prediction, he saw a flower, he saw it a long stem, saw there's nectar at the bottom, predicted there's going to be an animal that did that. He got it right. How is that not a prediction made by natural selection?
That's just an inductive look.
That's natural selection.
If I
Using
say,
natural selection, using induction to make a
if
prediction.
I open up a drawer and I see a red ball, and then I open up another drawer and I see a red ball, and I say, oh, well, the next drawer.
He never
or I
saw an
open
animal
the
with
next-
a long neck.
Sorry,
Wait.
Sorry, just
No,
just
stop.
one-
Stop at the
sorry,
induction.
just
Stop
one
at the
second.
induction.
Just-
Stop. How is it induction to predict something that we've never seen before?
What you're saying that eventually we'll see an animal with a long neck?
What? No.
Because
It's the moth. That's the long tongue thing.
Sorry,
So
what did you say?
There's a flower. Flower had nectar at the bottom, very long petal.
Oh, right. Yeah. I saw in that picture.
This moth had never been seen. There had never been seen an animal like this before. He predicted it would exist, having never seen such a thing. So it's not induction. It's natural selection.
Well, there could there definitely could be an inductive inference. He could have drawn there.
Yeah, he's using an inductive difference of natural selection, not of seeing other animals with long tongues.
The point is that the mechanism.
You definitely could make an inductive inference. You could say you could make an inductive inference here. You could say that creatures generally are very well suited to their environment. Therefore, in the future, when we see something like a flower in which the only way to get their nectar is to have a long beak, then we're probably going to see an animal with a long beak to grab the nectar, right? You definitely can make an inductive inference and not know anything about natural selection and come to that conclusion.
The explanation, the mechanism that's being posited as for why that is the case is what natural selection is, right? It's just saying that we know why this happens over and over again. We know why we can predict it. And that's because the traits which are not selected against rise to fixation. So we can do the kind of... Hold on, just let me finish. The kind of work that evolutionary biologists are doing, biologists in general, is reverse engineering the explanation, which of course requires more kinds of theories and investigation than just the natural selection model. But they're predicting it's going to fall within the natural selection model because that's the mechanism that's expected to be found. And over again, we find models like natural selection predict all the particulars which come into play that explain why that particular adaptation works the way that it does. Just saying, oh, it doesn't tell you which trait is selected for is a straw man.
So I want to point out
that's not exactly what I'm saying.
I want to point out that example you listed of the fact that we could use induction in a different sense to come to the same conclusion. That's the problem of underdetermination that I told you were mentioning before. It doesn't make a difference if there are multiple ways. It doesn't make a difference if there are multiple ways to come to the same conclusion. What matters is if you use a hypothesis to come to a conclusion before anybody else does, and you get it right, that's evidence for your hypothesis and nobody else's because you got it right first.
That's insane.
No, it's
rational
logic.
That's insane.
No,
that's insane.
Perfectly rational.
Okay, so imagine if I don't know, let's say
the Bible said that there's going to be a double helix DNA, that the Earth is 13.8 billion years ago, that Donald Trump will be president. Says do this because God said so. Now, it's not the only possibility, but if it said this, would this be evidence of God?
Would it be evidence of God?
Yeah.
Maybe in some very small way.
That would be huge evidence. It would be massive evidence. Everyone on the planet would believe in God if the Bible said that. This is massive evidence. If you don't understand that, you're insane.
Well, I don't think so. But
then you're delusional. Like literally, if the Bible said all of these scientific facts, everyone would believe the Bible. If you don't understand that, you understand nothing about epistemology.
I mean,
Well,
literally, if the Bible
I'm
literally
saying
said, if the Bible said anything about like the theory of germ disease, you imagine how many lives would save from like cholera and dysentery and all of the manageable friggin' pandemics that we've endured. If it literally talked about washing
Well,
your
it just
hands
comes
because
it just
germs
comes down
exist, but it never did. It doesn't do that. But if it had done that, wow, because no holy book
it
makes
just
mention of
comes
this.
down it just comes down because I think that there are other hypotheses apart from the triomni God that are more reasonable, that fits better with all of those hypotheses.
That's
right?
the problem of underdetermination, which I told you before is wrong.
Right, but the
What makes one hypothesis better is if
meaning
it
is
predicts
wrong.
the things first, it gets the evidence. So if the Bible predicted these first, the Bible gets the evidence. This is evidence of God. Doesn't matter if you can explain it with other things later. Post hoc rationalization, irrelevant. If it makes novel predictions and gets them right first, it has all the evidence. And so Darwin uses natural selection as a hypothesis to explain the data, and he gets it right every time. I don't care if you can post hoc rationalize it with other explanations. It's garbage. He wins.
Okay, so you're saying that if a hypothesis predicts something prior to another hypothesis predicting the same thing, what wins out is the one that predicted it first?
Yes, if a hypothesis makes a novel, successful prediction and
That's
confirms it first, that's evidence of that
we open up to
hypothesis.
so many reductios.
What?
I mean, imagine if, like, let's say,
Well, I can give
imagine
you an
if you and I are
actual
in a...
example.
Wait,
Newtonian
just 1
physics.
sec.
Newtonian
Just 1
physics.
second.
Well,
Wait,
I know
just
exactly what you're going to
one
say.
sec.
I know exactly what you're going to say. You're going to give an
What am I
example
gonna say?
of a wrong
What am I gonna say?
hypothesis that accurately
What
made
am
a
I gonna
prediction.
say? What am I gonna say?
I'm literally answering. Shut the fuck up. You're going to give an example of a hypothesis that makes a prediction, but overall the hypothesis is wrong. Should we believe the hypothesis? Yes. Yes, we should. Just like we did with Newtonian physics. Newtonian physics made predictions which were correct, but then it was wrong about other things. Were we rationally believing Newtonian physics was correct? Yes, until a new theory came along and made more novel predictions like general relativity. So yes, a new theory that makes successful predictions and gets it right is the only rational theory to accept. It doesn't make a difference what your post hoc gibberish is after the fact until you make other novel predictions to make a different hypothesis more justified. So yes, even if a false hypothesis makes successful predictions and gets it right, that's the only one that's rational to believe based on the evidence.
Okay. So let's just say we're both in a store, right? And we know that every time someone walks into the store that makes a ding noise, right? And we hear a ding noise and we look up and we go, oh, I wonder what made this ding noise, right? And someone says, I think it was an alien from Mars that made the ding noise. And I go, really? I think it was another human that made a ding noise, right? But because you said your hypothesis first,
Oh my god.
that means it's more likely for it to be an alien from Mars than a human.
If a new hypothesis makes novel, testable predictions and gets them right first, so you have to make novel predictions of things we have never seen before and get it right. And if you do that, then that first one that can do that is evidence.
So novel, testable predictions. So you
Yes.
have to predict something that's going to happen in the future, and then you observe that thing.
That's we
Not
don't already
post hoc.
expect.
You don't already
I can predict.
Yeah, it has to provide new information.
I can predict the sun's going to rise
Provide
tomorrow.
new
That's not
information.
novel.
Okay, right. So, let's say, okay, let's say that we're in the store and we hear the ding noise and we go, okay, we both say, I think that ding noise means that a person's going to walk through, right? And I say, well, I think, let's say I'm an idealist, right? I think all there is mind, and I have the hypothesis that I was created by God, and all that really exists is my mind, and God is making it appear to me that the world really is like the external world exists, right? I'm not going to see floating chairs or something. God really wants to make it seem as if the external world does exist, even though it doesn't. And on that hypothesis, if I hear a ding noise, and given that I've noticed sort of in the past that people walk through the door. I'm
Then
going
it's
to
not a novel
assume that
prediction.
someone's going to
Well,
walk
that's
through.
not a novel prediction. So let me fix your example because that's a stupid
It's
example. If I'm an idealist and I think that God created my mind and it's just my mind, like a solipsist even, and I think that because I'm a solipsist and God is sending me information, 2,000 years ago, I write down a book. DNA is a double helix. The universe is 13.8 billion years old. Donald Trump will be president in year 2020. And I get those right. That's evidence of idealism. Yes.
So it has to be sort of like new information.
Yes, that's what novel means. Novel means new. If you predict the things we already expect,
Literally just said that.
like predicting the things we already expect is just post hoc. Everybody can do that. Everybody can predict the sun's going to rise tomorrow. You just add in whatever you want. Magical leprechauns did it. It's irrelevant. You have to predict something we don't already expect. Predicting things we already know is easy. It's called post hoc rationalization.
It's just like the plant, just like the plant predictions. Like if you're in one part of the hemisphere, you observe that insects or birds or whatever feed on plants, and that those plants have their nectar at the top, and that's how the plants pollinate because cross-pollination. And then you go somewhere else where the nectar is included like really, really far down the stem. Then you'd be like, well, if this plant continues to pollinate and all these plants are like this, there must be something that has a long tongue that's able to access the nectar in order to continuously cross-pollinate. And then you look and then you find it. That new information, that new animal, that discovery is new information. So you predicted that it existed, then you went and you found it. That's new information. So yes. So just like the discovery of Uranus because of perturbations in the orbit of Neptune.
Didn't someone say that, prior to evolution, and somebody probably has said this, right, that God has sort of inserted creatures to be adapted to a given environment, right? And so given that we see, let's say, this plant with the nectar at the bottom, we would assume that God has created a creature with a long tongue to reach down into that plant. And that's now a novel prediction, and that's evidence of the creator God hypothesis. And then sort of
if someone
evolution
did that,
comes along, but that's after the fact, right? So
yes, if someone did that, if someone used the God hypothesis to make successful predictions and got them right, that would be evidence of the God hypothesis. Yes.
But because it's prior to evolution, that's
yes. If there was a prior
thing
thing to evolution that predicted all the diversity of species before evolution did, it would have all the evidence. Yes.
So all I need to. So if we find tomorrow a book that was written before Darwin came out that said, I think that God has created creatures to be perfectly adapted to their environment, and I predict that we'll find, even though we haven't yet, we'll find a creature with its tongue that's going to reach down into this plant with the nectar, then we should throw out evolution.
If it accounts for every single novel prediction ever made by evolution, yes. So yeah, if we find a book
but
2,000
Darwin
years
didn't
ago,
account for every single novel prediction.
Right, we've made more since him. So if we can use the hypothesis to make more novel predictions, that's more evidence. And so if we find a book 2,000 years ago that has literally every single novel prediction ever made by evolution, hopefully more, then yes, that would be really great evidence of whatever that hypothesis is. Even if it's magical farting leprechauns, someone would be rational to say, you know what, I think we should take this seriously. Yes.
Especially if it made better and more accurate predictions than Darwin's foundational, concepts. Obviously Darwin is over 100 years old, and of course, we've made significant advances in evolutionary biology since then. The concepts of like phylogenetics and stuff like that. But yeah, you'd be correct. Yeah,
I just don't understand why the temporality of the predictions matter in any way.
Because predicting the future is really, really hard. Post hoc explaining stuff we already know is really, really easy.
But someone could predict something like 1 millisecond before somebody else, and the person who predicted it 1 millisecond after doesn't even know about the previous prediction. But because someone predicted something 1 millisecond before the other person, and that person has priority.
Yes,
it's just insane.
If one hypothesis
I just don't understand why you would accept that.
Because it's really hard to predict the future. And if you already know somebody else who predicted the future and copy them, that's really easy. So if both
I'm stipulating.
So if two people were independently predicted a fact about the future they didn't know yet, regardless of what times, they are both logically justified. Now, if somebody predicted the
Okay.
future and someone else copies them, that's irrelevant. But if two independent
No.
hypotheses,
That's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about.
right?
I'm saying
that's the
that
first thing. If
there's
two
two
people,
hypotheses.
two hypotheses, independent of one another, never talked to one another, both made predictions about the same thing, both got it right. They're both justified.
Both justified, right?
Both.
But according to you, if someone made the prediction like 2 days earlier than the other person,
No, that part's irrelevant. That's
and
not
that
the objection. If they'd both be
okay, right.
justified if
So
they were
it's not
independent.
about temporal priority. It's not about temporal.
It is about temporal priority. You don't understand. So the problem is if
you just denied it.
No. If you make up a hypothesis that fit the data we already know, that's post hoc reasoning. That's garbage. If you genuinely find another hypothesis that makes novel predictions and it gets it right before we knew them, yes, that is a rational thing to believe.
Sure, but look, I'm saying that there's two people and they make correct predictions using one theory and another theory, and both of them make the same prediction, but both of them have the same theoretical virtues. Both theories have the same theoretical virtues.
Theoretical virtues are irrelevant.
You find out that one.
That's irrelevant. I have literally answered. It doesn't make a difference.
Second,
it doesn't make a difference when. It makes a difference when relative to knowing the other hypothesis. So if a person on Papua New Guinea made a hypothesis that God invented animals and he made a prediction that he was going to find the moth and he found the moth, that would be rational for him to believe in the God, even though we know evolution did it before. It's relative to the knowledge of the individual. What is novel to the individual?
Look, okay, so let's say you have some sort of like event you want explained, and someone comes to you with a hypothesis and it makes a prediction about the event, and you go, oh, okay, and according to you, then it's rational to accept that hypothesis.
If it gets it right.
And then a day later, you find another person who, with another theory that also predicts the same thing, and according to you, it's more rational to believe the first guy.
Yes, because it's really, really easy for somebody to make shit up. Because it's really easy to take something we already know and make up a hypothesis to fit the data.
No, the second guy didn't know anything about
I don't
the first
know
guy.
that. He could have just made it up. So the
Let's
only
just
information I
stipulate-
have is
look,
this guy
it's
predicted it
stipulated-
before.
look, I'm
Stop talking.
stipulating in
Stop
the
talking. Stop
hypothetical.
talking. All the only information I have is that person A predicted something before it happened and got it right. I have really good reason to believe him. If I go to person B and he predicts it, and we already know what happened, well, I don't have any reason to believe person B. He's just making shit up. Person A got it right before it happened. Now, if I go to person A, stop talking. If I go to person A, he predicts something. Then I go to person B, he predicts something. And they both get it right before it happened. They're both justified as far as I know, as long as they never spoke to one another.
Okay, so it doesn't matter about temporal priority as long as they don't
matter.
speak.
Relative to the events.
As long as
No, stop talking.
As long as
Stop talking.
they
Mute him now. Mute him now. Mute him now. Mute him now. Get him done. He's done. He's done. Mute him.
We're going to move on to the next guest anyway. You've taken a lot of time. We had a
Yes.
chat.
Look,
we have only 10 minutes remaining. We're going to speak to somebody else.
Yes. So
That's okay, because we're going to move on to the next person.
Sounds good. So you're an idiot. Temporality does matter. I literally explained this. It's not temporality relative to you learning about the hypothesis. That's irrelevant. That's an irrelevant
No,
garbage
that's
that
not
you
what
don't
I'm
matter. It's
talking
literally
about.
what you're asking. It literally
Not
doesn't
what-
matter.
that's-
What matters.
I just finished what I was
No,
saying,
I don't
please.
care because you're an idiot.
We don't need to hear more about it because we're going to move on. Thanks, Lols.
Look,
Like, this is not hard to understand. If there is a hypothesis and it predicts the future and it gets it right, you're justified in believing the hypothesis. It's that simple. Very simple. This is not hard.
Hello, Anima. How are you doing? Thank you for joining us.
I'm good. You guys can hear me?
Yes, sir, we can. What have you got for us today? We've got limited time, but we'll try to make sure we cover everything.
No, it's actually a really, really quick question. It's about philosophy because I don't know very much about it. I'm an atheist, so I've been listening to a really dumb presuppositionalist, and he keeps bringing up the point of now I forget what it was.
The
it
one
was
in the
point
middle?
of concrete. No, yeah, concrete and ultimate. And when he's talking to these, as he puts it, the PhDs and professional atheists, Yeah. Sorry. I just
Oh,
don't
Darth
like saying
Dawkins.
his name.
Okay. He's an aggressive person to deal with. Yes.
If you want to
he's
watch a
annoying.
YouTube channel full of people wrecking Darth, there are a couple of YouTube channels that specialize literally nothing but that.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
I know.
One of the really good ones is Jefferson Spatchcock's channel. But go ahead.
Yes.
What's the argument?
No, he brings up, okay, so he'll bring up the word concrete, and then I hear the philosopher guy say, well, what do you mean by concrete? And then he doesn't really explain it, but he doesn't let the philosopher guy explain either. So what does philosophy mean when they say concrete, and what does philosophy mean when they say ultimate?
Well, so presuppositionalists are not using the technical language of philosophy. They're using their own made-up language. So it's not
That's what I
philosophy
figured.
that you're asking about. You're asking about presup language, Van Til and Bonson. So when they mean concrete, they mean physical. That's it.
Oh.
And then when they mean ultimate, they mean the fundamental nature of reality, which they think can't be physical. So because they presuppose that the fundamental nature of reality, what's ultimate, can't be physical or concrete, they literally can't be the same thing. It'd be like a married bachelor by their definition.
So that's okay. So that's why a lot of these philosophers don't they get stumped on that. They're like, what do you mean by ultimate and what do you mean by concrete?
Yes, because the words that the presuppositions are using are not used in philosophy. They've made these up.
Okay, that's pretty much all it was.
There's even Vantillism is essentially where it kind of comes from. There are even proponents of Vantillism today that still follow along presuppositional apologetics that even they will say they've critiqued. Like oftentimes, like Van Til, Bonds, and other individuals will use words in ways that are not really kind of accepted, or they'll change context from moment to moment in order to kind of like fit their arguments through the keyhole or whatever. But there's a lot of problem. They've not, even today, they acknowledge there's a lot of problems in how they use terminology, but that's part of the tactic. That's a tactic that is intentional.
Well, I think the way the response should be is that there's no reason that the concrete can't be the ultimate. They would have to provide an argument to justify their belief that concrete can't be ultimate, and the argument they're going to provide is something about the contingency argument and the one and the many in philosophy. So it's always going to fall back to some big problem in philosophy, and they're going to say, oh, well, you don't have a solution for this. And whenever they say that, you can just say, well, God doesn't solve that either, and that's the ultimate defeater for presup.
I was just speaking with Darth Dawkins less than a week ago, and on Clubhouse, and he was not interested in answering any of my questions. It seemed the easy ones he'll take, but when I asked him to support the how he's defining his God, he completely dodged that and moved on. There are certain things that he just won't get into, and if he did, I feel that he could actually have a really good conversation with people, and it's kind of a shame. He's a very difficult person to converse with because he wants to run an interrogation rather than a conversation, and I'm guessing you've probably noticed that about him as well.
Yes. Well, no, yeah, I've known and talked to Darth since way back in the Pal Talk days. He is annoying. But I never hear what the philosophers have to say because he always shuts them down. And so what you were saying, TJump, is exactly how the creationists look at science. If they find a hole where science doesn't know the answer, then they sit there and dig in. And so it's God of the gaps in philosophy. That's kind of what you're saying?
Yes, that's exactly right. But presuppers specifically use big problems in philosophy that haven't been solved. The biggest problems in philosophy, like Agrippa's trilemma, the problem of the one and the many, the problem of the universals, those kinds of things, the phenomena noumena. And because they haven't been solved in philosophy, they can say, my God does this, you can't, therefore mine's better. And that's the entire strategy of presuppositionalism.
Yeah, okay.
If you want a YouTube channel, like I said, that goes into many, many people schooling Darth, there's one called Atheist Discussions, Game Over, Lights Out. And you'll find many debates, including those with Darth. If he doesn't have the mute switch under his own control, then it doesn't work.
I also have two conversations with him.
Again? Could you say that that site again?
Yeah,
Sorry.
it's a YouTube channel called Atheist Discussions Game Over Lights Out. It's pretty much all the old school pal talkers. It's all people you'll recognize if you go back those days.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
And I also have
basically you could.
Well, I usually stay away from the philosophy game because I'm like Aaron Ra that way. I'm not very good at the philosophy side.
Yeah.
The science side, I can hold my own, but when it gets into philosophy, I know what I know, and that's all I know. Like that's just it.
So
It's okay to just.
I had 2 conversations with Darth Hawkins on my channel. You can check them out. They're 2 of my most viewed videos.
Yes, actually, I've seen yours and your idea with like the grounding is reality, just reality.
Yeah,
that just makes sense to me.
Reality, what is that? Yeah, pretty much. Sorry,
Is it a God or a not God world?
don't forget to visit darthdawkins.com.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah, that's a highly rated website.
Very highly rated website. darthdawkins.com, and you can replicate all of Darth's arguments in the safety of your own home.
Well, and I've almost heard every single person that he's had an argument with. Like you, Randolph, I've heard him. At you, I've heard TJump's. I've heard the little bit that you, JL, have had with him.
Mm-hmm.
And Jefferson Spatchcock, I listen to his stuff all the time, and it's just like I just try to get around these little things. Like I know he doesn't know what he's talking about half the time, because even me, who is not philosopho speak ease kind of guy, I'm sitting there going, that doesn't make sense. Like I don't understand where he's coming from with that, because that just doesn't make sense. So, but anyways.
He's not speaking philosophy either, so don't feel bad. It's just he's misrepresenting it. And if you do, I would recommend just study a little bit of epistemology, a little bit of philosophy of science, because it is a part of science, and it is a part of theory selection. It's a part of how we think about knowledge and how we think about belief. So it's useful, even if you don't want to like sort of get into the mud of the more obscure stuff.
Well, no, and I that's what I'm trying to do. I just recently became medically retired. I had to stop working, and so I'm trying to figure out what I want to do with my life. And I've been listening to philosophy stuff, and I've been thinking I might go and start studying and looking into philosophy. But like as of right now, I don't know very much. I listen to most of you guys talk about philosophy, and I'm just like picking up on little things, like just the major. The main point that I really connect with and I get is just the simple one, I think, therefore I am. Like that just totally makes sense to me. Like I exist because I think. Like I'm there. I without existence I wouldn't think. So anyways, sorry to bug you guys. Thanks for answering my question.
Hey, Anima, you're not bothering us. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm like you. I'm learning philosophy. I'm nowhere close to being an expert in it, but I find it very interesting as well. And feel free to join these discussions again in the future. I really enjoyed talking with you.
All right. Thank you.
And with that, we could take one more, but we're going to have to try to keep it kind of quick because we are running close to the hour here, and we do need to close down soon. So who's next?
Octopus guy.
Who's
We got a bunch of atheists in a row. Let's take the theist.
We should probably take a theist.
Oh, he's not.
Is there anybody we haven't spoken to yet? Somebody brand new to the stage, or?
Hello, children of Satan offender. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing well today.
Okay, so just a caveat: we do have limited time. So, but as long as you're okay with that, we can proceed. Tell us what your argument is and what's on your mind.
Yeah, well, I'd assume that from the atheistic perspective, you guys kind of depend on science for truth and knowledge of the world around you.
Sure.
Plays a role, sure.
Does that mean you both presuppose 3 laws of logic and you presuppose the law of causality
No, I
that
don't presuppose
science is
anything.
contingent upon?
I presuppose
You don't wait,
nothing.
hold on, but science already presupposes these things. So for you to depend on them,
No.
you're also inadvertently presupposing these
No.
concepts.
No.
So physics has already moved on from causality to relata, right?
No,
The
it
idea is
isn't.
there's
No, it
relations
hasn't.
between
It's
things,
it's
not
a
just
fundamental
causes.
principle of
No, it's
physics.
not. No, it's not.
It is a fundamental
No,
principle.
it's not. Causality.
Can I get a
is-
paper on? Can you
Yes.
cite a source?
Yes, you can. Causality is emergent in physics. It's actually pretty common. So causality isn't actually a thing in physics. There's no law of causality in physics. Causality itself could be an emergent thing of information.
No.
Wait,
Causality has nothing to do with physics. That has to do with science. It's a fundamental principle of science. No, when it calls to the laws of logic, the 3 laws of logic, identity. Yeah, those have to do with physics. Those have to do with physics. So you don't know what you're talking about.
Stop. My worldview makes 0 presuppositions. Not logic, not anything.
Yeah, but for you to accept science, you would accept its presuppositional lines as well.
No, I can get to
So you
science.
you don't accept science as
Stop. So if I make like an argument, Socrates is a man or whatever, that presupposes English. Does that mean English is some intrinsic feature of the argument that must be true? No, it's just how I express the argument. So science.
Well, I mean, you presuppose things. They're not things that you can.
Stop talking. Presupposition is just a thing that you assume is true before the argument begins. So I can say there is a dog. I'm presupposing English in this argument. I'm assuming English is true. Does that mean it's required for the truth conditions of the argument? No. Presuppose does not mean it's a requirement for the truth conditions of the argument. You can presuppose lots of things. Like I can presuppose the earth is round and then make an argument about shadows. Presupposition just means anything you assume is true before the beginning of the argument.
Yeah, I know. I already know.
Science presupposes things in philosophy because it doesn't care. It just grants them for the sake of the argument.
No, it needs them and necessitates them.
Stop talking. So no, none of the things in philosophy need to be presupposed. You can get them from logical deduction and then get to science from those things. Science just doesn't bother with those. It's not the job of science.
Yeah, so for you to say anything's a dog, you would have to presuppose the law of identity. That's one of the 3 laws of logic. So for you to even
I have 0 presuppositions.
Oh, you don't
0 presuppositions.
Okay, well, issue. Science is contingent upon the laws of causality. In physics, it's contingent upon the 3 laws of logic.
No, it's not.
But it is.
No,
okay, well, can you cite a scientist who would actually affirm this belief?
Stop. So I can get to the 3 laws of logic without presupposing them. I don't need to presuppose them. So I don't need to presuppose any of these things to get to those things and then to get to science. So I can get to science. I can get to.
So you're going to use circular reasoning?
No, it's not circular reasoning. So I
can I'll listen to you not use circular reasoning.
Shut up. Listen to my words, then speak. Do not speak over me. I can start with my experience, and then I can describe that with words, and then I can find patterns in those words and say these are principles, which I can describe as the laws of logic. So I can get the laws of logic from my experience. No presupposition, no circular reasoning, no reason at all. You don't presuppose your experience. You experience.
Do you presuppose your receptors, the things that you take in, are accurate?
Nope.
You don't? Okay, so you don't know if. Well, then how do you know what you take in is accurate? The information you take in.
It doesn't need to be.
What you experience.
It doesn't need to be. It can all be false. It's still going to be true. Like if every information I'm taking in is false, I still exist. It doesn't make a difference if it's true. So I don't need to presuppose any of that.
Well, it would. Well, the issue is now your entire worldview breaks down because you don't know whether it's true or not.
No, that's a dumbass thing to say. So if I start with I exist, I don't need to presuppose anything for that, and then I can build off of that.
You do have to.
No.
Well, you don't know if you're in the matrix right now.
Doesn't matter. I still exist, so that's irrelevant.
Okay.
I don't suppose I'm in the matrix or out of the matrix to know I exist.
Okay.
So I don't need to presuppose anything to have the foundation of my worldview, and then I can build off of that and get to logic and science. So I have no presuppositions. What is your argument?
Okay, so well, how do you know what you're taking in is accurate?
Well, I start with my foundation. I exist. Then I can build off of that, get logic, and I can build off of that, get science. There's a long methodology in lots of my videos.
How do you build off of that, though?
Like, I have lots of.
Well, no, I'm asking how do you build off of that without using circular reasoning?
I have lots of videos on this. What is your argument? Like, what are you trying to lead to with this? I've explained this many times in the past.
Well, I'm just wondering. Am I talking to a person who actually can stand on the foundation of logic?
Sure.
And yeah. So I'm wondering, without using circular reasoning, if you're not able to presuppose, because even science has to presuppose, or else it's going to
No,
use
it doesn't.
circular
I've
reasoning in order to prove logic.
Already debunked that. Already debunked that. Doesn't you don't have to presuppose anything. So
Okay, well, I mean, like, so you didn't debunk it at all. You just said you don't presuppose.
no, I've debunked it many times in many videos. So I start with the cogito. I think therefore.
Oh, okay.
From that, I can say there's some difference between my imagination and my experience. From that, I can derive patterns like laws of logic because there's differences between those.
Yeah,
things.
but okay. When you say you exist, you also presuppose the
I presuppose
law
nothing.
of excluded middle.
Nope, there's no presupposition there.
Suppose the law of excluded middle.
Nope,
How do you know
wrong,
you don't
wrong.
you
Because
don't both
I'm-
exist
stop,
and
stop, stop,
don't
because
exist?
the experience isn't presupposed. You don't presuppose experience.
How do you know your experience is accurate?
It doesn't need to be accurate. It has to be an experience.
It does actually for it to be true.
No, it doesn't.
No, you
Objectively
just have
true.
to have it.
No,
you just
you're
have
an
to have it,
idiot.
children.
Wait, no, objectively true. I'm saying, like, outside of your own contingent mind, I'm saying, how do you know these experiences are accurate?
They don't need to be. They just need to be experiences. If they are,
They do need to be for them to be true.
No,
objectively.
dumbass. If they exist, even if they're all false, I can still build my entire worldview off that. I don't need them to be true to build my worldview.
Okay, so how are they true now? If you're building, how do you get there? How do you even get there?
I was literally just explaining that. So I start with I
Yeah,
exist.
you say you exist, but you have
Shut
no
up,
way to
shut
actually
up,
get there
shut up,
now.
Shut up. No, I experience. That is I exist.
Okay.
All right. I
So
exist.
how do you get there?
I'm experiencing right now.
Okay, so now you're assuming that the information you take in is accurate.
No, dumbass. I'm assuming nothing.
You're not assuming it?
No, you don't assume.
You don't know
Stop,
anything.
Stop. You don't assume experience. You can't assume experience, idiots.
No, I'm saying you're assuming that it's accurate.
No.
We're running low on time here. Let's try to wrap this up.
Children,
Okay.
he can't explain it to you any further. Literally, it's not about the accuracy or inaccuracy of the experience, just that he has experience. That's it.
Well,
Period.
I'm just surprised that he can't even say that he presupposes things. Even science and scientists
I
admit that
can
things are
presuppose things. I don't need
presupposed
to.
for.
I can presuppose. I don't need to. So I've debunked your entire
Okay, well,
worldview.
even science needs to, though.
No, it doesn't. I just proved it didn't.
It does.
I
It
just
does.
proved
The
it did not
laws.
need to.
Yeah, the law of causality is a fundamental principle of science.
It's not. It's
and
not
that's
a fundamental
presupposed.
Retrocausality is accepted
is.
as part of quantum mechanics, in
It's
which
not.
the equations work in both directions, right? So we don't have to assume there's a single causal arrow of time. It's entirely within the realm of physics and debate to assume that the equations
You're assuming
and
now.
the Feynman diagrams
You're assuming
are
now.
just symmetrical.
Just to be clear, the law
Yeah,
of causality.
yeah. So now we're assuming again.
Just to clarify, the law of causality is apologetics bullshit. It doesn't exist in science. It doesn't exist in physics. We don't care about that shit.
It does exist in science.
does
It's
not.
contingent upon
It
it.
does not. That's your apologetics bullshit.
We've gone over time here. Children
Yeah.
of Sex Offender, if you want to come back next fortnight, that's 2 weeks from now.
Okay. Well, I can make it faster. I can speed this up.
You're already out
You
of
got
time.
30 seconds, and then we're going to have to end it, okay?
Okay. Well, do you accept the law of causality?
No, there is no
As
such
it is?
thing. There's no such thing.
There's no such thing as a law of causality.
No, Google the law of causality. It doesn't exist in physics. It doesn't exist in science. This is an apologetics bullshit. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, it's not about physics. 3 laws of logic exist within physics.
It does not exist in physics. It does not exist in science. It does not.
Yeah,
exist
but you're
in
mixing them
academia.
up. It exists
No,
in
no, no,
science
no.
general
Oh my God.
because it requires it.
No, it does not. Google law of causality. Nothing comes up in science. Apologetics bullshit comes up. Science does not come up. There is no law of causality in science.
Yeah.
Okay.
Children
Can I
of Satan.
get a-
Wait. Children of Satan. Literally, if you Google law of causality, the very first hit is God and the laws of science. A law called from Apologetics Press.
That's from your algorithms.
You try it.
I search
Try-
incognito.
Open, open a new incognito.
Yeah, no, incognito doesn't make a difference.
Yes, it does. Literally does.
It doesn't. No, Google tracks everything.
No, it does. Oh my God, you're a moron. I can open a VPN and do the same thing, get the exact same results.
Okay, here's what I suggest we do. Maybe Children of Satan Offender, if you want to try to find something for us to look at next time, we could you could post it in the channel in 2 weeks, and we can talk more. Does that sound good?
Yeah, I'll bring names and papers this time. Next
Okay,
time.
if you're going to do some research next time, come back knowing something about double inferential state vector formalism, aka two-state vector formalism. In quantum mechanics, it works bidirectionally, so there's no reason to assume that things are in a
Yeah,
single causal
they
direction.
barely can understand quantum mechanics. So I mean, and it doesn't even match the things that we currently know. So it's like I wonder who's wrong. The things that already are here, or the things that are new and people are like, oh, I don't understand what's going on here.
Well, why don't you actually research it and tell us what you think?
Okay. So
Can you get the name?
hold on. Can you
Double
send me the
inferential
name of this?
state vector- Yeah,
Double inferential.
You barely understand quantum mechanics.
Yeah, they don't really. They barely
your
know what they're looking
argument?
at. No, they barely know what they're looking at.
so why
People
don't you
people will
research
say that.
until you
Well,
do the
okay,
reading?
so here's the issue.
Retrocausality.
So I do electrical engineering. When it comes to electrical engineering, yeah. So the people that don't understand what's going on here, they'll say quantum mechanics breaks Ohm's law. It really doesn't. It's just they don't know what they're looking at. They don't know what information that they're actually taking in here. So like.
Okay. We have a very simple thing to look into for next time. Double inferential state vector formalism.
Okay, so X, would
Can you just
mind-
DM that to me? Because I'm not gonna remember that name.
I'm trying to. Please stop. I'm just asking X if you could send that to Children of Satan Offender in a private message. Then that'll make it easy for him to find it.
Can you just say, I'm not going to remember what that is? Yeah, I think we've identified where the problem
Oh, that's fair. It's a complicated scientific term. Totally a fair statement.
Children of Satan Offender, thank you for joining us. I'm sorry we've run out of time, but we look forward to talking to you again next fortnight.
Yeah. I'll see you next Sunday.
Appreciate it. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. I guess we're coming into the end of this, and I'm sure some people have some final thoughts, TJump and Ix in particular, with what we were just talking about, I suspect. Did either of you want to continue with what you were saying first before we close down?
Potato.
Potato, that always solves everything. Yeah. Okay, Ix, did you have something you want to continue with there first?
Not especially. Just, before people make the assumption that time is a simple arrow, a theory of time, etc., they should look at the fact that it's contested within science, and like the majority of cosmologists and astrophysicists favor like a B block time kind of idea, which is counterintuitive to most of us. So just because we have intuitions about these things doesn't mean that what apologists say should actually be taken seriously until you actually look into the literature on the subject.
Well, just to clarify, causality and time are different. So causality being emergent is a slightly different argument than time being emergent.
Yeah.
And I guess sometimes they'll see that as, they'll misunderstand that as being emergent means that the cause is what it's emerging from. But I'm sure that's not what you're meaning, is it?
No, like causality itself is a field kind of a thing.
Yeah. JL Warren, did you have some final thoughts on this?
No, this was an interesting one. Entertaining, to say the least. Had some decent conversations. Trolls there, but overall I thought it was good.
Mubarak, did you have any final thoughts?
Yeah, I was very silent this episode because it's very interesting to hear a lot of people and coming from different point of views. And then I get really frustrated when you repeat the same thing to someone and they just ignore it. Then I just lose interest in the conversation. I know some people want to keep going, and I like it. That it's good for them, but not for me.
Well, interestingly, we had a huge drop in the number of Muslim apologists the moment that we had an expert on Islam on the panel. So maybe you've had a huge effect just by the lack.
That is true. I didn't even think about that.
They used to show up every episode, like in
That's true.
I know that the one of the persons we talked to last time after the show was in the chat was saying that he's so happy that I'm not a Muslim anymore, which doesn't make sense to me anymore. I don't know what that means. But I'm glad if just my presence is a repellent enough for apologetics and dawah, man. I'm happy to be here to have more interesting conversation than what Muhammad did with his wives.
Yeah. So any Muslims thinking about calling in next week or 2 weeks from now, Mubarak doesn't bite. It'll be okay.
Yeah, I will bark very loudly, and that's about it.
I think if they're happy for you that you've left Islam, then take it as a compliment. It means that that's something maybe they want to do, and they're just not ready to make the change yet.
I hope so that their appointment, but I think they're more glad that I will be burning in hell. But that's that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, we had a number of atheists on today, 4 in a row it seemed, one identifying as agnostic, and I put him in the list that way. These conversations are intended to be insightful and interesting. It is not intended to be combative, although that happens a lot. One thing that I've observed is, even on Clubhouse as well, and in other forums also, not just here, is that discussions of religion seem to make some people very angry, and again, that is not our intention. Our intention is to go through these different challenges and cover not only the topic of whether a goddess or God exists, but other topics that are relevant as well, although our primary focus is that. I think Taco probably has some final words as well. Go ahead, Taco.
This was a fun and a lively show. Definitely heard this law of causality thing a bunch of times recently. So if you're listening to this on any platform and you haven't Googled that yet, you probably should, because it's been popping up a lot and it's really dumb. But yeah, that's all I got. Oh yeah, join Politics Discord. Politics.gg/Discord on your Discord tab. Follow TJump, JL, Randolph, Mubarak. Everybody has their links pinned in the Heathen Hangout channel. I think that's it.
Yep.
If anybody wants to continue the conversation, anybody didn't get to come up on stage, I'm still live over on my channel. I think Randolph is as well. If you want to pop over to one of us and ask questions that you didn't get to ask, so the conversation will continue. So if you didn't get up, come on over, and don't forget to visit www.dawkins.com.
Join the Atheist Church. Send me money so I can buy an apartment building, provide affordable housing. I want to create a church better than the religious churches, so join the Atheist Church.
Can you imagine if the Pope gave away all the money that the Catholic Church is hidden away?
Yeah, like
they could house a lot of people.
Yep, that's the goal.
Yeah,
I want him to unlock the vault. I want him to unlock the vault. Full access.
Get the Arch.
Release the Wu-Tang albums, the secret Wu-Tang albums.
Supposedly they have supernatural evidence down there,
and UFOs, and
my go ahead, X. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just memeing, because whatever the Pope has under there, the people who've been to see the archives must not be seeing it, because they just describe it as like this really dusty library with a bunch of files that most people can't get access to. But you can get permission to go down into the public existing. I mean, they're not publicly accessible, but the known archives, they do exist. It's mostly a bunch of boring stuff.
Well, that's because they're not letting them down to the lower floors. My suggestion to anybody who goes down there in the way J.L. Warren's suggesting is that you take an Indiana Jones approach to it and be very careful of traps they might have set.
Yeah, that's where they keep the Great Spider Queen.
And the Q stores.
So I want to know where I want to know what they got locked up down there, or maybe there's nothing.
Bones
maybe
of
it's
Jesus.
nothing they've propagated a whole mythology. That's bullshit.
I'll tell you what I think they have down there if they didn't already burn it, because we have an example of it. In the Nag Hammadi library, they found a new gospel being written called the Teachings of Jesus Christ. And this Teachings of Jesus Christ gospel that was down there had a problem. It wasn't finished. So it just ends unceremoniously mid-sentence because the author wasn't done with it. Unfortunately, as a result, we also found a copy of the pagan text that it was copying the sayings from. So there's an unmodified, complete pagan text where they were cribbing all of the philosophical ideas that the great Jesus Christ was espousing. And we know this because they got caught, because their evidence was left unfinished. Now, if they had burned the original pagan text, we would never know that it existed, and we would think that the secret teachings of Jesus Christ was an authentic gospel, perhaps. That's the kind of stuff I bet they have hidden.
That is very interesting. I'm very sorry we've run out of the time here, but I'd love to hear you speak more on this, Ix. Maybe next time we can get into it at the beginning of the show, if you want to cover more of that to kick things off.
Religions are deceptive? Say it ain't so.
Now, for people who are looking for all the links to all our hosts here, including TJump's effort and the darkdawkins.com and other websites and resources, including the helplines that Ix often recommends, please take a look at our website at theisthelpline.com, and you can find it under a number of the subsections of the website. Again, thank you everybody for a great show today. A special appreciation goes to everybody in our audience who tunes in and participates in various ways, not necessarily just up on stage, but also in the text chat audiences. Take care, everybody, and have a wonderful day.
Woohoo.